Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was raised by the Goblin King Ragnok and bankrupted the Malfoys by age 8. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Child on the Doorstep. The message came at the darkest hour of the night, carried by a goblin runner whose lungs burned from sprinting through 3 miles of underground tunnels. Ragnok, director of Gringotts Bank and king of the Goblin Nation, had not slept. He'd known something was coming. The magic itself had felt wrong all day, twisted and screaming in ways that made his bones ache. 400 years of life had taught him to trust such feelings. He sat in his private office, a chamber carved from living rock half a mile beneath London streets, surrounded by ledgers and reports that no longer held his attention. The fire in the iron brazier had burned low. Shadows pooled in the corners like spilled ink. The runner burst through the door without knocking, a breach of protocol so severe it would normally mean punishment. Ragnok took one look at the young goblin's face and knew punishment was the furthest thing from relevant. "Speak." "The Potters, my king." The runner gasped for breath. "James and Lily Potter. Dead. Murdered tonight in Godric's Hollow." Ragnok's clawed hand tightened on the arm of his chair. The wood groaned. "The child survived, my king." The Dark Lord attacked the infant directly, and, the runner's voice cracked with something that might have been disbelief. "The Dark Lord is destroyed. Reduced to nothing. The child bears only a scar." For a long moment, Ragnok said nothing. His mind raced through implications, calculations, histories. The Potters were goblin friends, one of only 3 wizarding families to hold that honor in the past 5 centuries. Fleamont Potter had stood beside goblins during the Squib registration riots of 1942, when every other wizard in Britain had looked away. Euphemia Potter had healed goblin children in the aftermath of a ministry inspection that left 14 dead. A blood debt existed between the houses. Goblins did not forget such things. "Where is the child now?" "Albus Dumbledore has taken custody, my king. Our sources say he intends to place the boy with the mother's Muggle relatives." Ragnok's eyes narrowed. Muggles. The wizarding world's most powerful infant, heir to one of its oldest fortunes, handed to Muggles like an unwanted parcel. "Set watchers on the Muggle residence. I want to know everything that happens to that child." "Everything." The runner bowed and fled. Alone again, Ragnok stared into the dying fire. He remembered James Potter as a young man, barely out of Hogwarts, striding into Gringotts with more courage than sense to argue against interest rates he found predatory. He'd been wrong about the rates, they were standard, not predatory, but he'd argued with passion and without a trace of the contempt most wizards showed. "Your people," James had said, seemingly baffled that this was even in question. "Why would I treat you as anything else?" Lily had been fiercer. She'd dueled a wizard in Diagon Alley who'd kicked a goblin child, broken his wand arm, and then apologized to the child while the man screamed on the cobblestones. She'd been 17. Their son deserved better than Muggle relatives. Their son deserved the debt his family was owed. 3 days later, the Watchers reported. Ragnok read their account in the grey light of pre-dawn, his breakfast untouched on the desk beside him. The words were clinical, precise, exactly as Goblin intelligence operatives were trained to write. Subject, Potter, Harry James. Age, 15 months. Location, Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Observations, target was deposited on doorstep of residence at approximately 1:47 a.m. on November 1 by Albus Dumbledore, positive identification. Accompanying Dumbledore were Minerva McGonagall, positive identification, and Rubeus Hagrid, positive identification. Target was left in a basket with warming charms and a letter. Weather conditions, 3 degrees Celsius, light fog, no precipitation. Neither occupant of the residence emerged to collect the target. Target remained on doorstep, crying intermittently, until 7:23 a.m. At 7:23 a.m., female occupant, Petunia Desley, née Evans, opened front door. Observed target. Retrieved letter. Read letter while standing in doorway for approximately 4 minutes. Target continued crying. Female occupant's response, visible disgust. Audible statement, freaks. Even dead, they burden us with their freakishness. Female occupant did not bring target inside. Returned letter to basket. Closed door. Target remained on doorstep until observation period ended at 8 a.m. Target's crying had weakened significantly. Warming charms showed signs of degradation. Ragnok set down the report. He picked it up again. He read it 3 more times, certain he must be misunderstanding something. The implications were too monstrous, too absurd. Dumbledore had left the Potter heir, the boy who lived, as the wizarding world was already calling him, on a doorstep in November. Had walked away and left an infant in the cold. Had trusted the child's survival to people who showed him nothing but contempt. The blood wards Dumbledore had placed were standard familial protection magic. Ragnok's ward specialists had analyzed them from a distance. They required acceptance to activate fully. They required the family to take the child in, to acknowledge him as kin. Petunia Desley had not taken the child in. The wards had not activated. Harry Potter lay on a doorstep with nothing but fading charms between him and the November cold, unwanted, unprotected, and forgotten. Ragnok summoned his guards. The night had grown teeth by the time Ragnok apparat to Privet Drive, a sensation goblins loathed, that twisting wrongness of space bending around flesh, but necessary when speed mattered more than comfort. He brought 4 of his personal guard, warriors who had served him for over a century, and Silver Fang, the nation's foremost expert on ward magic. The street was quiet. Identical houses squatted in identical rows, their windows dark, their lawns trimmed to identical lengths. Everything about the place screamed of aggressively mundane humanity, a desperate rejection of anything unusual or remarkable. On the doorstep of number 4, a basket held a bundle of blankets. The bundle was silent. Ragnok's heart clenched. For one terrible moment, he thought they'd arrived too late, that the cold had claimed the child while the Goblin nation deliberated and dispatched runners and followed procedures. Then the bundle moved. A small hand emerged from the blankets, fingers grasping weakly at nothing. The wards? Ragnok asked quietly. Silver Fang studied the air with eyes that saw magic as clearly as most beings saw light. Incomplete, my king. The blood anchor was never established. They exist in potential only, a framework without foundation. The child is unprotected? Entirely. Ragnok approached the basket. The baby inside looked up at him with eyes the color of killing curses, green, impossibly green, the eyes of Lily Potter set in a face that would someday echo James. A fresh wound marked his forehead, still angry and red, shaped like a lightning bolt. The child did not cry at the sight of a goblin looming over him. He simply watched, quiet and alert, as though waiting to see what would happen next. You are Harry James Potter, Ragnok said softly. Son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. Your family holds a debt with the Goblin nation that is older than this house, older than this street, older than the Muggles sleeping peacefully while you freeze on their doorstep. The baby blinked. Under the Abandoned Magical Child Act of 1402, ratified by both the Wisingamat and the Goblin Council, any magical being may claim custody of a magical child who has been abandoned by their guardians. Abandonment is defined as leaving a child unattended in conditions likely to cause harm, without provision for their care. Ragnok reached into the basket. You have been left in freezing conditions for nearly 30 hours. No one has fed you. No one has changed you. No one has held you. The wards meant to protect you were never activated because the people meant to love you could not be bothered to bring you inside. His clawed hands were surprisingly gentle as he lifted the child. This is abandonment. This is harm. And this ends now. Harry Potter, Harry Ragnokson, as he would come to be known, settled into the Goblin King's arms without protest. His green eyes studied Ragnok's face with an intensity that seemed impossible for an infant. Then, for the first time in over a day, he smiled. Silverfang documented everything before they left. The temperature readings. The degraded warming charms. The letter still sitting in the basket, its wax seal unbroken because Petunia Desley hadn't even bothered to read past the first paragraph. The closed curtains in every window of number 4, blocking out any sight of the child they'd been entrusted to protect. "We'll need this," Silverfang explained. "When Dumbledore comes looking." "Let him come," Ragnok said. "Let them all come." He held the child closer as they prepared to depart. The boy had fallen asleep against his shoulder, lulled by warmth and motion and perhaps, for the first time in his short life, a sense of safety. "My king," one of the guards said hesitantly. "The wizarding world will not accept this. They will call it kidnapping. They will demand his return. They will call it many things. None of those things will be true." Ragnok's voice was iron. The Potters were goblin friends. Their son was abandoned to die by the man who claims to lead the light. "We did not steal this child, we saved him. And we will raise him as our own. The political consequences are irrelevant." Ragnok turned to face his guard fully. "I am 412 years old. I have ruled this nation for 2 centuries. I have survived 3 ministry purges, 2 Dark Lords, and more wizarding contempt than you can imagine. Do you truly think I fear Albus Dumbledore's political consequences?" The guard bowed his head. "No, my king." "Good." Ragnok looked down at the sleeping child. "Because I am about to commit to raising a human as my son. I am about to defy every tradition of our people and every expectation of theirs. I am going to take this boy into the heart of Gringotts and teach him everything we know, our magic, our warfare, our commerce, our history. I am going to make him something the wizarding world has never seen before." He smiled, showing every pointed tooth. "A wizard who understands that goblins are not the enemy. A wizard who knows what it means to be abandoned by his own kind and saved by those they call monsters. A wizard who will look at Albus Dumbledore and the pure-blood lords and the entire rotting edifice of magical Britain, and he will remember." Ragnok held his new son close as the apparition took them. "He will remember everything. The first years were the hardest. Not because Harry was difficult, he was, in fact, an almost unnervingly easy child. He slept through the night within weeks of arriving at Gringotts. He cried rarely and only when something was genuinely wrong. He watched everything with those intense green eyes, absorbing information like a sponge absorbing water. No, the difficulty came from everywhere else. The wizarding world went insane. The Daily Prophet ran headlines for months: "Potter heir kidnapped by goblins. Ministry demands action. Dumbledore vows to recover boy who lived." Howlers arrived at Gringotts by the hundreds, screaming about monsters and thieves and proper wizarding upbringing. Ministry officials made formal demands for Harry's return, demands that shattered against the walls of goblin sovereignty like waves against stone. Dumbledore himself appeared at the bank 3 times in the first month. Each time, he was met by Ragnok in the formal receiving chamber, a vast space of marble and gold designed to remind wizards of exactly whose territory they stood in. "The child belongs with family," Dumbledore said during his first visit, his voice heavy with grandfatherly concern. "Surely you can see that blood relations left him to freeze on a doorstep for 30 hours, Ragnok interrupted. "I have documentation. Shall I share it with the prophet?" Dumbledore's grandfatherly mask flickered. There were protections in place, protections that never activated. "Blood wards require acceptance, Dumbledore. You know this. The Dursleys never accepted Harry as family. Your wards were worthless. The child was completely unprotected when we found him. Nevertheless, wizarding law, has no jurisdiction within Goblin territory. As you well know. As you have used when it suited your purposes. Ragnok's smile was all teeth. The Goblin nation claims Harry Potter under the Abandoned Magical Child Act of 1402. He is now a ward of our people, legally adopted according to treaties that your ministry signed. If you wish to challenge this, you may take it before the International Confederation of Wizards. I'm sure they would be fascinated to hear testimony about the boy who lived being left to die in November cold. Dumbledore left without Harry. He returned twice more, each visit progressively shorter, his arguments progressively weaker. The documentation Ragnok possessed was too damning to contest. Any public challenge would reveal Dumbledore's role in Harry's abandonment, would show the wizarding world that their great leader had trusted their savior to people who couldn't be bothered to bring him indoors. After the third visit, Dumbledore stopped coming. But he didn't stop watching. Harry's first word was in gobbledygook. He was 14 months old, sitting on the floor of Ragnok's office while the Goblin King reviewed quarterly reports. The child had a wooden block in each hand. Toys were rare in Goblin culture, but Ragnok had commissioned some for his son, and was methodically banging them together. "Nath," Harry said clearly. Ragnok looked up sharply. "What did you say?" "Nath." Harry held up one of the blocks. "Nath. Nath. The gobbledygook word for father." Ragnok set down his quill. He crossed the room and knelt beside the child, an action that would have astonished anyone who knew the king's reputation for cold dignity. "Yes," he said, his voice rough. "Yes, I am. And you are my son." Harry smiled and offered him the block. The child grew. He learned gobbledygook as his first language, absorbing it with a facility that surprised even the nation's linguists. By age 3, he could hold simple conversations. By 4, he could read at a basic level. By 5, he was beginning to learn English as his second tongue, approaching it with the slight disdain goblins reserved for things that were necessary but aesthetically inferior. He learned Goblin history, the true history, not the sanitized version in wizarding textbooks. He learned about the rebellions and why they'd been fought. He learned about the treaties and how they'd been broken. He learned about the centuries of servitude and the slow, grinding work of building influence within a system designed to keep his people subordinate. He learned the names of every Potter who had stood with goblins when no other wizards would. He learned the nature of the blood debt between their houses. And he learned, piece by piece, the story of his own abandonment. Ragnok hadn't intended to tell him so young. He'd planned to wait until Harry was older, more capable of processing such information without trauma. But children hear things. Servants talk. And Harry was observant beyond his years. It happened when Harry was 5. He appeared at Ragnok's office door one evening with an expression too serious for his small face. "Father, I have a question." "Ask." "The servants say I was thrown away. By wizards. Because they didn't want me." Harry's voice was steady, but his hands were clenched at his sides. "Is it true?" Ragnok considered lying. He considered deflecting. He considered all the comfortable half-truths he could offer to protect his son's innocence for a few more years. Then he looked at those green eyes, Lily's eyes, which had never flinched from hard truths, and he set aside his protective instincts. "Come here," he said. "It's time you learned some things." He told Harry everything. The attack on his parents. The baby left in the basket. The letter that promised love and protection, written by a man who never bothered to check if either was delivered. The aunt who wouldn't bring him inside. The hours in the cold. He told Harry about the Watchers, about the documentation, about the legal maneuvering that had followed. He told Harry about Dumbledore's visits and the threats and the political machinations. He told Harry the truth, because his son deserved nothing less. When he finished, Harry was silent for a long time. His face had gone pale, and his breath came in short, measured gasps, a child's attempt at maintaining control. "The man who left me," Harry said finally. Dumbledore. He's important. He's considered the greatest wizard alive. He leads the school you would have attended. He controls much of Wizarding Britain's political power. And he left me outside. In November. Like garbage. Yes. And he wants me back now. Wants to control me. Yes. Harry nodded slowly. Something had shifted behind his eyes, a hardening, a crystallization. He was 5 years old, but in that moment, Ragnok saw glimpses of the man he would become. Then he can't have me, Harry said. I'm yours. I'm the nation's. And I'll never be his. Ragnok pulled his son close. No, he agreed. You never will be. By age 6, Harry had begun his formal training. Goblins did not coddle their young. A goblin child began learning their trade almost as soon as they could walk, whether that trade was smithing, curse-breaking, accounting, or combat. They believed that early challenge built strength, that struggle forged character. Harry trained harder than any of them. He rose before dawn each day for physical conditioning. Goblin instructors ran him through obstacle courses designed for bodies far stronger than his, and when he failed, when he fell, when he couldn't lift, when his muscles screamed for mercy, they made him try again. You are smaller than us, his primary physical trainer said flatly. Weaker. This is not an insult, it is a fact. Your body is human, and humans are fragile. So you must be faster. Smarter. More determined. You must make your weakness into a weapon. Harry internalized this completely. His academic education was equally demanding. Griphook, a young goblin accountant assigned as Harry's primary tutor, had initially resented the posting. He was ambitious, brilliant with numbers, destined for great things. Babysitting a human child felt like punishment. It took approximately 3 months for resentment to become respect, and another 6 for respect to become genuine affection. You're not actually stupid, Griphook said one afternoon, surprised, after Harry correctly calculated compound interest on a 15-year loan with variable rates. I mean, for a human. Thanks, Harry said dryly. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't let it go to your head. But Griphook started staying after their scheduled lessons, teaching Harry extra material, sharing shortcuts and tricks that made numbers dance. He taught Harry to see money not as an abstract concept but as a living force, power in its purest form, capable of raising empires and destroying families. Gold is magic, Griphook explained. Not in the way wizards think of magic, with wands and spells. Gold is economic magic. It can make people do things they'd never otherwise do. It can make allies of enemies and enemies of allies. It can topple governments without a single spell being cast. Harry absorbed this like everything else. Hungrily. Completely. Combat training began on Harry's 7th birthday. His instructor was Blood Fong, a goblin so old that even Ragnok treated him with deference. He'd fought in the 1612 rebellion, the last major goblin uprising before the treaties forced an uneasy peace. He'd killed wizards. He'd lost an eye doing it. He walked with a limp from a curse that had never fully healed. He looked at Harry like he was evaluating a disappointing cut of meat. You're small, Blood Fong observed. Soft. Human. I'm aware. I've killed humans. Lots of them. They break easily. I'm aware of that too. Bloodfang's remaining eye narrowed. Not afraid. Should I be? The old goblin barked a laugh, a rusty sound, like it wasn't used often. Maybe you'll survive training after all. Pick up that blade. The blade was a goblin short sword, sized for Harry's hands but still heavier than anything he'd ever held. It felt wrong, awkward, unbalanced. He gripped it the way he thought fighters in stories gripped swords. Wrong, Blood Fong said. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Your wrist is stiff, your elbow is locked, and your stance would let a half-blind troll knock you over. Start again. Harry started again. And again. And again. For the first 6 months of training, he didn't land a single hit on Bloodfang. Not one. The old goblin wasn't even trying, he deflected Harry's attacks absently, like swatting flies, while lecturing about footwork and timing and the 17 major arteries that could be severed for a quick kill. Harry accumulated bruises. He accumulated cuts that the goblin healers treated without sympathy. He accumulated a thorough understanding of exactly how outmatched he was. He also accumulated skills. Slowly, so slowly that he barely noticed it happening, his footwork became smoother. His grip became natural. His attacks became faster, more precise. He began to read Bloodfang's movements, to anticipate where the old goblin would be rather than reacting to where he was. On the day Harry finally scored a touch, the tip of his blade brushing Bloodfang's shoulder, barely enough to mark, the ancient warrior stopped the session. "Do you know why I've been training you?" Bloodfang asked. "Because my father asked you to." "Your father asked dozens of warriors to train you. Most refused. Do you know why I accepted?" Harry shook his head. Bloodfang sat down heavily on a training bench, his old bones creaking. For a moment, he looked every one of his 400 years. "In 1612, I was young. Angry. I thought if we killed enough wizards, they'd have to treat us as equals. I thought violence was the answer." He touched the scarred socket where his eye had been. "I was wrong. We killed many wizards, and in the end, we lost everything. Our weapons were confiscated. Our magic was restricted. Our sovereignty was reduced to these tunnels and whatever the ministry deigns to permit. Then why train me to fight? Because fighting isn't just violence. Bloodfang's I found Harry's. Fighting is about will. It's about looking at an enemy who's bigger and stronger and more numerous, and refusing to break. It's about making them pay for every inch they take. It's about being so costly to defeat that they decide it's not worth trying." Harry listened. "I train you because someday you'll face enemies who want to destroy everything you love. Your family. Your nation. Your friends. And when that day comes, you'll need more than gold and numbers. You'll need the will to stand and fight." Bloodfang smiled, showing teeth worn down by centuries. "I train you because you're the first human in 400 years who might actually understand what that means." Harry tightened his grip on his sword. "Teach me more." Between combat and academics, Harry found time to explore. The depths of Gringotts were vast, miles of tunnels carved over centuries, vaults stacked upon vaults, chambers whose purposes had been forgotten even by the goblins themselves. Harry wandered these passages whenever he could, learning their geography, discovering their secrets. He found the vault where the reclaimed goblin artifacts were stored, pieces taken by wizards over the centuries and slowly recovered through purchase, negotiation, and occasionally less legal means. Armor that had been worn by goblin kings. Weapons that had drunk wizard blood. Crowns and chains and beautiful, terrible things. "These were stolen from us," a vault keeper explained when Harry asked. Over centuries, wizards took what they wanted and called it spoils of war, or tribute, or simply property. We remember every piece. We work to bring them home. Harry thought about his own family's possessions, the Potter vaults, which he'd visited only once under heavy guard. His parents' belongings were there, carefully preserved. Their wands. Their wedding rings. A photograph album he hadn't been able to look at for more than a few seconds. "How do you get them back?" he asked. "Patience. Planning. And leverage." The vault keeper's grin was sharp. "Wizards think gold is just money. They don't understand what it represents. Control the gold, and you control everything gold can buy. Which is, eventually, everything." This lesson stayed with Harry. It would prove useful sooner than anyone expected. On his 7th birthday, Ragnok gave Harry access to the Potter account records. "You're old enough now," his father said, settling Harry into a chair before a mountain of ledgers. "And you need to understand what you have." "What I have?" "You are Harry Potter. Regardless of what name you use, regardless of where you live, you are the last heir of an ancient and noble house. You have wealth. You have properties. You have debts owed to you." Harry's eyes sharpened at the last item. Debts? The Potters were generous. They loaned money to other families during hard times, wars, recessions, personal crises. Many of those debts were never repaid. The families assumed the Potters would forgive them eventually, or that the loans would be forgotten. They forgot about the debts. They chose to forget. Ragnok's smile was thin. Wizards have short memories when it suits them. But goblins keep records. Detailed records. Every galleon your family ever loaned is documented. Every agreement, every term sheet, every amendment. He opened the topmost ledger and pointed to an entry. "Do you recognize this name?" Harry read it carefully. "Malfoy. Abraxas Malfoy. This is dated 1978. The beginning of the last war. The Malfoys needed liquid capital quickly, to fund certain activities they couldn't explain publicly. Your grandfather loaned them a substantial sum at favorable rates. Why would my grandfather help them? Weren't the Malfoys on the other side? Officially, no one was on any side. The Potters were known to be light-aligned, but Fleamont Potter was a businessman as well as a blood purist's nightmare. He loaned money to many families, light and dark alike. Ragnok turned the page. This loan was never repaid. Abraxas died. His son Lucius inherited the debt along with everything else. How much? Ragnok told him. Harry's eyes widened. That's a great deal of money, yes. Especially with 50 years of compound interest. Ragnok closed the ledger. Lucius Malfoy is one of the wealthiest wizards in Britain. He is also one of the most politically powerful. He sits on the Wisengamot. He whispers in the minister's ear. He has advocated publicly for laws that would reduce goblin rights even further. He's our enemy. He is your enemy, specifically. He supported the Dark Lord who killed your parents. He called for your recovery from goblin captivity, in language that made your mother's people sound like animals. Harry stared at the ledger with new eyes. And he owes me money. He owes you a fortune. A fortune he doesn't have in liquid form. His wealth is tied up in property, heirlooms, and political investments. If that debt were called due tomorrow, he would have to sell almost everything to pay it. The implications unfurled in Harry's mind like a flower blooming. A dark flower. A beautiful one. Can I call it due? Not yet. There are procedures. Notices that must be given. Legal frameworks to navigate. Ragnok placed a clawed hand on his son's shoulder. But someday, when you're ready, you can call due everything the wizarding world owes you. And they will pay. Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy in his fine robes, speaking eloquently about goblin menaces and proper wizard values. He thought about his parents, dead because of a war Malfoy had helped fund. He thought about a doorstep in November, and a basket in the cold, and the people who'd looked away. "Teach me," he said. "Teach me everything about debt collection. About contracts. About how to destroy someone without ever casting a spell." Ragnok's smile showed every tooth. "It would be my pleasure." The next year was the happiest of Harry's young life. He trained harder than ever. Blood Fong had moved beyond basic swordsmanship into more advanced techniques, combat magic integration, and tactical thinking. His academic studies expanded to include wizarding law, international magical treaties, and the complex web of obligations and loopholes that governed interactions between species. Griphook became more than a tutor. Their lessons often extended into long conversations about everything and nothing, goblin culture, wizarding idiocy, the best ways to calculate long-term investment returns. Griphook complained constantly about being assigned to Harry, but he also started finding excuses to spend more time together. "You're not completely terrible company," Griphook said one evening. "For a human. That's practically a love confession in gobbledygook. Don't push it." But Griphook smiled when he said it. Harry also grew closer to Ragnok. The Goblin King was busy, always busy, running a nation and a bank and 1,000 interconnected enterprises, but he made time. Dinner together most nights. Weekly reviews of Harry's progress. Occasional excursions to goblin sites of historical importance, where Ragnok would tell stories of battles and treaties and the long, slow work of survival. "You are my son," Ragnok said one night, after a particularly long dinner discussion about the ethics of economic warfare. "Not just legally. Not just politically. In every way that matters." Harry couldn't speak for a moment. His throat was too tight. "I know," he finally managed. "You're my father. In every way that matters." Ragnok nodded once, sharply, in the goblin way that meant profound emotion too deep for lengthy expression. They sat in comfortable silence until the fire burned low. The darkness crept in slowly. Harry first noticed the nightmares a few months after his 8th birthday. They weren't normal dreams, they were vivid, saturated with emotion that didn't feel like his own. He saw green light and heard screaming. He felt cold satisfaction that made his skin crawl. His scar ached after these dreams. Sometimes it bled. He mentioned it to Ragnok, who immediately summoned the nation's best healers. Their examination was thorough, invasive, and deeply disturbing. "There is something attached to his soul," the lead healer reported, her voice carefully neutral in the way that meant she was terrified. "A fragment. Parasitic in nature. We cannot identify it precisely, but it is not natural. It is not healthy." Ragnok's face went stone still. "Can you remove it?" "Not without risking the host. The attachment is deep, tangled with his magical core. Any attempt at removal could kill him, or worse. Then we research. We find another way." "Yes, my king." After the healers left, Ragnok sat with Harry in silence for a long time. "I won't lie to you," Ragnok finally said. "This is serious. This is dangerous. We don't know exactly what it is or how to deal with it." "I know what it is," Harry said quietly. Ragnok looked at him sharply. "It's him. Voldemort." Harry touched his scar. "He's been there since that night. Part of him. In my head." "How do you know?" "The dreams. I see things, feel things, that aren't mine. Cold things. Cruel things. And they feel familiar. Like an old voice I can almost recognize." Ragnok's claws dug into the arms of his chair. "We will find a way to remove it. I swear to you. I believe you." Harry's green eyes met his father's. "But until then, I need to learn to fight it. To keep it contained. To make sure it never controls me. And you will. You're stronger than any darkness, my son. You've proven that every day since I brought you home." Harry nodded slowly. He didn't feel strong. He felt small and scared and very, very young. But he'd learned long ago that feeling weak and being weak were different things. He would fight this. Whatever it took. The night before Harry's 8th birthday, he asked Ragnok for a special gift. "I want to call in the first Malfoy debt." Ragnok raised an eyebrow. "You're not quite 8 years old." "I know how old I am." Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes burned. "I've spent a year studying their finances. I know their vulnerabilities. I have a plan." "Share it." Harry did. In detail. For nearly an hour. When he finished, Ragnok was silent for a long moment. "This is not a child's scheme," he said finally. "This is sophisticated. Elegant. Potentially devastating." "Thank you." It wasn't entirely a compliment. Ragnok studied his son. "Are you certain you want to begin this? Once started, there's no going back. The Malfoys will become enemies forever. They will use every resource at their disposal to destroy you. They're already my enemies. They just don't know it yet." Harry's jaw tightened. "Lucius Malfoy funded the man who murdered my parents. He spent years lobbying for my recovery, so he can control me. He calls goblins creatures, and wants laws that would reduce you to property. And destroying him financially will address these wrongs? No. But it's a start." Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile at all. "And father? I don't want to just hurt him. I want him to know who's doing it. I want him to watch his empire crumble and know that it was the baby he thought was worthless, the child he wanted to control, the wizard raised by creatures." Ragnok looked at his son for a long time. Then he laughed, a full, genuine laugh that echoed off the stone walls. "My boy. My magnificent, terrifying boy." He shook his head. "Very well. On your birthday, we begin. Let's show Lucius Malfoy what happens when you underestimate the child on the doorstep." Harry's smile widened. "Let's." The sun rose on Harry's 8th birthday. In the depths of Gringotts, a boy with green eyes and a lightning scar sat down with his father to plan the destruction of one of the oldest pure-blood families in Britain. On the surface, Lucius Malfoy ate breakfast in blissful ignorance, complaining to his wife about the declining quality of house elf service. In Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore frowned at reports about the Potter heir, reports that painted a picture of a child who was nothing like what he'd expected. In a forest in Albania, something that had once been the most feared Dark Lord in history stirred, sensing distantly that someone, somewhere, was thinking about power. And in a modest house on Privet Drive, Petunia Desley passed a calendar that showed November 1st, and for just a moment, just one brief, uncomfortable moment, she wondered whatever happened to that baby she'd left outside. She shrugged and made herself tea. It wasn't her problem anymore. She had no idea how right she was. Or how much she would come to regret it. Harry Ragnokson raised his cup of morning tea in a toast to his father. "To new beginnings," he said. Ragnok raised his own cup. "To the debts that come due." They drank. Somewhere far above them, in a world that had forgotten him and underestimated him and left him to die, the balance of power was about to shift. Harry Potter was ready. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Lessons in Blood and Gold. The training hall echoed with the clash of steel against steel. Harry ducked under Bloodfang's horizontal slash, feeling the displaced air ruffle his hair. He came up inside the old warrior's guard, blade angling for the ribs, and found himself flat on his back, gasping, with no clear memory of how he'd gotten there. "Dead," Bloodfang observed. Again. Harry wheezed and forced himself upright. His everything hurt. 3 hours of combat training before breakfast had that effect. "You overcommit," Bloodfang continued, not offering a hand. He never offered a hand. You see an opening and you lunge for it without considering why the opening exists. You created it deliberately. Obviously. And you walked into it like a drunk wizard into a dragon's den. Bloodfang twirled his training blade with the casual ease of 4 centuries of practice. Again. Harry raised his sword. His arms screamed in protest. His legs felt like they'd been filled with sand. A bruise was forming on his ribs where Bloodfang's last hit had landed, and he was fairly certain something in his shoulder had been knocked loose. He attacked anyway. This time he was more careful. He probed rather than committed, testing Bloodfang's responses, watching for patterns. The old goblin fought like he did everything, efficiently, ruthlessly, with no wasted motion. Every movement served a purpose. Every action created advantage. Harry saw an opening. He didn't take it. Bloodfang's eye narrowed. Harry saw another opening. Same thing, too perfect, too inviting. A trap. He feinted left, drew Bloodfang's parry, and went low instead. His blade scraped along the goblin's shin guard, not a clean hit, but contact. Bloodfang disengaged immediately, stepping back to reset. His scarred face showed something that might have been approval. Better. You're thinking now. He lowered his blade. That's enough for today. You've earned your breakfast. Harry let his sword drop, arms trembling with exhaustion. Same time tomorrow. Earlier. We need to work on your footwork. You're still moving like a human. I am a human. Your body is human. Your fighting doesn't have to be. Bloodfang turned away, then paused. The Malfoy Project. It begins today. Yes. The old goblin was silent for a moment. I knew Abraxas Malfoy. Fought beside Ministry Aurors when they raided our settlements in 55. He smiled while he did it. Enjoyed watching us burn. Harry absorbed this without expression. His grandson is 7 years old. The same age as me. I'm aware. I won't target the child. This is about Lucius. About debts and justice. Not about hurting children who haven't done anything yet. Bloodfang turned back, his single eye studying Harry with an intensity that felt like being weighed on a scale. Some would say you're being soft. That the sins of the father are the sins of the father. Draco Malfoy didn't choose his family. He didn't fund Voldemort. He didn't advocate for goblin extermination. Harry's jaw tightened. If he grows up to be like his father, I'll deal with him then. But I won't punish him for crimes he hasn't committed. And if your mercy comes back to haunt you, then it'll be my problem to solve. Harry met Bloodfang's gaze steadily. I won't become the thing I'm fighting, Master Bloodfang. That's not victory. That's just different colored defeat. The old warrior stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Your mother would have said something similar. She had that same fire in her eyes, the determination to be better than the world expected. He shook his head. I never met her, you understand. But I heard stories. The witch who dueled a wizard for kicking a goblin child. The woman who saw us as people when no one else did. Harry's throat tightened. He didn't have many stories about his mother, the goblins knew her primarily through reputation and brief interactions. Every new detail felt like a treasure. Thank you, he said quietly. For telling me. Bloodfang grunted. Don't thank me. Just don't die before you finish what you've started. It would be embarrassing for both of us. He limped out of the training hall, leaving Harry alone with his exhaustion and his thoughts. Breakfast in Gringotts was a communal affair. The great dining hall had been carved from a natural cavern centuries ago, its ceiling lost in shadows, its walls lined with ancient banners and captured weapons. Long stone tables stretched from end to end, filled with goblins of every age and occupation, warriors and accountants, cursebreakers and craftsmen, elders and children. Harry had his usual seat at the head table, next to Ragnok. It had taken years for the goblin nation to accept a human at their king's right hand, but Harry had earned his place. He trained harder than goblin children. He studied longer. He showed respect for their customs and genuine interest in their history. More importantly, he never acted like he was better than them. Never showed the casual contempt that marked most wizard-goblin interactions. You look terrible, Griphook observed, dropping onto the bench across from Harry. Bloodfang being especially cruel today. Bloodfang is always especially cruel. It's his love language. You have blood on your face. Harry touched his cheek and found a cut he hadn't noticed. Oh. That's new. Griphook sighed and produced a small jar from his belt pouch. Healing salve. Apply it before you scare the younglings. I don't scare the younglings. You're a human with blood on his face sitting at the king's table. You absolutely scare the younglings. But Griphook was grinning as he said it, the sharp, toothy expression that had become familiar over years of friendship. Eat quickly. We have work to do. Harry applied the salve, it stung viciously before numbing the wound, and turned his attention to breakfast. Goblin cuisine was heavy on protein and root vegetables, designed to fuel bodies that worked hard in the deep places of the earth. He'd grown to love it, though the first few years had required significant adjustment. Ragnok was already finishing his meal, reviewing documents while he ate. The king never truly stopped working, there was always another treaty to negotiate, another conflict to mediate, another wizard delegation to carefully insult within the bounds of diplomacy. The first notice goes out this afternoon, Ragnok said without looking up. The Malfoy debt collection. Harry nodded. I know. I've been reviewing the wording. And? It's perfect. Formally correct, legally unassailable, and subtly insulting in ways that will take Lucius about 3 readings to fully appreciate. Ragnok's lips twitched. Your gobbledygook teacher deserves credit. My gobbledygook teacher deserves a raise. Harry pushed his empty plate aside. Father, I've been thinking about the timeline. Oh. The first notice will get Lucius's attention, but it won't really hurt him. He'll assume it's posturing, goblins rattling cages, that sort of thing. He might even respond with public statements about goblin greed and proper treatment of creatures. Almost certainly. I want that. I want him comfortable. Dismissive. Harry's eyes had taken on a distant quality, the look he got when he was seeing several moves ahead. The more arrogant he is at the beginning, the more satisfying the end will be. You have a specific vision in mind? I want him to lose everything in stages. First his liquid assets. Then his investments. Then his properties. Then his political influence. Harry's voice was calm, almost clinical. And I want him to know, at each stage, that it was me. I want him to watch his empire crumble piece by piece, unable to stop it, unable to even slow it down. Ragnok set down his documents and studied his son. This is personal for you. Of course it's personal. He helped kill my parents. He spent years trying to control me. He treats goblins like animals and gets away with it because he's rich and well-connected. Harry met his father's gaze. But I'm not doing this just for revenge. I'm doing it because it's right. Because debts should be paid. Because people like Lucius Malfoy shouldn't be able to buy their way out of consequences. And if I told you this plan was too aggressive? That it risked political backlash against the nation? Harry was silent for a moment. I would ask you to explain your concerns. I would listen. And if you ordered me to stop, I would stop. He paused. But I would be disappointed. Ragnok's smile showed teeth. Fortunately, I have no such concerns. The plan is sound, the legal framework is solid, and frankly, Lucius Malfoy has been begging for this for decades. He placed a clawed hand on Harry's shoulder. Proceed, my son. Show them what happens when they underestimate the Goblin Nation. Harry smiled back, a smile that would have terrified Lucius Malfoy if he'd seen it. With pleasure, father. The financial education wing of Gringotts occupied an entire level of the bank, a maze of classrooms and study halls and archives containing centuries of economic history. Harry had spent more hours here than he could count, learning to read ledgers like literature and interpret contracts like combat maneuvers. Griphook was waiting in their usual study room, a small chamber lined with books and dominated by a table covered in documents. The Malfoy files, Griphook said, gesturing at the organized chaos. Everything we have on their financial position, their outstanding debts, their assets, their vulnerabilities. Harry settled into his chair and began reviewing. He'd seen most of this before, but the day of action called for a final check. The Malfoy wealth was substantial but surprisingly fragile. Like many old pureblood families, they were asset-rich but cash-poor. Their gold was tied up in properties, heirlooms, and long-term investments that couldn't be liquidated quickly. Their day-to-day operations ran on credit and reputation, the assumption that a family as old and prestigious as the Malfoys would always be good for their debts. That assumption was about to be tested. "Walk me through the debt structure again," Harry said. Griphook pulled out a diagram he'd created. "The original Potter loan from 1978 is the foundation. Principal plus 50 years of compound interest at the contracted rate brings the total to approximately 47,000 galleons. Lucius has that much in liquid assets. Barely. But paying it would wipe out his operating reserves. He'd have no cushion for unexpected expenses, no capital for investments, no flexibility at all." Griphook's grin was sharp. "He won't want to pay. He'll try to negotiate an extension, a restructuring, anything to avoid actually handing over the gold. Which we'll grant. For a price." "Exactly. The restructuring agreement will include new terms, reasonable looking on the surface, but with cascading penalties for any default. Miss one payment, and the interest rate doubles. Miss two, and we can demand immediate payment of the full amount. Miss three. And we start claiming collateral." Harry nodded slowly. "What about the other debts?" This was the more delicate part of the plan. The Potter loan was direct and undeniable, but it wasn't enough on its own to truly destroy the Malfoys. For that, Harry needed to control more of their debt, which meant purchasing it from other creditors. "I've identified 17 separate debts the Malfoys owe to various parties," Griphook said. "Most are small, a few hundred galleons here and there, business loans, personal favors that became financial obligations. But together, they add up." "How much?" "Approximately 32,000 galleons, spread across different creditors with different terms and different levels of willingness to sell." "And our budget for acquisition?" "Your father has authorized up to 50,000 galleons from the Potter estate for this operation." Griphook's expression was somewhere between impressed and slightly awed. "That's more than most Goblin clans see in a decade." Harry understood the scale of what he was undertaking. This wasn't a prank or a minor inconvenience, this was economic warfare, the kind that destroyed families and changed political landscapes. He was 8 years old, and he was preparing to systematically dismantle one of the most powerful houses in Wizarding Britain. The responsibility should have terrified him. Instead, it felt right. Start with the smaller debts, Harry decided. The ones where the creditors are most likely to sell quickly and quietly. We want to accumulate position before Lucius realizes what's happening. Already in progress. I've made preliminary inquiries with 6 potential sellers. 3 are interested, 2 want more information, 1 told me to get lost in creative terms. The one who told you to get lost, are they politically connected to the Malfoys? Griphook checked his notes. Not family. Yes, definitely allied. Flag them but don't push. We don't want word getting back to Lucius through his friends. Harry studied the diagram again. What about the French consortium? This was a potentially significant target. The Malfoys had borrowed heavily from a French magical banking group during the First War, ostensibly for business expansion, actually to fund Death Eater operations that needed to be untraceable. The consortium had been frustrated by Lucius's repeated delays in repayment but hadn't pushed hard because his political connections made him useful. I have a meeting with their representative next week, Griphook said. Through intermediaries, of course. They don't know the Potter estate is interested, they think it's a speculative investment group looking for discounted debt. Good. What's their probable selling price? The debt is technically worth 12,000 galleons, but they've mentally written off about half of it. I think we can acquire it for 7,000, maybe less if we're patient. Harry did the math in his head. The French debt plus the smaller acquisitions plus the original Potter loan would give him control over nearly half of the Malfoys' total obligations. That wasn't quite enough for a killing blow, but it was enough to cause serious pain. There's one more target we should discuss, Griphook said carefully. The Black family connection. Harry looked up. Explain. Narcissa Malfoy was born Narcissa Black. When she married Lucius, certain Black family properties were transferred to Malfoy control as part of the marriage settlement. But the transfers were improperly documented. Improperly how? The Black family was in chaos at the time. Sirius Black had just been disowned and imprisoned. Regulus Black was dead. The family's legal affairs were being managed by elderly relatives who didn't pay close attention to paperwork. Griphook pulled out another document. Several properties that should have been formally transferred to Malfoy control were never actually signed over. They're technically still Black assets. Harry's mind raced. And I'm connected to the Blacks through my grandmother. Doria Potter, née Black. Your great-aunt, technically, though the bloodlines get complicated. Griphook spread out a family tree that looked more like a tangled knot. Through her, you have a potential claim to certain Black assets, not the mainline holdings, but cadet branch properties and disputed items. Including properties currently controlled by the Malfoys. Including a small but valuable estate in Wiltshire that Lucius has been using as a secondary residence for years. He's hosted ministry functions there. Entertained foreign dignitaries. It's a symbol of Malfoy prestige. Harry stared at the property description. And he doesn't actually own it. He thinks he owns it. He's been acting as owner for over a decade. But legally? It's still Black property, and you have a legitimate claim. The implications were delicious. Harry imagined Lucius Malfoy's face when he learned that his prestigious secondary estate wasn't actually his, that he'd been hosting parties in someone else's house for years. Can we take it? Not easily. There would need to be a formal claim filed with the ministry, probably a hearing before the Wisengamot property court. The Malfoys would fight it aggressively. Griphook paused. But here's the interesting part, while the claim is being adjudicated, the property would be frozen. Lucius couldn't sell it, couldn't use it as collateral, couldn't leverage it in any way. And Lucius was planning to use it as collateral for something. A loan from the Edinburgh Magical Trust. Significant amount, enough to shore up his finances after the Potter debt is called. Griphook's grin was positively feral. If we file the claim before he finalizes that loan, he loses access to his backup plan. Harry leaned back in his chair, seeing the pieces come together. The Potter debt would force Lucius to seek emergency financing. The property claim would block his most obvious source of that financing. The accumulated smaller debts would tighten the noose further. It was elegant. It was devastating. It was exactly what Lucius Malfoy deserved. File the Black claim, Harry decided. Time it to land 3 days after the initial debt notice. I want Lucius to think he has options, then watch them disappear one by one. Griphook made a note. This is going to be expensive. Legal fees, filing costs, bribes to expedite processing, whatever it costs. Harry's voice was firm. My parents left me a fortune for a reason. I can't think of a better use for it than this. Your father said something similar when I asked about the budget. Griphook shook his head. You Ragnarsons are terrifying when you're angry. I'm not angry, Harry said. I'm focused. There's a difference. If you say so. But Griphook was smiling as he organized the documents for the next phase of their work. The afternoon brought a different kind of lesson. Harry sat in a small chamber deep within Gringotts, facing an elderly goblin whose name was never spoken aloud. Among the nation, she was simply called the Keeper, the guardian of secrets, the interpreter of laws, the final authority on all matters of magical contracts. She was also terrifying. You wish to destroy a wizarding family using nothing but paper and ink, the Keeper said. Her voice was like dry leaves rustling. Do you understand what that means? I believe so. You believe incorrectly. The keeper's eyes, milky with age but still sharp, fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Contracts are not merely agreements. They are magic. When a wizard signs a goblin contract, they bind their very essence to the terms. Violate the contract, and the magic itself exacts payment. I've studied contract theory. The word dripped with contempt. You've studied symbols on paper. I've watched contracts devour souls. I've seen men reduced to husks because they broke their word to the nation. Do you truly understand what you're about to do? Harry met her gaze steadily. I'm using tools that already exist. The debts are real. The contracts were signed voluntarily. I'm not creating anything new, I'm enforcing what's already there. And when Lucius Malfoy loses everything? When his family is impoverished? When his son grows up in poverty because of choices made before he was born? His son will survive. Children have survived worse. Harry's jaw tightened. I survived worse. A cold doorstep in November. Abandonment by everyone who should have protected me. At least Draco Malfoy will have parents who love him, even if they can't give him gold. The keeper was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. You carry anger, child. That is understandable. But anger makes for poor strategy. She leaned forward. Tell me, what is your true goal? Not the immediate one, the destruction of the Malfoys. The deeper goal. The one that keeps you studying through the night and training until your bones ache. Harry considered the question seriously. He owed this ancient goblin honesty, even if the truth was uncomfortable. I want to change things, he said finally. The wizarding world is broken. It treats goblins like animals, muggles like vermin, and muggleborns like intruders. It rewards cruelty and punishes compassion. It let a man like Lucius Malfoy prosper while my parents died fighting for something better. And you believe destroying Malfoy will change this? No. Destroying Malfoy will send a message. Harry's voice was quiet but intense. It will show them that the old rules don't protect them anymore. That wealth and bloodline and political connections can't shield them from consequences. It will make them afraid, and afraid people make mistakes. And then I keep going. One family at a time, one debt at a time, one injustice at a time. Until the whole rotten system comes down. The keeper studied him for a long moment. Her ancient face was unreadable. You're ambitious, she said finally. Dangerously so. But perhaps the world needs dangerous ambition. She pushed a document across the table. This is the formal notice of debt collection. I've reviewed the wording. It is correct. Harry took the document. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The contract magic is awakening. It knows what you intend to do. The keeper's voice dropped. It approves. And that should terrify you. She dismissed him with a wave. Harry left with the document clutched in his hands, trying not to think about what it meant that ancient magic approved of his plans. Evening found Harry in his quarters, preparing for dinner with his father. His rooms were modest by royal standards, a bed, a desk, shelves of books, a weapons rack displaying the blade Bloodfong had given him. The only decorations were a moving photograph of his parents, recovered from the Potter vault, treasured beyond measure, and a banner bearing the combined arms of House Potter and the Goblin Nation. He was studying the photograph when a knock came at his door. Enter. Griphook stepped inside, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. Am I interrupting? Never. Harry set down the photograph. What is it? I've been thinking about what the keeper said. About contracts devouring souls. Griphook didn't sit, just stood awkwardly in the middle of the room. Harry, are you sure about this? Truly sure. It was so rare for Griphook to use his given name. They joked, they argued, they studied together until their eyes burned, but there was always a slight formality, a distance maintained by Goblin custom. Not now. I'm sure, Harry said. Why? Are you having doubts? Not about the plan. The plan is excellent. Griphook moved to the window, a small opening that looked out onto an underground garden, one of the few places in Gringotts where things grew. I'm having doubts about everything else. What it means for you. What you're becoming. What am I becoming? Griphook turned back. Cold. Focused. Ruthless. He held up a hand before Harry could respond. I don't mean that as criticism. Those are goblin virtues. But you're not a goblin, Harry. You're human. And I worry that I'm losing something. That you're gaining something you don't need. Something that will make you effective but not happy. Something that will let you destroy your enemies but not build anything worth protecting. Harry was silent for a long moment. Griphook's words struck deeper than he wanted to admit. My mother was kind, Harry said finally. Everyone says so. She healed goblin children after ministry raids. She dueled a wizard for kicking a goblin child. She died protecting me, using magic so powerful it destroyed Voldemort. I've heard the stories. My father was brave. He charged Voldemort without a wand, trying to buy time. He could have run, could have tried to save himself, but he didn't. They were remarkable people. They were. And they died. Harry's voice cracked slightly. They were kind and brave and good, and they died, and the people who killed them lived. Lucius Malfoy walks free. The Death Eaters who tortured Neville's parents walk free. Dumbledore, who left me on a doorstep, runs the most powerful school in Britain. Harry, I don't want to be cold for its own sake. I don't want to be ruthless because it's easy. But kindness without power is just weakness. Bravery without strategy is just suicide. Harry met Griphook's eyes. I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. I want to be smart enough to defeat the people who hurt them. And yes, if that means being cold sometimes, if that means being ruthless when I have to be, then I'll pay that price. Griphook was quiet for a long moment. The bond we share, he said slowly. Blood brotherhood. It's not something goblins offer lightly. I know. Do you? Do you truly understand what it means? Griphook stepped closer. It means I would die for you, Harry. Without hesitation. Without regret. It means your enemies are my enemies, your causes are my causes, your victories and defeats are mine. I know, Harry repeated, softer this time. Then you should also know this, I don't want you to become someone who doesn't need that bond. Someone so cold, so ruthless, so focused that brotherhood becomes just another tool to be used. Griphook's voice was rough. You're my friend, Harry. The first real friend I've ever had. Don't let the war change that. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. It won't, he promised. Whatever I become, whatever I have to do, that won't change. I swear it. Griphook nodded slowly. Good. Because if it did, I'd have to stab you. And I'm quite fond of this particular human. It would be inconvenient. Harry laughed, a genuine laugh, the first in days. Your emotional support is overwhelming. I try. But Griphook was smiling now, the tension broken. Come on. Your father's waiting, and I believe tonight's meal includes that roasted boar you like. They walked together toward the great hall, and if Harry's steps were slightly lighter than before, neither of them mentioned it. Dinner was a formal occasion. Ragnok had invited several clan leaders to celebrate the beginning of the Malfoy operation. Harry sat at his father's right hand, picking at his food while politics swirled around him. The Potter debt notice was delivered at 4 o'clock this afternoon, Ragnok announced. Lucius Malfoy is currently aware that his obligations are being called due. A murmur ran through the assembled goblins. Most of them had heard about the plan in broad strokes, but the formal announcement made it real. "How do we expect him to respond?" asked Silverclaw, leader of the warrior clans. She was ancient, scarred, and perpetually suspicious of anything that didn't involve direct combat. With arrogance, initially. This was Harry's cue. He rose to address the gathering, aware of dozens of eyes on him. "Lucius Malfoy doesn't believe goblins pose a genuine threat to him. He thinks our role is to manage his money and stay out of his way. The debt notice will irritate him, but he won't take it seriously. And when he does start taking it seriously, he'll try to negotiate. Offer partial payment, request extensions, promise future consideration. This is standard pureblood behavior, they're used to delaying consequences indefinitely." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "We'll let him negotiate. We'll seem to accommodate his requests. And with each accommodation, we'll tighten the noose a little more." "The cascade triggers," Griphook added from his seat nearby. "Every compromise we offer includes terms that make future defaults more costly. Miss one payment under the restructured agreement, and the penalties compound exponentially." Silverclaw's scarred face showed grudging approval. "And the other creditors?" "Being approached as we speak. 3 have already agreed to sell their Malfoy debts to the Potter estate. 4 more are in negotiation." Harry pulled out a ledger. He'd learned long ago that goblins responded well to documentation. "Within 2 weeks, we should control approximately 60% of the Malfoys' total obligations." "What about the property claim?" This was Ironfoot, whose clan handled legal affairs. "The Black family connection seems tenuous." "It is tenuous," Harry admitted. "We probably won't win outright. But we don't need to win, we just need to freeze the property long enough to block Lucius's backup financing. The legal system will do our work for us." More murmurs, these ones appreciative. Goblins respected strategy, and Harry was demonstrating that he'd learned his lessons well. Ragnok raised his cup. "To the beginning of a long campaign. To debts paid and justice served. And to my son, who has proven himself worthy of the nation's trust." "To Harry Ragnokson," the assembled goblins echoed. Harry drank, tasting victory on his tongue. Later that night, after the celebration had wound down and the clan leaders had departed, Harry found himself alone in the trophy hall. This was the chamber where the nation kept its most precious recoveries, artifacts stolen by wizards over the centuries and slowly reclaimed through purchase, negotiation, and occasionally less legal means. Armor that had been worn by goblin kings. Weapons that had drunk wizard blood. Crowns and chains and beautiful, terrible things. Harry walked among them slowly, reading the plaques that told their stories. Sword of Ragnok the Elder. Taken by Quintus Maximilian in 1483 during the Third Rebellion. Recovered in 1847 through purchase at auction. Crown of the Mountain King. Taken by the Ministry of Magic in 1612 as war reparations. Recovered in 1923 when the ministry needed goblin cooperation to handle a dragon crisis. Armor of Blood Forge. Taken by Abraxas Malfoy in 1955 during a ministry-sanctioned raid. Not yet recovered. Harry stopped at this last plaque. The armor itself was displayed on a stand nearby, but the stand was empty, reserved for the piece that still hung in Malfoy Manor. Abraxas Malfoy. Lucius's father. The man who had smiled while watching goblins burn. "Someday," Harry said quietly to the empty stand, "I'll bring it back. I promise." The promise felt like more than words. It felt like a contract, binding, magical, unbreakable. Harry left the trophy hall with the weight of centuries on his shoulders and the fire of purpose in his heart. The next morning brought the first response from Malfoy Manor. Harry was in the middle of his physical conditioning, running laps through a training course designed to punish every muscle in his body, when Griphook appeared at the course's edge, waving urgently. "News," Griphook called. Malfoy's reply arrived. Harry finished his current lap, quitting mid-exercise was unacceptable, no matter the circumstances, and jogged over, barely winded. His conditioning had improved dramatically over the past year. What does he say? Griphook handed over the letter. It was written on expensive parchment, sealed with the Malfoy crest, and dripping with aristocratic condescension. To the Accounts Management Division of Gringotts Bank, I have received your notice regarding an alleged debt to the Potter estate. I must confess surprise that such a document would be issued without proper verification, as any competent review would reveal that the supposed obligation has long since been satisfied through informal arrangements with the late Lord and Lady Potter. Nevertheless, I am willing to overlook this administrative error and discuss the matter in a spirit of cooperation. I suggest a meeting at your earliest convenience to resolve this misunderstanding. I trust that Gringotts maintains its reputation for accuracy and discretion in financial matters. Any public discussion of unfounded claims would be most unfortunate for all parties involved. Respectfully, Lord Lucius Malfoy, most ancient and noble house of Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice, savoring every word. He's threatening us, he observed. The bit about public discussion of unfounded claims, that's a warning that he'll use his influence to discredit us if we push. Standard tactic for his type. Griphook was practically vibrating with suppressed excitement. He's trying to establish dominance early. Make us back down before things escalate. He also claims the debt was satisfied through informal arrangements. That's a lie, and he knows it. We have the original contract with no evidence of payment. He's hoping we'll take his word over documentation. That's how wizards usually handle these things, reputation trumps records. Harry smiled slowly. Unfortunately for Lord Malfoy, goblins don't work that way. He handed the letter back to Griphook. Prepare a response. Formal, correct, and absolutely devastating. Include a copy of the original contract, a calculation of accrued interest, and a polite reminder that Goblin financial records are recognized as legally binding by the International Confederation of Wizards. Timeframe for payment: 30 days. Standard terms. Harry's smile widened. And include a note that we're happy to discuss restructuring options if Lord Malfoy finds the timeline challenging. We want to seem accommodating. While preparing the trap. Exactly. Harry turned back toward the training course. Let me know when the property claim is filed. I want to see his face when he realizes his backup plan just evaporated. Griphook bowed with exaggerated formality. As my lord commands. And Griphook? Good work. This is exactly what we wanted. The young goblin's chest puffed with pride. I learned from the best. Flattery will get you everywhere. But Harry was grinning as he resumed his training, mind already racing through the next steps of the plan. 3 days later, the property claim landed on Lucius Malfoy's desk like a bomb. Harry wasn't there to see it, but Goblin intelligence reported the aftermath in satisfying detail. Malfoy had been hosting a breakfast meeting with several ministry officials when the notice arrived. He'd read it, gone pale, and excused himself abruptly, leaving his guests confused and the meeting abandoned. The claim was devastating not because it would definitely succeed, but because it couldn't be ignored. The Wiltshire property had been Malfoy's intended collateral for emergency financing. With the property frozen pending resolution, that option was gone. Worse, the claim itself was embarrassing. It revealed that Lucius had been hosting ministry functions in a house he might not actually own. The papers would love that story if it became public. He's trying to reach his solicitors, Griphook reported that evening. We've intercepted 3 owls. He wants a legal strategy to make the claim disappear quickly. And his solicitor's response? Professional concern. They're advising him that black family inheritance law is extremely complicated, and any attempt to rush a resolution might backfire. Griphook consulted his notes. They've also mentioned that the Potter estate, meaning us, has access to significant legal resources. Fighting this case will be expensive. Expensive enough to make the Potter debt even harder to pay. Exactly. He's caught between two pressures now. Pay the debt and have no money for legal fees. Fight the property claim and have no money for the debt. Harry leaned back in his chair, processing. He'll try to find another source of financing. Someone else to borrow from. We're monitoring his known contacts. Anyone he approaches will find that the Potter estate has already been there, offering better terms for their Malfoy debts. Griphook's grin was predatory. He's running out of friends, Harry. Slowly but surely. Good. Now we wait. Let him stew. Let him make desperate moves. Harry closed his eyes, visualizing the board. When he's off balance enough, we'll push the next domino. Waiting was harder than Harry expected. He filled the time with training, with studies, with the endless preparations that the Malfoy operation required. But part of him was always listening, always watching for news from the surface. Lucius Malfoy was not taking his situation gracefully. Reports came in daily. Malfoy was calling in political favors, trying to pressure the ministry to intervene in the Goblin harassment of an upstanding pureblood family. He was reaching out to other creditors, discovering to his horror that many of them had already sold their debts to an anonymous buyer. He was even attempting to contact Dumbledore, seeking the headmaster's intervention. Dumbledore, interestingly, declined to get involved. His reply to Malfoy's request was a masterpiece of political non-commitment, expressing sympathy, offering vague reassurances, but committing to nothing concrete. He's distancing himself, Harry observed when Griphook showed him the intercepted letter. Dumbledore doesn't want to be associated with Malfoy if this goes badly. Self-preservation. The headmaster didn't get where he is by backing losing horses. It means he thinks we might win. Harry tucked this information away for future consideration. Or at least that we might do enough damage to make Malfoy toxic. 2 weeks after the initial notice, Lucius finally requested a formal meeting. The letter was very different from his first communication. Gone was the aristocratic condescension, the veiled threats, the casual assumption of superiority. In its place was careful politeness and barely concealed desperation. To Director Ragnok of Gringotts Bank, I write to request a personal meeting to discuss the financial matters currently at issue between my house and the Potter estate. I believe that direct communication may resolve certain misunderstandings more efficiently than continued correspondence. I am available at your convenience and prepared to discuss all aspects of the situation in good faith. Sincerely, Lord Lucius Malfoy. Ragnok showed Harry the letter that evening. He wants to meet with me, the king observed. Not the accounts division. Not a subordinate. Me, personally. He's hoping to negotiate at the highest level. Go over our heads, establish a personal connection, find a way to wriggle out of this. Should I grant the meeting? Harry considered carefully. There were advantages to making Malfoy wait, to letting desperation build. But there were also advantages to meeting him now, while he was off balance but not yet broken. Granted, Harry decided. But I want to be there. Ragnok raised an eyebrow. You want to confront Lucius Malfoy directly? I want him to know who he's dealing with. Not a faceless estate, not an anonymous creditor, me. Harry Potter. Harry Ragnokson. Harry's voice hardened. I want to look into his eyes and let him see exactly what he's up against. It could be dangerous. Malfoy is not above personal attacks. He can try. Harry touched the blade at his belt, he'd taken to wearing it constantly, even within Gringotts. I've been training for this for 3 years. I'm ready. Ragnok studied his son for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. I'll arrange the meeting for tomorrow afternoon. In the formal receiving chamber, on our territory, by our rules. Perfect. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile at all. It's time Lucius Malfoy met the child he wanted to control. He won't enjoy the experience. No. He won't. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, running through scenarios in his mind. What would Malfoy say? What would he offer? What threats would he make when negotiation failed? Eventually he gave up on rest and went to the training hall. If he couldn't sleep, he could at least work on his footwork. Blood Fong was there, of course. The old warrior seemed to never sleep. Couldn't rest? Blood Fong asked, not looking up from the blade he was sharpening. Tomorrow I meet Lucius Malfoy face to face. I heard. The rhythmic sound of stone on steel continued. You're nervous. Should I be? You're about to confront a man who helped murder your parents, who has spent years trying to control you, and who now knows that you're destroying his family. Blood Fong finally looked up. Only a fool wouldn't be nervous. Thanks. That's very reassuring. I'm not here to reassure you. I'm here to train you. Blood Fong set down his blade and rose. Come. Let's work on your breathing. They spent the next 2 hours on exercises that had nothing to do with swords, breathing techniques, meditation, the goblin practices for achieving clarity under pressure. It was the sort of training Harry usually found frustrating, preferring the physicality of actual combat. Tonight, he understood its value. When you face an enemy, Blood Fong said as dawn approached, the first battle is in your own mind. If you let fear control you, you've already lost. If you let anger control you, you'll make mistakes. True strength comes from stillness, from seeing clearly, acting decisively, and remaining unmoved by whatever your opponent throws at you. Stillness in motion. Exactly. Bloodfang's scarred face showed something like approval. You're not ready to fight Lucius Malfoy with blades. But you don't need to. Your weapons tomorrow are words, contracts, and unshakable certainty. Use them well. Harry bowed in a goblin style, deep, formal, sincere. Thank you, Master Blood Fong. For everything. Don't thank me until you've won. But the old warrior's voice was almost gentle. Now go eat breakfast. You'll need your strength. Harry went, feeling somehow more prepared than when he'd arrived. The formal receiving chamber of Gringotts was designed to intimidate. Everything about it proclaimed goblin power and permanence. The ceiling soared 50 feet overhead, supported by columns carved with scenes of goblin history, many of them depicting victories over wizards. The floor was polished marble, veined with gold that caught the light of 100 torches. The throne at the room's far end sat on a dais of black granite, forcing any visitor to literally look up at the goblin who sat there. Harry stood to the right of that throne, wearing his finest goblin formal attire. A knife hung at his belt. The Potter family ring, recovered from the vault, gleamed on his finger. Ragnok sat in state, his expression carved from stone. The doors opened, and Lucius Malfoy entered. He was exactly as Harry had expected from the intelligence reports, tall, aristocratic, with silver blonde hair and cold grey eyes. He wore robes that probably cost more than most wizards earned in a year, and he carried a walking stick that Harry knew concealed his wand. But he looked tired. Strained. The stress of the past weeks had left its mark. Director Ragnok, Malfoy said, sweeping into a bow that was technically correct but somehow still managed to convey condescension. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Lord Malfoy. Ragnok's voice was ice. You wish to discuss your financial situation. Indeed. There have been some misunderstandings that I believe we can clear up. Malfoy's eyes finally moved to Harry, and something flickered across his face. Surprise, perhaps, or calculation. And this must be young Harry Potter. I've heard a great deal about you. Mr. Ragnokson, Harry corrected calmly. Or Lord Potter, if you prefer formal address. We are not familiar. Malfoy's expression tightened slightly. Of course. Lord Potter, then. I must say, it's strange to see the boy who lived dressed in such distinctive attire. The unspoken insult hung in the air. Harry ignored it. You requested this meeting, Lord Malfoy. I suggest you state your business. For a moment, Malfoy seemed thrown by Harry's directness. He was used to children who could be charmed or intimidated, not ones who spoke to him like equals. Very well. The debt you've called, I'm prepared to negotiate a reasonable repayment schedule. The amount is substantial, and immediate payment would cause considerable hardship. The amount is precisely what was borrowed plus 50 years of accrued interest, Harry said. The terms are exactly as specified in the original contract. There is nothing unreasonable about expecting you to honor your obligations. Your grandfather, my grandfather loaned your father money in good faith. Your father accepted that money willingly. The debt exists. It is owed. Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. These are facts. They are not open to negotiation. Malfoy's composure cracked slightly. You're a child. You can't possibly understand the complexities. I understand that you owe me 47,000 galleons. I understand that you don't have it in liquid form. I understand that your backup financing fell through when the Wiltshire property claim was filed. Harry smiled thinly. I understand your situation quite well, Lord Malfoy. Perhaps better than you do. This is harassment. You're targeting my family out of spite. I'm collecting a legal debt. If you feel harassed, I suggest you reflect on why you failed to pay what you owe for 50 years. Harry let the words hang in the air. Or perhaps you'd like to explain to the Wisengamot why you believe pure-blood families should be exempt from their financial obligations. Malfoy turned to Ragnok. Director, surely you can see that this child is being manipulated. The goblins have used him as a weapon against a respectable wizarding family. Lord Potter is a ward of the Goblin Nation, Ragnok said flatly. He is also the legal heir to the Potter estate, entitled to manage its assets as he sees fit. His decisions are his own. If you have complaints about how he chooses to collect his debts, I suggest you take them up with him directly. This is outrageous, no. Harry's voice cut through Malfoy's bluster. Outrageous was leaving a baby on a doorstep in November. Outrageous was funding a terrorist who murdered innocent people. Outrageous was calling for the culling of the Goblin menace, while owing goblins money. He stepped forward, and Malfoy actually took a step back. I'm not being outrageous, Lord Malfoy. I'm being fair. You owe a debt. Pay it. The chamber fell silent. Malfoy stared at Harry with something that might have been fear, or hatred, or both. His hand twitched toward his walking stick. I wouldn't, Blood Fong said from the shadows. Harry hadn't known he was there, but he wasn't surprised. Drawing a wand in the king's presence is punishable by death under goblin law. And we're quite good at enforcing our laws. Malfoy's hand stopped. You have 30 days, Harry said. Pay in full, or we begin claiming collateral. The choice is yours. This isn't over. No, it isn't. Harry's smile showed teeth. It's just beginning. Malfoy swept out of the chamber without another word. The doors slammed behind him. Ragnok let out a long breath. Well. That went better than expected. He'll try to retaliate, Harry said. His heart was pounding, but his voice was steady. Political pressure, legal challenges, maybe something more direct. Let him try. He's already weakened, and every move he makes costs him resources he can't spare. Ragnok rose from his throne and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You did well, my son. Very well indeed. I wasn't afraid. I know. Ragnok's voice was warm with pride. That's what made it beautiful. Harry looked at the doors where Malfoy had disappeared, feeling the first real taste of victory. It was sweet. But it was also just the beginning. That night, Harry wrote in the journal he kept hidden in his quarters. Day 1 of the open campaign. Malfoy knows now. He knows who I am, what I'm doing, and why. He knows that the child he dismissed is the instrument of his destruction. I thought I would feel more satisfied. Instead I feel, focused. Clear. Like everything I've trained for, everything I've learned, has been building to this moment. Griphook says this is how goblins feel before battle. The stillness before the storm. The storm is coming. I can feel it. But I'm ready. Let it come. He closed the journal and looked at the photograph of his parents. I'm doing this for you, he whispered. For everyone he hurt. For everyone the people like him have hurt. James and Lily Potter smiled back at him from the moving image, frozen in a moment of happiness that had been stolen from them. Harry touched the glass gently. I won't let them win. I promise. The promise settled into his bones like a contract, binding and unbreakable. Outside his window, the underground garden bloomed in the eternal torchlight, life persisting in the deepest darkness. Harry watched it grow and thought about what he would build when the destruction was done. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Weight of Galleons. The owl arrived at Malfoy Manor just as Lucius was finishing his morning tea. It was a Gringotts owl, unmistakable with its bronze leg bands and the faint shimmer of security enchantments woven into its feathers. Lucius felt his stomach clench at the sight of it. 3 weeks since that humiliating meeting with the Potter brat, and every piece of correspondence from the bank had brought worse news. He took the letter with hands that didn't quite tremble and broke the seal. Lord Malfoy, this letter serves as formal notification that the Potter estate has acquired the following debts previously held by other creditors: loan from Not Family Trust, 2,400 galleons, principal plus interest; business credit from Borgin and Burks, 890 galleons; personal loan from Augustus Rookwood Estate, 1,750 galleons; outstanding invoice from Twilfit and Taddings, 340 galleons; loan from the French Magical Banking Consortium, 11,200 galleons, principal plus interest. These debts are now consolidated under Potter Estate Management. Payment terms remain as per original agreements unless renegotiation is requested. Total new obligations to Potter Estate, 16,580 galleons. Previous Potter Estate debt, 47,000 galleons. Combined total, 63,580 galleons. Please contact our offices at your earliest convenience to discuss payment arrangements. Accounts Management Division. Gringotts Bank. The letter slipped from Lucius's fingers and fluttered to the floor. 63,000 galleons. More than half his liquid assets, and that was before accounting for the legal fees hemorrhaging from the Wiltshire property dispute. The French consortium alone had been a lifeline he'd counted on. They'd always been willing to extend credit, to look the other way, to accommodate a fellow traveler in the Dark Lord's cause. Now they'd sold his debt to an 8-year-old boy. Lucius. Narcissa appeared in the doorway, her perfect composure showing the faintest cracks of concern. You look pale. He handed her the letter without speaking. She read it quickly, her expression shifting through surprise, calculation, and finally something that looked almost like respect. The Potter boy moves quickly. The French consortium was supposed to be untouchable. He's not acting alone. The goblins are feeding him information, resources, connections. Lucius's voice was bitter. They've turned a human child into a weapon against us. A weapon you helped create. Narcissa's voice was soft but pointed. You supported the effort to recover him for years. You called for laws restricting goblin rights while owing them money. Did you think there would be no consequences? I thought he was a child. You thought he would be like other children. Controllable. Manipulable. Narcissa set down the letter. Instead, he's been raised by creatures who never forget a slight and never forgive a debt. You underestimated him, Lucius. You underestimated them all. And what would you have me do? The words came out sharper than intended. Surrender. Let an 8-year-old destroy everything our family has built. Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful, measured, the voice she used when navigating dangerous political waters. I would have you consider that this boy may not be your enemy forever. He's shown himself to be intelligent, strategic, and utterly ruthless when provoked. Those are qualities that could be redirected. You want me to ally with him? I want you to survive. I want Draco to have a future. Narcissa's gray eyes met his. The Dark Lord is gone. The old alliances are crumbling. Perhaps it's time to consider new ones. Lucius stared at his wife as if seeing her for the first time. You admire him. The Potter boy. I respect competence. I respect power wielded effectively. Narcissa picked up the letter again, studying it. He's 8 years old, and he's brought you to your knees without casting a single spell. That's not something to dismiss, it's something to learn from. She left him alone with his tea and his thoughts and the growing certainty that his world was crumbling around him. Deep beneath London, Harry was reviewing the same numbers with considerably more satisfaction. The French consortium was the key, Griphook explained, spreading documents across their work table. Once they sold, the other creditors panicked. Everyone wants to get out before the ship sinks. How many more are there? 3 significant debts still outstanding. The Knots won't sell, they're too politically connected to Malfoy. The Parkinsons are considering it but want more than the debt is worth. And there's a small loan from Gringotts itself, which obviously we already control. Harry studied the numbers. 63,000 galleons in direct claims, plus the frozen property, plus the ongoing legal costs. The Malfoys weren't bankrupt yet, but they were bleeding badly. What's his countermove? Political pressure, mostly. He's been lobbying the ministry to investigate Goblin financial manipulation. Fudge is sympathetic but cautious, he doesn't want to provoke an actual conflict with Gringotts. And Dumbledore? Still staying neutral. His latest statement was something about trusting in the wisdom of our financial institutions while hoping all parties can find common ground. Griphook snorted. Classic fence-sitting. Harry nodded slowly. The political dimension was important but secondary. What mattered was the economic pressure, the slow, steady squeeze that would force Malfoy into increasingly desperate positions. The payment deadline is in 9 days, Harry said. What happens if he can't pay? Under the restructured agreement, missed payment triggers a 30% interest increase and accelerates all other debts to immediate status. He'd owe everything at once, with no grace period. And if he still can't pay after that? Griphook's smile showed teeth. Then we start claiming collateral. Properties, heirlooms, investments, anything not protected by unbreakable family magic. The Malfoys have a lot of valuable things, Harry. Things they'd hate to lose. Harry thought about the goblin armor still hanging in Malfoy Manor. The armor Abraxas Malfoy had stolen while watching goblins burn. Make sure that armor is on the collateral list. High priority. Already done. Griphook hesitated. There's something else you should know. Our sources inside the manor report that Narcissa Malfoy has been different lately. She's been asking questions about you. About your upbringing, your education, your character. What kind of questions? The kind someone asks when they're evaluating a potential ally rather than an enemy. Harry filed this information away. Narcissa Malfoy née Black was, by all accounts, considerably smarter than her husband. If she was reconsidering the family's position, that could be useful, or dangerous. Keep monitoring. And Griphook? Good work on the French consortium. That was the turning point. It was your strategy. I just executed it. We executed it together. Harry met his friend's eyes. I couldn't do any of this without you. Griphook looked away, but not before Harry caught the pleased expression on his face. Yes, well. Don't let it go to your head. We still have a lot of work to do. The work continued. Harry's days fell into a rhythm of training, study, and strategic planning. Mornings with Blood Fawn, learning to move and fight and think like a warrior. Afternoons with Griphook, tracking the Malfoy finances and planning the next phase of the campaign. Evenings with Ragnok, discussing politics and history and the subtle art of power. But there were also moments of something like ordinary childhood. One afternoon, Harry found himself in the Goblin nursery, surrounded by children half his age. He'd been roped into telling stories. Apparently human tales were exotic and fascinating to young goblins who'd never seen the surface world. And then the knight fought the dragon, a young goblin named Thornback asked eagerly. "That's how the wizard version goes," Harry said. But in the goblin version, the knight realizes the dragon is guarding treasure that was stolen from its hoard in the first place. So instead of fighting, they make a deal, the knight returns what was stolen, and the dragon lets the village alone. That's a better ending, Thornback decided. Fighting is stupid when you can negotiate. Sometimes fighting is necessary. But you're right, negotiation is usually smarter. Harry smiled at the assembled children. The trick is knowing which situation calls for which. He left the nursery feeling lighter than he had in weeks. It was easy to forget, amid all the scheming and training, that he was still just a child himself. Moments like this reminded him that not everything had to be about war and revenge. Griphook found him in the corridor outside, looking thoughtful. "You're good with them," Griphook observed. "The younglings. They like you. They're curious. Humans are strange to them. It's more than that. You treat them like people, not like novelties." Griphook fell into step beside Harry. Most humans who interact with goblin children either ignore them completely or treat them like exotic pets. You actually listen to them. They're children. All children deserve to be listened to. Harry's voice hardened slightly. "I know what it's like to be dismissed because of what you are instead of who you are." They walked in comfortable silence for a while, through corridors that Harry knew as well as his own heartbeat. "Can I ask you something?" Griphook said eventually. "Always. When this is over, when Malfoy is destroyed and your debts are collected, what then? What do you actually want?" Harry considered the question seriously. It wasn't something he thought about often, there was always so much immediate work to do that long-term goals felt abstract. "I want to change things," he said finally. "The wizarding world is broken. It treats anyone who isn't a pure-blood wizard as lesser, goblins, house elves, werewolves, muggleborns. I want to break that system. That's a big goal for one person. I'm not one person. I'm the heir to two of the oldest fortunes in magical Britain, raised by a nation of goblins, trained in ways no wizard has ever been trained." Harry's voice was quiet but intense. "And I'm angry, Griphook. Not hot anger, not the kind that burns out. Cold anger. The kind that lasts. Cold anger can be dangerous. It can consume you. It can also fuel you. Keep you focused when everything else falls away." Harry stopped walking and turned to face his friend. "I'm not going to let it consume me. I have you, and Father, and Blood Fong, and everyone else who's helped me become who I am. You keep me grounded. That's a lot of responsibility for a humble accountant. You're the furthest thing from humble I've ever met." Griphook laughed, a genuine laugh, rare and precious. "Fair point. Come on, we have work to do. The payment deadline is approaching, and I want to review our contingencies." They walked on together, two young beings in a world that had underestimated them both. The deadline arrived on a gray November morning. Harry woke before dawn, too restless to sleep. He went through his morning routine mechanically, exercises, meditation, breakfast, while his mind raced through possibilities. Malfoy had been quiet for the past week. No political maneuvers, no legal challenges, no desperate letters requesting extensions. The silence was either surrender or the calm before a storm. By mid-morning, Harry had his answer. "He paid," Griphook announced, bursting into the study where Harry was pretending to read. "The full amount. 63,000 galleons, transferred from Malfoy accounts to Potter estate this morning. Harry set down his book. All of it? Every canute. He must have liquidated almost everything liquid he had. Griphook was practically vibrating with excitement. His operating reserves are gone, Harry. He'll have to start selling assets just to maintain the manor. Where did he get the money? He didn't have that much in accessible funds. That's the interesting part. About 40,000 came from his own accounts. The rest. Griphook checked his notes. The rest came from a loan. A new loan, from a source we haven't identified yet. Harry's satisfaction curdled into concern. Someone bailed him out. Partially. The loan has unusual terms, very low interest, very long repayment period, almost like a gift. Griphook frowned. We're trying to trace the source, but it's hidden behind layers of intermediaries. Whoever it is, they didn't want to be found. The Covenant, Harry said quietly. That's my guess too. They've been watching the situation. Maybe they decided Malfoy was worth saving. Harry stood and moved to the window, the same window that looked out on the underground garden, the same view he'd contemplated so many times before. This changes things. If the Covenant is actively supporting Malfoy, we're not just fighting one family anymore. We knew they'd get involved eventually. Eventually and now are different things. Harry's mind raced through implications. We need more information. Who are they? What do they want? Why would they prop up a failing pure-blood family? They want what they've always wanted. Ragnok's voice came from the doorway. Harry turned to find his father entering the study, looking grave. A world where magic belongs only to the worthy. Where goblins are slaves, muggleborns are culled, and they rule from the shadows. You know about the loan. I know about many things. Ragnok settled into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his 400 years. The Covenant of the Old Blood has existed for centuries, Harry. They funded Grindelwald. They funded Voldemort. They have members in every major ministry, every old family, every institution of power. And they've decided to involve themselves in our little war with the Malfoys. They've decided that you're a threat. Ragnok's voice was heavy. Not because of what you've done to Malfoy, that's just money, replaceable in the long term. But because of what you represent. A wizard raised by goblins, wielding goblin resources, challenging pureblood supremacy. You're a symbol of everything they fear. Harry absorbed this. He'd known, intellectually, that his war with the Malfoys was part of something larger. But having it confirmed, having a name and a face for the larger enemy, made it suddenly more real. What do we do? We continue. Carefully. Ragnok's eyes met Harry's. The Covenant is powerful, but they're not invincible. They operate through proxies and shadows because they can't afford open conflict. If we're patient, if we're strategic, we can fight them the same way, one battle at a time, one victory at a time. And the Malfoys? Are still vulnerable. The loan bought them time, but it also put them deeper in debt to dangerous people. Eventually, the Covenant will want something in return. Ragnok's smile was thin. We watch. We wait. We prepare. And when the moment comes, we strike. Harry nodded slowly. The game had gotten larger, the stakes higher. But the fundamental approach remained the same. Patience. Strategy. And the cold, clear anger that never burned out. The following weeks brought a strange kind of peace. With the immediate Malfoy crisis resolved, temporarily, at least, Harry had time to focus on other aspects of his education. He threw himself into his studies with renewed intensity, determined to be ready for whatever came next. Bloodfang introduced him to advanced combat techniques, things he'd been holding back until Harry was ready. Goblin bladework had depths Harry had only glimpsed, forms and strategies developed over millennia of conflict with larger, stronger opponents. You will never overpower a wizard in direct magical combat, Blood Fong explained during one brutal training session. Your magic is human, and while it may be strong, it's not trained in the wizarding style. But magic isn't the only weapon. Speed, surprise, positioning, these can defeat power if used correctly. Harry practiced until his muscles screamed and his reflexes sharpened to razor edges. He learned to read an opponent's body language, to predict attacks before they came, to exploit the split-second openings that existed in any defense. He also continued his financial education, expanding beyond the immediate Malfoy situation to study broader economic patterns. Griphook introduced him to currency manipulation, trade route analysis, and the subtle ways that gold flow could reshape political landscapes. Money is power, Griphook repeated often, but it's not the only power. It's most useful when combined with other forms: political influence, military strength, social capital. The best strategies use all three simultaneously. Harry learned to think in systems, to see connections between seemingly unrelated events. A bad harvest in magical France meant higher import prices in Britain, which meant stress on families with agricultural investments, which meant potential debt opportunities. A scandal in the ministry meant shifting political alliances, which meant new vulnerabilities to exploit. Everything connected. Everything mattered. And through it all, the investigation into the Covenant continued. The breakthrough came unexpectedly, from a source Harry hadn't anticipated. Narcissa Malfoy requested a meeting. The request came through formal channels, a letter to Gringotts, properly worded and diplomatically phrased. She wanted to speak with Harry personally, without her husband's knowledge, on a matter of mutual interest. It's obviously a trap, Griphook said when they reviewed the letter. She's trying to manipulate you. Probably. Harry studied the elegant handwriting. But she's also Lucius's wife, with access to information we don't have. If there's even a chance she knows something useful. You want to meet with her? I want to hear what she has to say. Harry set down the letter. Arrange it. Neutral ground, somewhere neither of us controls. And make sure there are witnesses. The meeting was set for 3 days later, in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry would be accompanied by Griphook and 2 goblin guards. Narcissa would come alone. The day arrived cold and grey, typical November weather. Harry dressed carefully in human clothes, wizarding robes, plain but well-made, without any goblin insignia. He wanted Narcissa to see him as a wizard first, not a goblin puppet. The Leaky Cauldron's private room was small and shabby, nothing like the grandeur of Gringotts or Malfoy Manor. Harry arrived early and positioned himself with his back to the wall, Griphook at his side, guards flanking the door. Narcissa Malfoy swept in precisely on time. She was beautiful, Harry had to admit, the kind of cold, perfect beauty that seemed carved from ice. Her blonde hair was immaculately styled, her robes probably cost more than most wizards earned in a month, and her grey eyes assessed everything in the room within seconds. Those eyes settled on Harry with something that might have been curiosity. Lord Potter. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Lady Malfoy. Please, sit. Harry gestured to the chair across from him. I confess, I was surprised by your request. I would have thought your husband's enemy would be your enemy as well. Narcissa settled into her chair with fluid grace. My husband's enemy. Yes, that's one way to describe our relationship. She studied him openly. You're younger than I expected. The reports made you sound like a hardened warrior, not a child. I am a child. I'm also the person who's been dismantling your family's finances for the past 2 months. Harry kept his voice neutral. The two aren't mutually exclusive. No, I suppose they're not. Narcissa's lips curved in what might have been a smile. You speak like a goblin, do you know that? Direct. Unapologetic. Most wizards would soften the blow, wrap harsh truths in pleasant words. Most wizards weren't raised by goblins. No. Most wizards weren't raised by anyone who taught them to think clearly. She leaned forward slightly. I didn't come here to trade barbs, Lord Potter. I came because I believe we may have common interests. I find that hard to imagine. Then let me explain. Narcissa's voice dropped, becoming conspiratorial. My husband is a fool. He spent his life clinging to power structures that are crumbling, supporting causes that are doomed, making enemies he can't afford to make. He supported the Dark Lord and nearly destroyed our family in the process. He antagonized the goblins while owing them money. He underestimated you repeatedly, even after you proved yourself dangerous. You're not exactly defending him. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm trying to explain why you shouldn't consider me his ally. Her gray eyes were intense. I am a Black before I am a Malfoy, Lord Potter. The Blacks survive. We endure. We adapt to changing circumstances while lesser families cling to sinking ships. Harry processed this. You want to make a separate peace. I want to protect my son. For the first time, genuine emotion cracked Narcissa's perfect composure. Draco is 7 years old. He's done nothing wrong. Whatever grievances you have with Lucius, Draco doesn't deserve to suffer for them. I've already decided not to target Draco. He's a child. Decisions can change. Circumstances can change. Narcissa's voice was urgent. I'm not asking you to spare Lucius, he's made his choices and will face the consequences. But I'm asking you to consider that some members of this family might be worth more as allies than as victims. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Narcissa Malfoy was trying to manipulate him, that was obvious. But manipulation didn't mean her concerns weren't genuine. What exactly are you offering? He asked finally. Information. The loan that saved Lucius from immediate ruin, I know who provided it. I know what they want in return. Narcissa's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. The Covenant of the Old Blood, Lord Potter. They've approached my husband. They're trying to recruit him, or control him. Harry kept his expression neutral despite the surge of interest. Tell me more. Not here. Not now. Narcissa glanced at the guards, at Griphook. This conversation has been noticed. If I say too much, there will be consequences. But I can get you information, names, meetings, plans. Things that could help you understand what you're really fighting. In exchange for what? Draco's safety. Guaranteed, regardless of what happens to Lucius. Narcissa met his eyes. And perhaps, someday, a chance for my family to rebuild. Not as enemies of the Potter line, but as something else. Harry studied her face, looking for deception. He found calculation, desperation, and something that might have been genuine maternal concern. I'll consider your offer, he said finally. But I won't make decisions based on promises. Bring me something concrete, proof of your goodwill, and we can talk again. Narcissa nodded once, sharply. You'll have it within the week. She rose to leave, then paused. Lord Potter. Harry. My Aunt Doria married your grandfather. We're family, however distantly. Perhaps it's time we started acting like it. She swept out before Harry could respond. Griphook waited until the door closed before speaking. That was either very smart or very stupid on her part. It was a calculated risk. She's betting that I'm more useful as an ally than an enemy. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling the beginning of a headache. She's probably right. You trust her. I trust that she loves her son and will do anything to protect him. That's predictable. Predictable is useful. Harry stood, suddenly restless. Keep watching the Malfoys. But keep a separate watch on Narcissa specifically. If she's really willing to turn on the Covenant, she might be the best intelligence asset we've ever had. And if she's setting a trap? Harry smiled grimly. Then we'll spring it on our terms. Narcissa delivered on her promise 5 days later. The package arrived through a dead drop, a system of secure message transfer that the goblins had perfected over centuries. It contained documents, names, and a brief note. This is a gesture of good faith. More will follow if you honor our agreement. And the documents were explosive. Minutes from a covenant meeting, held 3 years ago, discussing the Potter problem and how to ensure the boy who lived would grow up properly controlled. Names of attendees, several of which Harry recognized from his study of pure-blood families. Financial records showing money flows from covenant accounts to various dark causes. And most damning of all, a list of covenant members currently serving in the Ministry of Magic. "This is real," Griphook said, studying the documents with growing excitement. "I can verify some of these financial records against our own systems. The transfers happened. The accounts exist. She's given us a weapon." Harry stared at the list of Ministry infiltrators. If this becomes public, there will be chaos. Arrests, resignations, political upheaval. Griphook's expression was complicated. But it would also expose your source. Narcissa would be in danger. She knew that when she sent it. "She's trusting me to use this wisely." Harry carefully gathered the documents. "We don't release this publicly. Not yet. Instead, we use it as leverage. Quiet pressure on individuals. Surgical strikes rather than carpet bombing. That's a very Goblin way of thinking. I had good teachers." Harry locked the documents in his private safe. "Send a message back through the dead drop. Tell Narcissa her gesture is appreciated. And tell her I want to meet again, somewhere even more private this time." The game was changing. New pieces were entering the board, new alliances forming. And Harry was beginning to see a path forward that he hadn't imagined before. Not just revenge against the Malfoys. Not just justice for past wrongs. Something bigger. Something that could actually change the world. The next meeting with Narcissa took place in the deepest levels of Gringotts itself, Goblin territory, where no Covenant spy could possibly follow. She arrived blindfolded, led through a maze of tunnels by guards who spoke not a word. When the blindfold came off, she was in a small chamber lit by torches, facing Harry across a table carved from a single block of granite. "Dramatic," she observed. "But I suppose security has its requirements. You're in the heart of Goblin territory. No one who means us harm leaves these tunnels alive." Harry gestured for her to sit. "The documents you provided were genuine. Useful. I'm prepared to discuss terms. Draco's safety. Guaranteed. Whatever happens to your husband, Draco will not be targeted. He'll have the opportunity to make his own choices, forge his own path. I won't punish him for his father's sins." Narcissa's shoulders relaxed slightly, the first sign of tension Harry had noticed. "And in return? Information. Regular reports on Covenant activities, delivered through the dead drop system. Advance warning of any actions planned against the Goblin Nation or myself." Harry paused. "And one more thing. Name it. I want to know about Peter Pettigrew." Narcissa's expression flickered with surprise. "Pettigrew? He's dead. Killed by Sirius Black. He's not dead. We have evidence that he survived, that he's been hiding for years. And we believe he has connections to the Covenant." Harry leaned forward. "Tell me what you know." For a long moment, Narcissa was silent. Harry could almost see her calculating, weighing risks and benefits, deciding how much to reveal. "There are rumors," she said finally. "Among the old Death Eater families. That Pettigrew didn't die that day. That he changed. Became something that could hide in plain sight. An animagus. Yes. A rat, if the rumors are true." Narcissa's voice was careful. "I don't know where he is. But I know people who might. People who sheltered him after the Dark Lord's fall." Harry's heart was pounding, but he kept his voice steady. Find out. This is important, Narcissa. Pettigrew betrayed my parents. He framed Sirius Black. He's connected to everything I'm fighting against. I'll see what I can learn. She rose to leave. Harry, may I offer some advice? You may offer. I'll decide whether to take it. The Covenant is dangerous, but they're also patient. They've been working toward their goals for centuries. They won't be defeated quickly or easily. Her gray eyes were serious. Don't let your war with them consume you. You're young. You have time. Don't become so focused on destruction that you forget how to build. Harry considered this. Is that what happened to your husband? Among other things. Narcissa's smile was sad. Lucius was idealistic once, believe it or not. He genuinely believed in the pure-blood cause. But somewhere along the way, the cause became about power rather than principle. He forgot what he was fighting for and remembered only what he was fighting against. And you? I stopped believing in causes a long time ago. Now I believe in family. In survival. She moved toward the door. Don't make Lucius's mistakes, Harry. You're capable of so much more than revenge. She left, and Harry sat alone in the stone chamber, thinking about causes and principles and the difference between destruction and building. That night, Harry wrote in his journal, Narcissa Malfoy is either the best ally I could ask for or the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. Possibly both. She's given me weapons, real weapons, information that could shake the foundations of Wizarding Britain. But she's also given me something else. Perspective. I've been so focused on destroying the Malfoys that I haven't thought much about what comes after. What do I want to build? What kind of world am I fighting for? The goblins have taught me to think strategically, to plan for long-term goals. But long-term goals require knowing what those goals are. Destruction is easy. Creation is hard. Father talks about goblin independence, about a world where the nation is respected and free. Griphook talks about economic equality, about a system where wealth isn't hoarded by old families. Bloodfawn talks about justice, about holding the powerful accountable for their crimes. All of those are worth fighting for. But they're not enough. They're reactive, responses to problems rather than visions of something better. What would a good world look like? A world where I could have grown up with my parents? A world where no one leaves babies on doorsteps? I don't know yet. But I need to figure it out. Because Narcissa is right, I can't let this war consume me. I have to fight for something, not just against something. Tomorrow, I'll start working on that. Tonight, I just have questions. He closed the journal and looked at the photograph of his parents. What would you have built, he asked them. What kind of world did you die for? They smiled back at him, frozen in their moment of happiness, unable to answer. Harry would have to find the answers himself. The weeks that followed were transformative. Harry threw himself into a new kind of study, not just strategy and finance, but philosophy, history, political theory. He read goblin treatises on justice and wizard texts on governance. He studied the rise and fall of magical civilizations, looking for patterns, for lessons. He also began having conversations he'd never had before. With Ragnok, what would the goblin nation look like if you had true independence? Not just sovereignty over Gringotts, but real freedom. With Griphook, if you could rebuild the magical economy from scratch, what would you change? What's broken that could be fixed? With Bloodfawn, is there a way to build lasting peace? Or is conflict inevitable? The answers varied, but themes emerged. Respect. Equality. Accountability. Systems that served everyone, not just the powerful. Institutions that could be trusted because they deserve trust. Harry began to see the outline of something, not a complete vision yet, but the beginning of one. A world where magical beings were judged by their actions, not their species. Where wealth was a tool, not a goal. Where power came with responsibility. It was idealistic, perhaps. Maybe even naive. But it was something to fight for. And it made the immediate battles feel different. The Malfoy campaign wasn't just revenge anymore, it was a demonstration. Proof that the old rules didn't have to hold. That even the most powerful could be challenged by those they dismissed. Every victory sent a message: things can change. Things will change. And we're the ones changing them. The first real test of Harry's new perspective came 3 months after Lucius's payment. The Malfoys were struggling. Without liquid reserves, they'd been forced to sell off minor properties and heirlooms just to maintain their lifestyle. Their political influence was waning as former allies distanced themselves from a sinking ship. Draco had been pulled from exclusive social circles, no longer welcome among children whose parents smelled blood in the water. And then Lucius made a mistake. Desperate for income, he'd entered into a business partnership with Borgin and Burke's, the dark artifacts shop in Nocturne Alley. The partnership was supposed to be secret, conducted through intermediaries, but Harry's intelligence network was comprehensive. More importantly, the partnership violated several conditions of Lucius's restructured debt agreement with the Potter estate. By taking on new business ventures without disclosure, he triggered a cascade of penalties. Harry could destroy him now. Call all debts due immediately, claim collateral, reduce the Malfoys to poverty within months. He didn't. Instead, he called a meeting, not with Lucius, but with the whole family. All 3 Malfoys, in a neutral location, to discuss the future of our relationship. Griphook thought he was insane. Bloodfang thought he was being weak. Even Ragnok seemed uncertain. You have him, Ragnok pointed out. Why give him a chance to escape? Because destruction isn't the goal anymore, Harry said. Change is the goal. And change requires showing people a different path, not just punishing them for the old one. The meeting took place in the same leaky cauldron room where Harry had first spoken with Narcissa. But this time, the atmosphere was different. Lucius arrived looking diminished, his aristocratic arrogance replaced by barely concealed desperation. Narcissa was calm but watchful. And Draco was the surprise. Harry had expected a miniature Lucius, spoiled and contemptuous. Instead, he found a confused child, clearly aware that something was wrong with his family but not understanding what. Lord Potter, Lucius began, his voice stiff. I assume you've called this meeting to discuss your terms of surrender. I've called this meeting to offer you a choice. Harry kept his voice calm, unthreatening. You violated the terms of your debt agreement. I have legal grounds to destroy you. But I'm not going to, not today. Lucius's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What do you want? I want to end this conflict. Not because I've forgiven you, I haven't, and I probably never will. But because continuing to fight serves neither of us. Harry leaned forward. You're bleeding money and influence. Every month weakens you further. You can keep fighting and lose everything slowly, or you can accept a settlement and have a chance to rebuild. What kind of settlement? Harry had prepared for this. He laid out the terms clearly, a fixed repayment schedule that was aggressive but manageable. The return of all Goblin-made artifacts in Malfoy possession, including the armor. A public statement acknowledging Potter claims and Goblin financial authority. And, most controversially, an end to Lucius's political activities against Goblin rights. You want me to surrender my principles, Lucius said flatly. I want you to stop actively working to enslave an entire species. That's not a principle, it's bigotry. Harry's voice hardened. But let me be clear about something, Lord Malfoy. This isn't mercy. This is pragmatism. You're more useful to me as a cautionary tale than as a martyr. Accept these terms, rebuild your family within those constraints, and we're done. Refuse, and I will end you. The silence stretched. Narcissa's hand found Lucius's under the table, a gesture of support that Harry noted. "I need time to consider," Lucius finally said. "You have 1 week." Harry stood. "Oh, and Lord Malfoy. The Covenant's money won't save you a second time. I know about the loan. I know what they want in return. If you throw yourself further into their arms, you'll find that their embrace is considerably less comfortable than mine." He left the Malfoys sitting in stunned silence, Griphook hurrying to catch up. "That was either brilliant or insane," Griphook said once they were outside. "Probably both." Harry felt strange, lighter, somehow. But it was right. We can't build a better world by becoming the things we're fighting against. Very philosophical for an 8-year-old. I've had good teachers. Harry smiled slightly. "Come on. Let's go home." Lucius Malfoy accepted the terms 4 days later. The public statement was delivered to the Daily Prophet, acknowledging the Potter estate's legitimate claims and praising Goblin financial integrity. The Goblin artifacts, including the armor of Bloodforge, were returned to Gringotts in a small ceremony that Harry attended personally. The armor was beautiful. Ancient steel, worked with Goblin magic, gleaming despite centuries of neglect. Harry watched as it was placed in the trophy hall, finally home after so long in enemy hands. "You did it," Griphook said quietly. "You actually won." "We won," Harry corrected. "And this is just the beginning." He was 8 years old, standing in the heart of Goblin territory, surrounded by the artifacts of his adopted people. He'd broken one of the most powerful families in Wizarding Britain and bent them to his will without casting a single spell. But more importantly, he discovered something about himself. About what kind of person he wanted to be. About what kind of world he wanted to build. The war with the Covenant was still coming. Voldemort's shadow still loomed. And somewhere out there, Peter Pettigrew was hiding, waiting to be found. There was so much left to do. But for this moment, Harry allowed himself to feel something like satisfaction. He'd proven something today. That power didn't have to corrupt. That justice didn't have to mean cruelty. That you could win and still remain yourself. It was a good lesson. And he was just getting started. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, the first domino. The letter from Hogwarts arrived on a crisp morning in late July, carried by a tawny owl that seemed deeply uncomfortable in the underground halls of Gringotts. Harry watched the bird flutter nervously between torches, clearly disoriented by the lack of sky. He felt a pang of sympathy, he knew what it was like to be out of place, and retrieved the letter quickly to end the creature's distress. The envelope was heavy parchment, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. His name was written in emerald ink, the address oddly specific, Mr. H. Potter, the Royal Quarters, Gringotts Bank, London. "It knows where I live," Harry observed, turning the envelope over. "That's either impressive magic or concerning surveillance. The Hogwarts acceptance letters are enchanted to find their recipients anywhere in the magical world," Griphook said from his usual seat across the study table. "It's old magic, tied to the Book of Admittance. The letter would have found you at the bottom of the ocean if necessary." Harry broke the seal. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." A second page listed the required supplies: wands, cauldrons, books with titles like the Standard Book of Spells and a History of Magic. Harry scanned it quickly, noting that most items could be acquired in Diagon Alley. "Well," he said, setting the letter down. "It seems Dumbledore hasn't given up. Did you expect him to?" "No. But I'd hoped for more creativity than a form letter." Harry leaned back in his chair. "He knows I've been educated here. He knows I'm not some ignorant child waiting to be molded. And his opening move is, a standard acceptance letter. Perhaps he's testing to see how you respond. Perhaps. Harry considered the letter with the same analytical attention he'd give a financial report. Or perhaps he's playing a longer game. Establishing normalcy. Making the invitation seem routine rather than significant. The door opened and Ragnok entered, his expression carefully neutral in the way that meant he already knew about the letter. "So," the king said, settling into his customary chair. "Hogwarts comes calling. You knew this was coming." "I've been expecting it since July 1st. Ragnok accepted the letter Harry passed to him, scanning it quickly. "The question is, what do you want to do?" Harry had been thinking about this for months. Years, really. He'd always known that Hogwarts would be part of his future, the wizarding world's premier school, the place where alliances were formed and futures were shaped. Avoiding it entirely would limit his influence, his connections, his understanding of the people he was trying to change. But attending meant entering Dumbledore's territory. Playing by Dumbledore's rules, at least partially. Exposing himself to threats that Goblin guards couldn't easily counter. "I want to go," Harry said slowly. "But on my terms, not theirs." "Explain." "Dumbledore expects me to arrive as a curiosity, the boy who lived, raised by goblins, strange and isolated. He'll try to reshape me, to draw me into his sphere of influence. He'll offer mentorship, guidance, the proper wizarding education I supposedly missed." Harry's voice hardened. "I won't give him that satisfaction." "Then how will you present yourself?" "As exactly what I am. The heir of House Potter, ward of the Goblin Nation, educated in finance and combat and politics. Not a lost child to be rescued, a player entering the game." Harry met his father's eyes. "I'll go to learn, yes. But also to build. To find allies among my generation. To understand the system I'm trying to change from the inside." Ragnok was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something that might have been pride, or worry, or both. "You've thought this through." "I've had 3 years to think about it. Ever since the Malfoy settlement, I've known this moment was coming." Harry stood and moved to the window, looking out at the underground garden that had become so familiar. The Covenant is still out there. Voldemort's shadow still looms. And the wizarding world still treats goblins like servants at best, enemies at worst. "I can't change that from down here, Father. I have to go up there and fight." "You're 11 years old." "I've been fighting since I was 5. Since I learned what was done to me, what was done to my parents, what's being done to our people every day." Harry turned back to face his father. "Age is just a number. Capability is what matters. And you've made sure I'm capable." Ragnok rose and crossed the room to stand beside his son. For a moment, they simply stood together, looking out at the garden, two beings who had found family in the most unlikely of circumstances. "I always knew this day would come," Ragnok said quietly. "The day you'd leave the safety of these halls to face a world that fears you. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. I'll come back. Every holiday, every break. This is my home. I know." Ragnok placed a clawed hand on Harry's shoulder. "But home is also something you carry with you. The lessons we've taught you. The values we've instilled. The love we've given." His voice roughened. "Don't forget who you are, Harry. Whatever happens up there, don't let them change you. Never." Harry covered his father's hand with his own. "I'm Harry Ragnokson. I'm a child of the nation. And I'm going to make you proud. You already have, my son. You already have." The preparations for Hogwarts were extensive. First came the shopping. Harry ventured to Diagon Alley for the first time in years, accompanied by Grip Hook and a pair of disguised goblin guards. The experience was surreal, walking through crowds of wizards who had no idea they were passing the boy who lived, the goblin-raised heir who had broken the Malfoys. Ollivander's was the most significant stop. The wand-maker's shop was dusty and cluttered, filled with thousands of narrow boxes that hummed with contained magic. The old man himself emerged from the shadows like a ghost, his pale eyes immediately fixing on Harry. "Ah! Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. You know who I am. I know everyone who walks through that door, Mr. Potter. It is my gift, and my curse." Ollivander circled Harry slowly, studying him from every angle. "I sold a wand to your mother. Willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. And to your father, mahogany, 11 inches, powerful. Excellent for transfiguration. I know. I've read about them. Reading is not knowing, Mr. Potter. But perhaps you understand that better than most." Ollivander's eyes glittered. "You've been raised by goblins. Trained in their ways. You see magic differently than most wizards. This makes my job interesting." The measuring tapes began their work while Ollivander disappeared into the stacks. He returned with armfuls of boxes, each containing a wand that he offered to Harry with ceremony. The first wand did nothing. The second shot sparks that scorched the ceiling. The third felt actively hostile, like holding a snake that wanted to bite. Harry worked through a dozen more with growing frustration. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured. "Very tricky indeed. Is there a problem?" "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And you are not an easy wizard to choose for." Ollivander disappeared again, returning this time with a single dusty box. "I wonder, yes, let us try this one." The wand inside was dark wood, elegant and understated. Harry picked it up and felt immediate warmth flood through his arm, spreading through his whole body. The wand pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then settled into his grip like it had always been there. "Curious," Ollivander breathed. "Very curious." "What's curious?" "That wand, Mr. Potter, contains a phoenix feather. The phoenix who gave that feather gave only one other. Its brother resides in the wand of the Dark Lord who killed your parents." Harry looked at the wand in his hand with new eyes. Brother to Voldemort's wand. Connected to the monster who had destroyed his family. "Does that matter?" he asked quietly. "Does it change anything?" "The wand chooses the wizard. It does not choose their destiny." Ollivander's voice was soft. "You have power, Mr. Potter. Great power. What you do with it is your choice alone." Harry paid for the wand, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, and left the shop with more questions than answers. The rest of the supplies were simpler to acquire. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry lingered longer than necessary, drawn by titles that weren't on the required list. Potions equipment from the apothecary. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where he had his first real interaction with a Hogwarts peer. The boy was pale and pointed, with white blonde hair and a familiar aristocratic bearing. Harry recognized him immediately. Draco Malfoy. They'd never spoken directly before. Harry had seen reports about him, had factored him into calculations about the Malfoy family's future, but the actual child had remained an abstraction. Now they stood side by side on fitting platforms while witches bustled around them with measuring tapes and pins. "First year?" Draco asked, his tone attempting casual superiority and not quite achieving it. "Yes. Me too. Father wanted me to go to Durmstrang, but Mother insisted on Hogwarts." Draco's voice carried an edge of bitterness that surprised Harry. "Do you know what house you'll be in?" "I haven't decided yet." "Haven't decided?" Draco looked at him strangely. "You don't decide. The Sorting Hat decides. The Sorting Hat makes recommendations. I'll make the final choice." Something flickered across Draco's face, confusion, then interest, then a careful blankness that suggested he was re-evaluating the conversation. "I don't think I caught your name," Draco said slowly. "I didn't give it." Harry met the other boy's eyes. "But you know it anyway, don't you, Draco?" The color drained from Draco's face. "Potter. Lord Potter, technically. But Harry will do. He smiled slightly. We're going to be classmates, after all. Might as well be civil. Draco seemed frozen, torn between the hostility his father had instilled and something else, curiosity, perhaps, or pragmatism inherited from his mother. I didn't expect that I'd be polite. That I'd acknowledge you as a person rather than just your family's debts. Harry kept his voice low, mindful of the shop attendants nearby. Your father and I have our issues. You and I don't have to. Unless you want to. I don't. Draco stopped, gathered himself. Why would you give me a choice? Because everyone deserves a chance to be more than their parents' mistakes. Harry stepped down from the fitting platform, his robes apparently complete. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Draco. Think about what kind of person you want to be. He left the shop without looking back, but he felt Draco's eyes on him all the way out the door. The final weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever with Bloodfang, pushing his combat skills to their limits. He reviewed everything Griphook had taught him about finance and negotiation. He memorized the names and backgrounds of every student he might encounter, every professor, every ghost and portrait that might be watching. He also had several long conversations with Narcissa Malfoy, who had become an invaluable source of information about Hogwarts politics and the social dynamics of pureblood society. The key to surviving Hogwarts is understanding that nothing is as it seems, Narcissa told him during their final meeting before term began. The houses compete, yes, but the real alliances cross house lines. Old families have connections that span generations. Enemies in public can be allies in private, and vice versa. Like you and your husband. Narcissa's lips curved slightly. Lucius and I are complicated. But yes, something like that. Will Draco be a problem? Draco will be whatever he decides to be. I've done my best to prepare him for a world different from the one his father expected, but children make their own choices. Her grey eyes met Harry's. You gave him an opening in Diagon Alley. That was wise. He may take it, or he may not. But at least the possibility exists. And the Covenant? Will they move against me at Hogwarts? Almost certainly. Not directly, they prefer subtlety, but through proxies, through manipulation, through carefully arranged accidents. Narcissa's voice hardened. Be careful, Harry. Dumbledore isn't your only danger in that castle. I know. Harry rose to leave. Thank you, Narcissa. For everything. Don't thank me yet. We haven't won anything, we've only avoided losing. She stood as well. Survive first year. Build your alliances. Learn what you can about the Covenant's activities. A pause. And watch out for Draco. He's more fragile than he appears. I'll keep an eye on him. See that you do. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos incarnate. Harry arrived early, accompanied by Griphook, glamored to appear human, and carrying a trunk that contained considerably more than the standard Hogwarts supplies. His pockets held communication mirrors linked to Gringotts. His wand was at his hip in a quick-draw holster. And beneath his robes, a goblin-forged knife sat in its sheath, technically against school rules, but Harry had no intention of being unarmed. The platform was crowded with families saying goodbye, children running between groups, owls hooting and cats yowling, and the general pandemonium of 100 young wizards preparing to leave home. Harry watched it all with the analytical eye of someone cataloging potential allies and threats. The Weasleys were easy to spot, a cluster of red-headed children surrounding a plump, harried-looking mother. Harry recognized them from his research, an old pureblood family fallen on hard times, considered blood traitors by the Malfoy set but well-respected by the moderate factions. Several of the children were already at Hogwarts, the youngest boy appeared to be a first year. Near them, a bushy-haired girl was lecturing her obviously muggle parents about the train, her voice carrying over the crowd with nervous excitement. Muggleborn, almost certainly. Harry made a mental note to introduce himself. Muggleborns had no preconceptions about the boy who lived, which made them potentially valuable allies. And there, lurking at the edge of the platform, a round-faced boy was trying to corral an escaping toad while an elderly woman in a vulture-topped hat berated him about family honor. Neville Longbottom. Harry's research had flagged him as significant. His parents were Aurors, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and other Death Eaters after Voldemort's fall. Another victim of the war that had shaped Harry's own life. "That's my cue," Harry told Griphook quietly. "The Longbottom boy needs help." "You're already strategizing." "I'm always strategizing. But this is also just being decent." Harry moved through the crowd, approaching Neville from the side. "Need a hand?" Neville looked up, startled. My toad, he keeps getting away." Harry spotted the creature making a break for freedom under a nearby cart. He moved quickly, scooping up the toad before it could disappear, and returned it to its grateful owner. "Thanks," Neville said, clutching Trevor to his chest. "I'm hopeless at keeping track of him. Toads are tricky." "I'm Harry, by the way." "Neville. Neville Longbottom." He looked at Harry with shy curiosity. "Are you a first year too?" "Yes." "Looking forward to it?" "Not really. Gran says I'm barely magical enough to attend." Neville's voice was heavy with years of disappointment. "She thinks I'm a squib." "What do you think?" The question seemed to catch Neville off guard. I don't know. I've never really thought about it." "Maybe you should start." Harry kept his voice gentle. "Other people's opinions are just opinions. What matters is what you know about yourself." Neville blinked at him, something shifting behind his eyes. Before he could respond, his grandmother called sharply for him to board the train. "I have to go. But, thanks. For the toad, and for..." He trailed off, uncertain. "See you on the train, Neville." Harry watched him go, already planning. Neville Longbottom was underestimated, probably including by himself. That could be useful, but more importantly, it was wrong. Harry had spent his life being underestimated. He knew how it felt, and he knew how to help someone overcome it. The Hogwarts Express was a magnificent scarlet steam engine, belching smoke and magic in equal measure. Harry found an empty compartment near the middle of the train and settled in to wait. He didn't wait long. The bushy-haired girl appeared at his compartment door within minutes of departure, looking flustered. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost his," she stopped, taking in Harry's appearance. "Sorry, I'm Hermione Granger. I'm new to all this. My parents are dentists, which is to say they're muggles, and I've been reading everything I can about the wizarding world, which is fascinating really, the history alone is." "I helped Neville find his toad on the platform," Harry interrupted gently. "He should have it now." "Oh. Well, that's good then." Hermione hesitated, clearly wanting to continue the conversation but uncertain how. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Harry Potter." Her eyes widened. "You're Harry Potter?" "The Harry Potter? I've read about you in the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century and, most of what's written about me is wrong," Harry said. "I didn't defeat Voldemort through any special power. I was a baby. Whatever happened that night was my mother's doing, not mine." Hermione looked startled by his directness. "That's not what the books say. The books are written by people who don't know me and have their own agendas." Harry gestured to the empty seat across from him. She sat, still looking uncertain but clearly intrigued. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Someone more, heroic? Magical?" She flushed. "That sounds silly when I say it out loud." "It doesn't. The wizarding world has been telling a story about me for 10 years. The boy who lived, the savior, the chosen one." Harry's voice was flat. That story has nothing to do with reality. I'm just a person, better educated than some, maybe, but still just a person. Where were you educated? The books say you were raised by muggles, but the recent articles say you were taken by goblins, which seems strange because everything I've read says goblins don't interact much with wizards, but then there was that thing with the Malfoys. I was raised by goblins, Harry confirmed. Since I was 15 months old. They're my family. Hermione's expression shifted through several emotions: surprise, fascination, a hint of scholarly hunger. That's unprecedented. I've never read about a wizard being raised by another magical species. What was it like? Did they teach you goblin magic? Do goblins even have magic? The textbooks are very vague on the subject. Goblins have magic. Different from wizard magic, but just as powerful in its own way. Harry smiled slightly at her enthusiasm. And yes, they taught me a great deal. Not just magic, history, finance, combat, politics. Things that aren't in the Hogwarts curriculum. Combat? Hermione looked alarmed. Why would goblins teach a child combat? Because the world is dangerous, and knowing how to defend yourself is practical. Harry kept his voice casual. Don't worry, I'm not planning to fight anyone at school. But I like knowing I can if I have to. They talked for hours as the train wound through the British countryside. Hermione asked endless questions, and Harry answered most of them, carefully edited to protect sensitive information, but truthful in their essence. He learned about her background in return: only child, dedicated student, desperate to prove herself in a world she'd only just discovered. By the time Neville joined them, Trevor had escaped again. Harry had decided that Hermione Granger was exactly the kind of ally he needed. Brilliant, curious, without the prejudices of pure-blood society. She would have to unlearn some of what she'd read, but that was manageable. Can I ask you something? Hermione said as the train began to slow. Why are you being so nice to us? Neville and me, I mean. You're Harry Potter, you could be friends with anyone. Why two nobodies? Because nobodies are usually the most interesting people. And because I'd rather have friends who like me for who I am than fans who like me for what I supposedly did as a baby. Harry stood as the train stopped. Also, Hermione. You're not a nobody. Neither is Neville. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Hogwarts was everything the stories said and more. The castle rose against the night sky like something from a dream, towers and turrets illuminated by thousands of windows, its reflection shimmering in the black lake below. Harry felt the weight of ancient magic pressing against his senses, wards and protections layered over centuries, power accumulated in stone and mortar. The first years crossed the lake in boats, guided by the enormous figure of Rubeus Hagrid. Harry remembered the name from his research, the groundskeeper, half-giant, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. He'd been part of the group that had left Harry on the Dursley doorstep. Harry wasn't sure what to make of that. Hagrid had just been following orders, probably. But orders could still cause harm, and following them didn't excuse the outcome. He filed it away for later consideration. The sorting took place in the Great Hall, a vast chamber filled with floating candles and a ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each representing a house. At the head table, professors watched the incoming students with expressions ranging from boredom to keen interest. And at the center of that table sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt the headmaster's attention the moment he entered the hall. Those blue eyes, twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, swept over him with an intensity that belied their grandfatherly appearance. Harry met the gaze directly, showing nothing, revealing nothing. I know what you did, he thought. I know who you are. And I'm not afraid of you. The sorting began. Harry watched his classmates approach the stool and don the ancient hat, listening as it called out house names with theatrical flair. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking both relieved and proud. Neville, surprisingly, joined her, despite the hat's long deliberation. When Potter, Harry, was called, the hall fell silent. Harry walked to the stool without hesitation, back straight, expression calm. He was aware of every eye in the room fixed on him, aware of the whispers rippling through the student body. The boy who lived. The goblin-raised freak. The child who'd broken the Malfoys. The hat descended over his eyes, and the world went dark. "Ah," said a voice in his mind. "You've been expected. By you or by Dumbledore? By everyone, in their own way. But I must say, you're rather different from expectations." The hat's voice was amused. "Goblin trained. Fascinating. I've sorted many unusual students, but never one quite like you. Just put me where I need to be. Where you need to be, or where you want to be. They're not always the same thing." The hat seemed to shift through Harry's memories, examining his life like a book being skimmed. Courage and abundance, Gryffindor would take you gladly. Cunning and ambition for Slytherin. Loyalty and fairness for Hufflepuff. And a mind that would flourish in Ravenclaw. What do you recommend? I recommend nothing. I observe and sort. A pause. But I find it interesting that you asked. Most students demand a particular house. You want guidance. I want to make the right choice. The houses shape relationships, alliances, opportunities. This matters. It does. And yet the house does not make the wizard makes the house. Another pause, longer this time. You're playing a long game, Harry Potter. You're thinking about politics and strategy and all the things that adults think about. But you're 11 years old. You're allowed to also think about who you want to be, not just what you want to achieve. Harry considered this. The hat was right, he'd been so focused on tactical advantages that he'd forgotten to consider his own desires. Where did he want to belong? Slytherin would give him access to the pure-blood networks, but it would also mark him as an outsider among his natural allies. Ravenclaw would provide intellectual stimulation, but it was insular, disconnected from the political currents he needed to navigate. Hufflepuff was appealing in its values, but it would surprise everyone, and surprise could be useful or counterproductive. Gryffindor, though. Gryffindor was where his parents had been. Where Dumbledore held court, true, but also where the anti-Voldemort resistance had been centered. It was the house of courage and principle, of standing up for what was right even when it was difficult. Harry had spent his life being strategic. Careful. Calculating. Maybe it was time to also be brave. Gryffindor, he thought. You're sure? It will put you directly under Dumbledore's eye. It will also put me among people who value fighting for what's right. I can work with that. Very well. Better be, Gryffindor. The word echoed through the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked to his new house, acutely aware of Dumbledore's eyes following him every step of the way. He slid into a seat next to Hermione, who was beaming. I'm so glad you're with us. Me too. Harry glanced up at the head table, where Dumbledore was now watching the rest of the sorting with apparent disinterest. It's going to be an interesting year. The first weeks of Hogwarts settled into a rhythm. Classes were mostly beneath Harry's level, years of Goblin education had covered far more than the first-year curriculum, but he participated fully, careful not to stand out too much while still demonstrating competence. He answered questions when called upon, completed assignments with precision, and watched his classmates with calculating eyes. Hermione was brilliant but insecure, constantly seeking validation through academic achievement. Neville was talented but traumatized, his confidence shattered by years of unfavorable comparisons to his father. Ron Weasley, the red-headed boy from the platform, was loyal and good-hearted but lazy, coasting on natural charm rather than effort. Harry worked on all of them, slowly, carefully. He encouraged Hermione to relax, to enjoy learning rather than treating it as a competition. He helped Neville with practical work, showing him that magic responded to confidence as much as technique. He challenged Ron to think harder, to apply himself, to live up to potential rather than down to expectations. It wasn't manipulation, exactly. It was cultivation. Building people up, helping them become stronger, because strong allies were better than weak ones. And because, honestly, he liked them. They were good people, even if they didn't always realize it themselves. The professors were a mixed bag. McGonagall was stern but fair, clearly a talented teacher who cared about her students' development. Flitwick was enthusiastic and kind, making charms a pleasure to attend. Sprout was nurturing in a practical way, treating her students like plants that needed proper care to flourish. Snape was a problem. The potions master hated Harry on sight, that much was obvious from the first class. He called on Harry constantly, asked questions designed to humiliate, deducted points for imaginary infractions. His hatred was personal, visceral, barely controlled. Harry responded with perfect courtesy and impeccable work. Every potion completed correctly. Every question answered fully. Every attempt to provoke him met with calm professionalism. It drove Snape mad. "You think you're so clever," Snape hissed after a particularly frustrating class. "Just like your father. Strutting around as if you own the place." "I think I'm a student trying to learn, Professor." Harry kept his voice neutral. "If my work is unsatisfactory, I'm happy to discuss how to improve." Snape's face twisted. "Your work is adequate. It's your attitude that offends." "I'm sorry my attitude isn't to your liking. I'll try to be more appropriately miserable in future classes." For a moment, Harry thought Snape might actually curse him. The professor's wand hand twitched, his eyes blazed with fury. Then, slowly, he regained control. "Detention," Snape spat. "Tomorrow evening. My office. Don't be late." Harry nodded and left without another word. As he walked away, he allowed himself a small smile. Snape was a problem, yes. But problems could be solved. And every interaction taught Harry more about his enemy's weaknesses. The first major test came on Halloween. Harry had known something was going to happen, the anniversary of his parents' death, the night Voldemort had fallen, the most significant date in his personal history. It was too symbolically important to pass without incident. He just hadn't expected a troll. The news came during the feast, delivered by a stammering Professor Quirrell who burst into the hall screaming about a troll in the dungeons. Dumbledore took charge immediately, ordering students to their common rooms while the teachers dealt with the threat. But Harry noticed that Hermione was missing. She'd been crying in the bathroom all afternoon, Ron had insulted her during Charms class, called her a nightmare, and she'd fled in tears. Harry had planned to find her after the feast to offer comfort. Now a troll was loose in the castle, and Hermione had no idea. "Ron," Harry said urgently as students began to file out of the hall. "Hermione doesn't know. She's in the bathroom near the Charms corridor." Ron's face went pale. "The troll is heading for the dungeons, supposedly." But supposedly isn't good enough. Harry was already moving against the flow of students. "Come on. We're going to get her. We should tell a teacher, teachers are going to the dungeons. We're going to the Charms corridor. Move." Ron moved. They found the troll before they found Hermione, a massive creature, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned and stupid, lumbering down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom. Harry took in the scene in an instant. Hermione was trapped inside, the troll was blocking her escape, and there were no teachers in sight. Distracted, Harry ordered, his hand already going to the knife hidden beneath his robes. "Make noise, throw things, anything to get its attention." "What are you going to do?" "What I have to." Ron obeyed, pelting the troll with bits of debris and shouting insults. The creature turned, confused, presenting its back to Harry. Harry moved. Years of Bloodfang's training took over. He sprinted forward, silent and fast, using the troll's distraction to close the distance. The creature's legs were massive, its muscles like tree trunks, but Harry knew anatomy, goblin and wizard and troll alike. He knew where the tendons connected, where the arteries pulsed, where a small blade in the right place could fell a giant. His knife flashed. The troll screamed, its leg buckling as severed tendons gave way. It crashed to the ground, still alive but crippled, thrashing and confused. Harry was already past it, grabbing Hermione's arm and pulling her out of the bathroom. "Move! Now!" They ran, Ron falling in beside them, the three of them sprinting away from the downed troll as professors finally arrived. McGonagall's voice rang out behind them, ordering the creature secured, demanding to know what had happened. Harry didn't stop until they were safely around the corner, out of sight. "What?" Hermione was shaking, pale with shock. "What did you do?" "Hamstrung it. Cut the tendons in its leg so it couldn't chase us." Harry's voice was calm, but his heart was pounding. "It's not dead. The professors will handle it now." "You had a knife," Ron said slowly. "You had a knife this whole time." "I have several knives. I was raised by goblins, Ron. We don't believe in being unarmed." Harry met his friend's eyes. "Is that going to be a problem?" Ron was quiet for a moment, processing. Then he shook his head. "You saved us. Saved Hermione. I don't care if you had a bloody sword." Thank you," Hermione managed, still trembling. "Both of you. You came to find me when you could have just gone to safety." "We're friends," Harry said simply. "Friends don't abandon each other." The professors found them a few minutes later, demanding explanations. Harry gave a carefully edited account. He'd noticed Hermione was missing, went to find her, encountered the troll, disabled it using knowledge from his unusual upbringing. McGonagall looked at him with an expression that mixed approval with concern. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said finally. For reckless endangerment. But 5 points to each of you as well, for loyalty and quick thinking. A pause. "Mr. Potter, I'd like a word with you privately tomorrow. There are some matters we should discuss." Harry nodded. He'd expected as much. As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione grabbed his arm. "The knife," she whispered. "You knew exactly what to do. Like you'd done it before." "I've trained for situations like that for years. The goblins don't believe in helplessness." Harry met her eyes. "Does that bother you?" Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she shook her head. "No. It makes sense, actually. The world is dangerous. Being prepared is just practical." She managed a shaky smile. "I'd like to learn, someday. If you're willing to teach." "I'd be happy to." Ron, walking beside them, nodded slowly. "Me too. I don't want to be useless if something like this happens again." Harry looked at his friends, his first real friends his own age, and felt something warm settle in his chest. "Then we'll train together. All of us. We'll be ready for whatever comes." It was a promise. And Harry always kept his promises. The meeting with McGonagall was less confrontational than Harry had expected. She received him in her office, a cozy room decorated with Gryffindor memorabilia and the faint smell of ginger newts. She gestured him to a seat and studied him for a long moment before speaking. "You hamstrung a mountain troll with a concealed knife," she said flatly. "At age 11. "Yes, Professor. The knife was not on your approved supplies list." "No, Professor. But it's not explicitly forbidden, either." "I checked." McGonagall's expression flickered, annoyance, perhaps, or grudging respect. "Mr. Potter, I've been teaching at Hogwarts for 40 years. I've seen a great many unusual students. But I've never seen an 11-year-old disable a troll with surgical precision. I've had unusual training." Indeed. The Goblin Nation's approach to education is apparently quite comprehensive. She folded her hands on her desk. I want to be clear about something, Mr. Potter. I'm not going to take your knife. You're clearly capable of using it responsibly, and last night you used it to protect your friends. That speaks well of you. Thank you, Professor. However, her voice sharpened. Hogwarts is a school, not a battlefield. Whatever dangers you're preparing for, I expect you to remember that you're a child in an educational institution. Not a soldier. Not an operative. A student. I understand. But Professor, with respect, a troll got into the castle. On Halloween. The anniversary of the most significant dark magic attack in recent British history. Harry met her eyes. Someone is testing defenses. Or sending messages. Or both. Pretending the danger isn't real won't make it go away. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer. You're not wrong. The timing of the troll's appearance was concerning. The headmaster is investigating. She paused. But there are those of us who believe that investigation should perhaps be more urgent than it currently is. Harry caught the implication. You don't entirely trust Dumbledore's handling of this. I trust Albus Dumbledore with my life. I've trusted him for decades. McGonagall's expression was complicated. But trust doesn't mean blind obedience. And concern for your safety doesn't mean I agree with every decision about how that safety should be managed. It was more than Harry had expected. An opening, perhaps. An ally within the faculty. Thank you for your honesty, Professor. I'll try to be worthy of your trust. See that you do. McGonagall rose, signaling the end of the meeting. And Mr. Potter? I knew your parents. They were remarkable people, brilliant, brave, principled. From what I've seen, they would be proud of the person you're becoming. Harry's throat tightened. Thank you, Professor. That means more than you know. He left her office with more hope than he'd had when he entered. Not all the adults at Hogwarts were Dumbledore's pawns. Some of them, it seemed, were capable of thinking for themselves. That was something he could work with. The weeks following Halloween brought an acceleration of Harry's education, both official and unofficial. During the day, he attended classes and played the role of exceptional student. His grades were consistently excellent, his practical work impeccable. Teachers praised his dedication and ability, though some, Snape, clearly resented having to do so. But the real learning happened after hours. Harry began training Hermione and Ron in self-defense, basic techniques adapted from Bloodfang's teachings. Nothing too dangerous, nothing they weren't ready for, but enough to give them options if another crisis emerged. Hermione took to it with characteristic intensity, approaching combat training the same way she approached academic work, research, practice, refinement. She would never be a natural fighter, but she was becoming competent. Ron surprised everyone, including himself. His reflexes were good, his instincts solid. Years of chaotic life in a large family had given him an awareness of his surroundings that translated well to combat training. He was clumsy at first, but improving rapidly. Neville joined them after a few weeks, drawn by curiosity and a desperate desire to feel less helpless. He was the worst of the group initially, his confidence issues manifested as hesitation at every critical moment, but Harry was patient. He'd seen what Neville could be. It just took time to help him see it too. They trained in empty classrooms after curfew, using detection avoidance techniques that Harry had learned from the goblins. Hogwarts was vast, full of forgotten spaces where they could work without being discovered. Harry also began investigating the school itself. The castle was old, layered with magic accumulated over centuries. Secret passages riddled its walls. Hidden chambers lurked behind movable staircases. And somewhere within its depths, something was hidden that Dumbledore considered important enough to protect with elaborate traps. Harry discovered the third-floor corridor on a cold night in late November. He'd been mapping the castle systematically, using techniques Griphook had taught him for analyzing unfamiliar financial structures. The same principles applied: look for patterns, identify anomalies, investigate inconsistencies. The third floor was an inconsistency. The door was locked, warded heavily, with protections that screamed keep out to anyone with magical sensitivity. A first-year spell, Alohomora, shouldn't have been able to open it at all. It opened anyway. Harry found himself facing a three-headed dog, massive and snarling, filling a room too small for its bulk. He slammed the door shut and retreated quickly, mind racing. A Cerberus. Guarding something valuable. In a school full of children. The risk assessment was obvious: whatever was being protected was important enough to justify endangering students. That meant it was either incredibly valuable or incredibly dangerous. Possibly both. Harry reported his findings to Gringotts through the communication mirrors. Ragnok's response was immediate: investigate further, but carefully. If Dumbledore was hiding something at Hogwarts, the Goblin Nation wanted to know what. Over the following weeks, Harry pieced together the puzzle. The Cerberus was one layer of protection among many. Behind it lay challenges, magical traps designed to test different abilities. A plant that hated light. Flying keys. A giant chess set. A logical puzzle. A magical mirror. And at the end of it all, the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's creation. The source of the elixir of life. The thing that Voldemort, or what remained of him, would want more than almost anything else. Harry understood, then, what Dumbledore was doing. The stone was bait. The protections were tests. Dumbledore was setting a trap for Voldemort, using the most valuable magical artifact in existence as a lure, and placing it in a school full of children who would provide cover, confusion, and potentially leverage. It was brilliant, in a horrifying way. It was also completely unacceptable. Harry brought his friends into his confidence gradually. He told them about the Cerberus first, gauging their reactions. Hermione was horrified by the danger, Ron was excited by the mystery, Neville was terrified but determined not to show it. Then he told them about the stone, about what he believed Dumbledore was planning. He's using students as cover, Hermione said slowly, working through the implications. If Voldemort comes for the stone, he'll have to get through a school full of potential hostages first. And potential witnesses, Ron added. If anything happens, there are hundreds of people who will see. It'd be impossible to cover up. That's assuming Dumbledore wants to cover anything up, Harry said. He might want the opposite, a public confrontation that establishes him as the defender of the wizarding world. That's monstrous. Hermione looked ill. He's gambling with children's lives for political positioning? Maybe. Or maybe he genuinely believes this is the best way to protect the stone and defeat Voldemort. Harry's voice was measured. Dumbledore isn't evil, Hermione. He's just willing to sacrifice individuals for what he considers the greater good. Including children. Including me. What do we do? Neville asked quietly. It was the first time he'd spoken, and his voice was steadier than Harry had expected. We prepare. We watch. And if Voldemort makes a move, we're ready. Harry looked at each of his friends in turn. I'm not asking you to fight. This isn't your war. But I'd appreciate your help, if you're willing to give it. Of course we're willing, Hermione said immediately. You're our friend. We're not going to let you face this alone. What she said, Ron added. Besides, fighting dark wizards sounds more exciting than homework. It's really not, Harry said dryly. But I appreciate the sentiment. Neville didn't say anything, but he nodded firmly. Something had changed in him over the past months, a growing confidence, a determination that hadn't been there before. Harry was proud of him. Of all of them. Then let's get to work, he said. We have a lot to do before the year ends. The winter holidays arrived with snow and celebration. Most students went home for Christmas, but Harry chose to stay at Hogwarts. He told his friends it was because he wanted time alone to think. The truth was that Dumbledore had refused to allow goblin escorts into the castle, making a trip to Gringotts complicated. Harry didn't mind the solitude. It gave him time to explore, to plan, to prepare. On Christmas morning, he woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. There were gifts from his friends, sweets from Ron, books from Hermione, a small plant from Neville that apparently warded against dark magic. There was a package from Gringotts containing new communication crystals and a letter from Ragnok that made Harry's throat tighten with homesickness. And there was an unmarked package containing a silvery cloak. "Your father left this in my possession," the note read. "It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry recognized the cloak immediately, an invisibility cloak, one of the most valuable magical artifacts in existence. His father's cloak, held for years by someone who was now returning it. The note wasn't signed, but it didn't need to be. Only one person could have had access to James Potter's belongings. Only one person would return them now, as a gift designed to build connection. Dumbledore was making his move. Harry examined the cloak carefully, using every detection technique the goblins had taught him. It was genuine, no tracking charms, no hidden spells, no obvious traps. Just an incredibly powerful magical artifact, given freely. But nothing Dumbledore did was free. There was always an agenda, always a manipulation, always a purpose behind the kindness. Harry decided to keep the cloak and remain suspicious. The gift could be useful, the giver could not be trusted. The rest of the year passed in a blur of preparation and watching. Harry monitored Quirrell. There was something wrong with the defense professor, a darkness that Harry's goblin-trained senses could barely detect. The man's stammer seemed fake, his nervousness performed. And his turban carried a hint of something foul, something that made Harry's scar ache when he was too close. Voldemort. Or what remained of him. Hiding in plain sight, wearing a teacher-like a mask. The realization was terrifying, but also clarifying. The enemy was here, in the castle, biding his time. The stone was the target. And when Quirrell made his move, Harry would be ready. The confrontation came at the end of term, just as Harry had expected. Dumbledore was called away, conveniently, suspiciously, and Quirrell moved toward the third-floor corridor. Harry followed with his friends as backup, determined to stop whatever was about to happen. The traps were challenging but not impossible. Harry's training made most of them manageable, his friends contributed their own skills at crucial moments. Hermione solved the logic puzzle. Ron sacrificed himself on the chessboard. Neville held off the devil's snare. And Harry went forward alone to face his parents' killer. The final chamber was small and cold. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, the magical artifact that showed the deepest desires of whoever looked into it. He'd removed his turban, revealing a second face on the back of his head, pale, snake-like, terrible. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face whispered. The boy who lived. Come to die at last. I've come to stop you, Harry said, drawing his wand. Whatever you're planning ends here. Such confidence. Such bravery. The voice was mocking. Did the goblins teach you to face your betters without fear? Did they tell you that courage could substitute for power? They taught me that power isn't everything. That will matters more than ability. That even the strongest can be defeated by those they underestimate. Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. And do you think you can defeat me, little boy? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You are nothing but a child with a scar. I'm the child who survived you once, Harry said. I can do it again. The battle was brutal and brief. Quirrell attacked with curse after curse, driven by Voldemort's will, but Harry had been trained by goblins who didn't believe in fair fights. He dodged, deflected, used the environment as a weapon. He couldn't overpower Voldemort, his magic wasn't strong enough for that, but he could outthink him, outmaneuver him, refuse to fight on his enemy's terms. And when Quirrell's hands closed around his throat, Harry discovered the final protection his mother had left him. His touch burned Voldemort's host. His skin was poisoned to the Dark Lord. Whatever sacrifice Lily Potter had made, whatever magic she'd invoked, it protected her son against the darkest wizard in a century. Quirrell screamed and died. Voldemort fled as a wraith, bodiless and powerless. Harry collapsed beside the body, exhausted and hurting, but alive. He'd won. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore was full of explanations and apologies, speaking of love and sacrifice and the power of Harry's mother's protection. Harry listened politely and revealed nothing of his suspicions about the headmaster's true motives. His friends were heroes, points were awarded, fame was gained, stories were told. Harry made sure they received the credit they deserved while downplaying his own role as much as possible. The stone was destroyed, supposedly. Harry had his doubts, but he couldn't prove anything. And as the year ended and he prepared to return to Gringotts, Harry reflected on everything he'd learned. Hogwarts was more dangerous than he'd expected, and more valuable. He'd made allies, gathered intelligence, proven himself against Voldemort's wraith. He was stronger than when he'd arrived, better prepared for the challenges ahead. But he was also more aware of how much remained to do. The Covenant was still out there. Voldemort would return eventually, seeking a new body, new power. And Dumbledore's games continued, chess moves in a conflict that spanned decades. Harry was only 11. He had years ahead of him, years of growth, of preparation, of building towards something better. He would use them wisely. On the train home, Hermione asked him a question. "Do you think we'll always be friends? Even when things get harder?" Harry thought about everything they'd been through, the troll, the training, the final battle. He thought about the trust they'd built and the challenges they'd overcome. "Yes," he said simply. "We will. No matter what comes." Hermione smiled, and Neville nodded, and Ron punched Harry's shoulder in a way that meant "I agree, but I'm not going to say it out loud." Harry looked out the window as the countryside rolled past, feeling for the first time like he might actually belong somewhere. Home was waiting, the tunnels of Gringotts, the warmth of his goblin family, the work that remained to be done. But home was also here, now, with these three people who had chosen to stand beside him. Harry smiled and let himself enjoy the moment. The next battle would come soon enough. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The face of your enemy. The summer sun never reached the depths of Gringotts, but Harry felt its warmth anyway. He stood in the great hall of the Goblin Nation, surrounded by the beings who had raised him, and gave his report on the first year at Hogwarts. The assembled clan leaders listened in silence as he described the troll attack, the discovery of the stone, and the final confrontation with Voldemort's wraith. When he finished, Ragnok spoke first. "You faced the Dark Lord alone. Without backup. Without informing us. There wasn't time. Quirrell was moving, Dumbledore was gone, and my friends had already sacrificed themselves getting me to the final chamber." Harry met his father's eyes steadily. "I made the best decision I could with the information I had. The best decision would have been to retreat and summon help. The best decision was to stop Voldemort from getting the stone. If I'd retreated, he would have succeeded." Harry's voice was calm but firm. "I'm not going to apologize for winning, Father." The tension in the hall was palpable. Clan leaders exchanged glances, uncertain how to react to an 11-year-old contradicting their king. Then Ragnok laughed. It was a genuine laugh, full of pride and exasperation and something that sounded like relief. "You're impossible, you know that. Completely impossible. I learned from the best." Ragnok shook his head, but he was smiling. "We'll discuss tactical decisions later, in private. For now, the nation should know that Harry Ragnokson faced the darkest wizard of our age and emerged victorious." Again. A murmur of approval ran through the assembled goblins. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest, not pride exactly, but belonging. These were his people. This was his home. After the formal gathering, Harry found Griphook waiting in their usual study chamber. "You look older," Griphook observed. "Not physically, but, in the eyes. What happened to you up there?" "I learned things." Harry settled into his familiar chair, feeling the tension of the school year begin to drain away. "About Dumbledore, about myself, about what I'm capable of. Some of it was good. Some of it wasn't. Tell me." Harry talked for hours. He described everything, the sorting, the classes, the friendships he'd formed. The investigation into the third-floor corridor. The growing certainty that Dumbledore was using students as pawns. The final battle and the discovery that his mother's sacrifice had left him with protection against Voldemort's touch. Griphook listened without interruption, his expression shifting through surprise, concern, and finally something like awe. "You killed a teacher," he said when Harry finished. "An adult wizard possessed by the Dark Lord. Quirrell died because touching me was fatal to him. I didn't set out to kill anyone. But you would have. If necessary." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Yes. I would have." "Good." Griphook's voice was soft. "I don't want you to enjoy killing, Harry. But I need you to be capable of it. The enemies you're making won't hesitate, and neither can you." "I know." Harry rubbed his eyes, suddenly exhausted. "It's just. I'm 11. I should be worried about homework and Quidditch, not assassination and Dark Lords. You were never going to have a normal life. Neither of us were." Griphook moved to sit beside him. "But that doesn't mean we can't have good lives. Just different ones." Harry leaned against his blood brother, taking comfort in the familiar presence. "I missed you. All of you. Hogwarts is interesting, but it's not home. You'll always have a home here. No matter what happens up there." They sat together in comfortable silence, two young beings carrying burdens far heavier than their years should have allowed. The first week of summer was devoted to recovery. Harry slept late, ate well, and spent hours in the underground gardens that had become his sanctuary. He trained with Blood Fong at a reduced intensity, maintaining skills rather than building new ones. He reviewed his financial education with Griphook, catching up on developments in the Malfoy situation and the broader economic landscape. The Malfoys, it seemed, were adapting. Lucius had honored the terms of their settlement, making regular payments on his restructured debts while maintaining a much lower profile in wizarding politics. He'd withdrawn from several pure-blood social circles, citing family concerns, and was reportedly spending more time at home with Draco. Narcissa's influence, Harry guessed when Griphook showed him the reports. She's steering him toward survival rather than confrontation. It appears so. The Covenant hasn't abandoned them, there's still money flowing through intermediaries, but the support has become more subtle. Griphook pulled out another document. "Speaking of the Covenant, we have new intelligence." Harry sat up straighter. "From Narcissa?" "From multiple sources. The Covenant is reorganizing after the events at Hogwarts. They didn't expect Voldemort's wraith to be defeated so quickly, and they're reassessing their strategy." "What does that mean for us?" "Increased caution on their part. Decreased direct action." Griphook's expression was complicated. "But also increased interest in you personally. They're no longer dismissing you as a child playing at politics. You're being taken seriously as a threat." Harry processed this. Being taken seriously was what he'd wanted, but it also meant being targeted more carefully. "Do we have names? Faces?" "Some. The Covenant operates through cells, each with limited knowledge of the others. But Narcissa has identified several mid-level operatives, and our financial analysis has traced money flows to certain ministry officials." Griphook spread out a diagram. "The structure is starting to come into focus." Harry studied the diagram, committing names and connections to memory. The Covenant was larger than he'd realized, tentacles reaching into every major wizarding institution, a shadow network that had shaped magical Britain for centuries. "We can't fight this head-on," he said slowly. "There are too many of them, too deeply embedded." "No. But we can undermine them piece by piece. The same strategy we used with the Malfoys, economic pressure, political exposure, turning allies against each other." Griphook's smile showed teeth. "Death by 1,000 cuts. It will take years. Decades, maybe. We have time. They don't know that we know. And every year you grow stronger, build more alliances, accumulate more leverage." Griphook met Harry's eyes. "This is a war of attrition, Harry. The side that's more patient wins." Harry nodded slowly. Patience wasn't his natural strength, he preferred decisive action, clear victories, but he understood the necessity. "All right. Let's start planning." The second week brought visitors. Narcissa Malfoy arrived through the secure channels they'd established, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen her. She'd been working overtime as their inside source, gathering intelligence while maintaining the facade of a loyal Covenant supporter. "They're watching Draco," she said without preamble. "The Covenant has taken an interest in him as a potential recruit. They're planning to approach him when he's older, 13 or 14, with offers of power and belonging." Harry felt a chill. They want to turn him into what his father was. Worse. They want to make him a true believer, not just an opportunist. Lucius joined the Death Eaters for power and prestige. They want Draco to join for ideology. Narcissa's voice was strained. "I've been trying to counteract it, to teach him to think independently, but I can only do so much without revealing my own disloyalty." "What do you need from us?" "Influence. Draco respects you, Harry, more than he'll admit, more than he probably realizes himself. Your encounter in Diagon Alley, the choice you gave him to define himself apart from his father's mistakes, it made an impression." Narcissa leaned forward. "If you could maintain that connection at Hogwarts, guide him toward better choices. You want me to mentor your son. I want you to save him. From the Covenant, from his father's legacy, from the path that would destroy him." Her gray eyes were intense. "I know I'm asking a great deal. But Draco is my son. I would do anything to protect him." Harry considered carefully. Draco Malfoy was complicated, a product of pureblood prejudice, raised to believe in wizard supremacy, taught to look down on anyone different. But he was also a child, barely 12 years old, facing pressures he couldn't understand. Harry had been given a chance to be better than his circumstances. Maybe Draco deserved the same. "I'll try," he said finally. "But I can't promise anything. Draco has to want to change. I can show him a different path, but he has to choose to walk it. That's all I ask." Narcissa's relief was palpable. "Thank you, Harry. For everything." After she left, Griphook looked at Harry skeptically. "You're going to befriend the son of your former enemy?" "I'm going to offer him an alternative to the path his family has chosen. Whether he takes it is up to him." Harry shrugged. "Besides, having an ally inside Slytherin could be valuable. And if it helps Narcissa maintain her cover as our intelligence source, even better. Always strategic. Always practical. There's a difference." Griphook didn't look convinced, but he let the matter drop. The third week brought a different kind of visitor. Sirius Black arrived at Gringotts under heavy glamour, escorted by goblin guards who had smuggled him in through secret passages. He looked healthier than the last time Harry had seen him, recovered from his years in Azkaban, if still thin and haunted. They met in a secure chamber, just the two of them. "Harry." Sirius's voice cracked with emotion. "Gods, you've grown. You look so much like James, except for my mother's eyes." "I know." Harry smiled slightly. "Hello, Sirius. It's good to finally meet you properly. I should have been there." Should have raised you myself. If I hadn't gone after Peter like an idiot, you couldn't have known. And from what I understand, the ministry didn't give you a trial anyway. Even if you'd stayed, they would have found a way to take me from you. That's not. Sirius stopped, took a breath. I've had 12 years to think about all the ways I failed. Failed James, failed Lily, failed you. I can't fix the past, but I want to be there for you now. If you'll let me. Harry studied his godfather carefully. Sirius Black was damaged, that much was obvious, but there was strength beneath the damage. He'd survived Azkaban. He'd escaped. He'd sought Harry out despite the risk to his own safety. I'd like that, Harry said. But you should know, I'm not the person you probably expected. I wasn't raised by wizards. I don't think like wizards. My family is the Goblin Nation, and my first loyalty will always be to them. I know. Ragnok explained. Sirius's expression was complicated. It should bother me more than it does. James would have hated the idea of his son being raised by goblins. But James isn't here, and the goblins kept you safe when everyone else failed. He managed a weak smile. So I'll learn to deal with it. I'm also involved in some complicated political situations. The Covenant, the Malfoys, Dumbledore, there are multiple factions trying to control or destroy me. Being associated with me could be dangerous. I spent 12 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. I'm not exactly afraid of danger. Harry felt something warm unfurl in his chest. Here was someone who wanted to be part of his life without agenda, without manipulation, just a broken man trying to reconnect with the godson he'd lost. Okay, Harry said. Let's start over. Tell me about my parents. The real stories, not the ones in the books. Sirius's face lit up. Pull up a chair. This is going to take a while. They talked for hours. Sirius had endless stories, James's pranks, Lily's temper, the Marauders' adventures, the early days of the war against Voldemort. Harry laughed and cried and asked question after question, hungry for details that had been denied him for so long. By the end, he had a godfather. And Sirius had something to live for again. The fourth week was when the training began in earnest. Harry had asked Bloodfang for something special, a comprehensive assessment of his combat abilities, followed by a personalized program to address his weaknesses. You've grown sloppy, Bloodfang observed after the assessment. Too much time in a school that doesn't challenge you. Your fundamentals are still solid, but your edge is gone. Then help me get it back. The training was brutal. Bloodfang pushed Harry harder than ever before, using techniques that tested not just physical skill but mental resilience. Combat meditation. Pain tolerance exercises. Simulated multi-opponent fights where any hesitation meant failure. You're going to face worse than trolls someday, Bloodfang said during a brief rest. Voldemort will return with a real body. The Covenant has assassins. And there are things in this world older and darker than any of them. You need to be ready. I will be. Not yet. But soon. Bloodfang's scarred face showed something like approval. You've got the will. That's the hardest part. The rest is just practice. Harry also trained with his wand, developing combat spellcasting that integrated Goblin tactical principles. The wizarding approach to magical combat was wasteful, relying on power rather than precision. Harry learned to be efficient, minimal casting, maximum effect, every spell placed exactly where it needed to be. And he trained in something else, something he discovered during his confrontation with Voldemort. The protection his mother had left him wasn't just passive. It could be channeled, directed, weaponized. When Harry focused on it, he could feel warmth spreading through his hands, a light that pushed back against darkness. It's love, Ragnok observed when Harry demonstrated the ability. Or something like it. Your mother's sacrifice created a shield, but also a sword. The Dark Lord's magic is fundamentally incompatible with it. How do I use it? That's something you'll have to discover yourself. This magic isn't goblin or wizard, it's something older, something tied to your mother's choice. Ragnok's expression was thoughtful. But I suspect it will be important in the battles to come. Harry practiced every day, learning to summon the warmth at will, to hold it steady, to project it outward as a tangible force. It was slow going, the magic was intuitive rather than intellectual, but he was making progress. By the end of summer, he was stronger than when he'd left Hogwarts. Faster. More dangerous. He was also more determined than ever to finish what he'd started. September 1st arrived with the inevitability of a turning tide. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by crowds of returning students, and felt the familiar weight of expectation settle onto his shoulders. Another year. Another round of challenges, conflicts, opportunities. He found his friends easily. Hermione was already aboard, saving seats. Ron arrived late with his family in characteristic Weasley chaos. Neville had grown over the summer, his confidence visibly improved. "You look different," Hermione observed as Harry settled into the compartment. "Harder. Did something happen?" "I trained. A lot." Harry smiled slightly. "And I had some interesting conversations with people who knew my parents. It was a good summer." "Good summers don't usually make people look like they've been through combat training." "Mine do." Harry changed the subject. "What about you? Any interesting reading over the break?" Hermione launched into a detailed account of every book she'd consumed, which was apparently most of the Hogwarts library's restricted section, accessed through creative interpretation of the rules. Harry listened with genuine interest. Hermione's research often turned up useful information. Ron contributed occasional comments about his summer, boring, mostly, except when the twins nearly blew up the garden shed, while Neville quietly reported that his grandmother had finally acknowledged his improving magical abilities. "She said I reminded her of my father," Neville said, voice thick with emotion. "That's the first nice thing she's ever said about me." "You've earned it," Harry said firmly. "You're not the same person you were a year ago." "Neither are you." Neville met his eyes. "What happened in that chamber, Harry? You never really told us the details." Harry was quiet for a moment. His friends had earned the truth, but the truth was heavy, and he wasn't sure they were ready for all of it. "Voldemort's wraith was possessing Quirrell," he said finally. "He wanted the stone to resurrect himself. I stopped him." "Stopped him how?" "My mother's sacrifice left a protection on me. When Quirrell touched me, it killed him." Harry's voice was flat. "I didn't cast a spell or perform any great feat of magic. I just didn't die. And he did." The compartment was silent. "That's terrifying," Hermione said quietly. "Not for you, for everyone else. You can kill people just by touching them. Only Voldemort and his followers. The protection specifically targets dark magic." Harry shrugged. "It's not something I can control precisely. But it's useful." "Useful." Ron shook his head. "Only you would describe a lethal defense mechanism as useful. Would you prefer horrifying but occasionally convenient?" That startled a laugh out of Ron, breaking the tension. The rest of the train ride passed in lighter conversation, and by the time Hogwarts appeared on the horizon, they were back to their normal dynamic. But Harry noticed that his friends looked at him differently now. Not with fear exactly, they knew him too well for that, but with a new understanding of what he was capable of. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Second year began with surprises. The first surprise was Gilderoy Lockhart, the new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry had heard of him, a famous author, supposedly a hero who defeated countless dark creatures, but meeting him in person was something else entirely. The man was a fraud. Harry could see it immediately. Lockhart moved wrong, held his wand wrong, reacted to unexpected situations with panic rather than competence. Whatever his books claimed, he wasn't a skilled warrior. He wasn't even a mediocre one. He's lying about everything, Harry told his friends after the first disastrous class, in which Lockhart had released a cage of Cornish pixies and then fled when they went wild. His book descriptions don't match his actual abilities. Either someone else did those things, or he's making them up entirely. But he's famous, Hermione protested. He has awards. Endorsements. Fame and competence aren't the same thing. Half of what's written about me is complete fiction, and I'm supposedly the most famous wizard of my generation. Harry's voice was dry. Lockhart is dangerous, Hermione. Not because he's powerful, but because he's going to get students killed by pretending to be something he's not. What do we do? Document everything. Every lie, every failure, every dangerous situation his incompetence creates. When we have enough evidence, we'll find a way to expose him. It wasn't the most urgent problem Harry faced, but it was the most annoying. He'd hoped for a competent defense teacher, someone who could actually teach him new combat magic. Instead, he'd gotten a preening idiot who assigned homework about his favorite color. At least Snape's hostility was honest. The second surprise was more troubling. Strange things were happening at Hogwarts. Students were being found petrified, frozen in place, alive but unresponsive, their expressions masks of terror. A message had appeared on the wall in blood-red paint: the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry's first thought was Voldemort. His second thought was that Voldemort was still a wraith, incapable of opening anything. So who was the heir of Slytherin? He began investigating immediately, using the same methodical approach that had served him well the previous year. The Chamber of Secrets was a legend, Salazar Slytherin's hidden sanctuary, supposedly containing a monster that would purge the school of those Slytherin considered unworthy. The victims were all Muggleborns or Muggle-associated. The pattern was clear. It's targeting people like me, Hermione said, her voice tight with fear. People with non-magical parents. It's targeting people someone wants to scare, Harry corrected. The message wasn't "I'm going to kill everyone," it was "beware." This is terrorism, Hermione. Psychological warfare. Someone wants the Muggleborn students to live in fear. That's almost worse. It is worse. Death is quick. Fear lasts forever. Harry's expression was grim. We need to find out who's doing this and stop them. The investigation was complicated by the fact that Harry was one of the suspects. His ability to speak Parseltongue, the language of snakes, had been revealed during a disastrous dueling club session when Lockhart's incompetence had led to a snake being released. Harry had spoken to it instinctively, calming it before it could attack a student. The school had not reacted well. Parseltongue is a dark gift, Hermione explained, looking shaken. It's associated with Salazar Slytherin and his descendants. The fact that you can speak it means people think I'm the heir. Harry's voice was bitter. Because obviously the goblin-raised boy who fought Voldemort is secretly planning to purge the school of Muggleborns. They're scared. Scared people don't think clearly. I know. But it makes the investigation harder when half the school thinks I'm the criminal. He continued anyway, operating more carefully now, using the invisibility cloak to avoid notice. The pattern of attacks pointed to something in the walls. The monster moved through places students couldn't see, striking without warning. Some kind of snake, probably, given the Slytherin connection. A basilisk. The realization came during a late-night research session, when Harry finally connected the symptoms of petrification to the legendary king of serpents. A basilisk's direct gaze kills, Hermione read from a book she'd found in the restricted section. But an indirect gaze, through a mirror, a ghost, water, merely petrifies. The victims all saw it indirectly somehow. How is it moving around the school? A basilisk is huge. Someone would have seen it. Unless it's using the pipes. Hermione's eyes widened. The plumbing. It's traveling through the plumbing, and the chamber entrance must be somewhere with access to the pipe system, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry stood abruptly. The first attack was right outside her bathroom. And she died 50 years ago, the last time the chamber was supposedly opened. You think she was killed by the basilisk? I think we need to ask her. Moaning Myrtle was exactly as unpleasant as her reputation suggested, whining, self-pitying, and obsessed with her own death. But she was also a witness, and Harry needed information. I died right here, Myrtle said, gesturing dramatically at a particular toilet stall. I was crying because Olive Hornby had been making fun of my glasses, and then I heard something, a boy's voice, speaking in a language I didn't understand. I opened the door to tell him to go away, and then I died. What killed you? I don't know. I just saw big yellow eyes, and then I was floating, and I was dead. Myrtle began to cry again. It wasn't fair. I was only 14. The entrance is in your bathroom, Harry said quietly, studying the sinks. Somewhere around here, there's a way into the Chamber of Secrets. He searched carefully, using every detection technique the goblins had taught him. And finally, on one of the copper taps, he found it, a tiny snake etched into the metal, invisible unless you knew to look. Open, he said in Parseltongue. The sink slid aside, revealing a dark passage leading down into the depths beneath the school. Harry stared into the darkness, mind racing. He'd found the chamber. Now he needed to figure out who was using it, and stop them. The answer came sooner than he expected, and it was worse than he'd feared. Ginny Weasley was taken. Ron's little sister, the youngest Weasley, had been acting strangely all year, pale, tired, clearly struggling with something she wouldn't talk about. Harry had noticed but hadn't prioritized investigating, he'd had too many other problems to manage. Now she was gone, dragged into the chamber by whoever was controlling the basilisk, and a new message had appeared on the wall, her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Harry didn't hesitate. I'm going after her, he told his friends, checking his weapons, wand, knife, emergency port key to Gringotts. Ron, you should come. She's your sister. What about me? Hermione demanded. You're a Muggleborn. The basilisk is specifically targeting people like you. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I can't protect you and fight the monster at the same time. Stay here, get Dumbledore, tell him where I've gone. Harry, please, Hermione. This is the best way you can help. She looked like she wanted to argue, but finally nodded. Be careful. Both of you. They descended into the chamber. The tunnels were dark and slick with moisture, lined with the shed skins of something enormous. Harry led the way, wand lit, senses straining for any hint of danger. They found Ginny in the central chamber, lying motionless on the cold stone floor. Beside her stood a teenage boy, pale, dark-haired, with an aristocratic face that seemed somehow familiar. Harry Potter, the boy said, smiling coldly. I was hoping you'd come. Who are you? I am a memory, preserved in a diary for 50 years. A memory of the boy I used to be, before I became Lord Voldemort. Harry's blood ran cold. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's younger self, somehow preserved and projected into the physical world. How are you here? You're not a ghost. I'm something much more. A piece of soul, anchored to an object, growing stronger by feeding on the life force of foolish little girls who write their secrets in enchanted diaries. Riddle's smile widened. Young Ginny has been my puppet all year, opening the chamber, releasing the basilisk, doing everything I commanded. And now she's given me enough of her life that I can finally be real again. I won't let that happen. You won't have a choice. Riddle turned and hissed something in Parseltongue, and from the shadows, the basilisk emerged. It was huge. 50 feet of armored scales and venomous fangs, with eyes that glowed sickly yellow in the darkness. Harry averted his gaze immediately, relying on his peripheral vision and other senses to track the creature's movement. Kill him, Riddle commanded. The basilisk struck. Harry dove aside, feeling the rush of displaced air as massive jaws snapped shut inches from his body. He came up running, using the chamber's pillars as cover, mind racing through options. He couldn't look at the basilisk directly, instant death. He couldn't outrun it, it was too fast. He couldn't overpower it, nothing in his arsenal could penetrate those scales. But he was a parselmouth. "Stop," he hissed in the serpent's own language. "I command you to stop." The basilisk hesitated, confused by conflicting orders. Harry pressed his advantage. "I am a speaker, like your master of old. You will obey me." "It obeys me," Riddle snarled, his composure cracking. "I am the heir of Slytherin. You're a fragment. A piece of something that used to be a person." Harry kept his eyes averted but his voice strong. "The basilisk is ancient. It can feel the difference." The serpent swayed between them, clearly uncertain. Harry could feel its alien mind brushing against his own, old, hungry, bound by ancient magics it didn't fully understand. He took a risk. "I know your name," he said quietly, in Parseltongue. "Told to me by ones who remember the old ways. You are Cytheris, bound by Salazar to guard his secrets. You served faithfully for 1,000 years. But the one who commands you now is not Salazar's heir, he's a pretender, a piece of something broken." The basilisk turned its head toward Riddle, and Harry could feel its doubt becoming certainty. "Kill him!" Riddle screamed. Cytheris did not move. "Your service is complete," Harry continued. "The secrets you guarded are gone, the master you served is dust. You have no more obligations here. Will you continue to serve a fragment, or will you finally rest?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the great serpent lowered its head to the ground and closed its eyes. It began to breathe slowly. Then slower. Then not at all. The basilisk was dead. Not from violence, but from release, 1,000 years of binding finally ended. Riddle stared in disbelief. "That's impossible. You can't, you're just a child, I'm the child of prophecy. The one your other self tried to kill and couldn't." Harry turned to face him, still careful not to meet those phantom eyes directly. "And I'm about to end you too." He moved toward the diary, lying on the ground near Ginny's still form. Riddle shrieked and lunged, trying to stop him, but his form was still incomplete, ghostly, unable to fully interact with the physical world. Harry's hand closed around the diary. He could feel the wrongness of it, the soul fragment trapped inside, dark and hungry, so similar to the thing attached to his own scar. A Horcrux, like the one Dumbledore had destroyed with the stone. Except Dumbledore hadn't destroyed that one. Harry was sure of it now. The old man had kept it, was probably studying it, trying to understand how Voldemort had achieved his twisted immortality. This one, Harry would destroy himself. He drew one of the basilisk's fangs, fallen during the creature's death throes, and plunged it into the diary. Riddle screamed. Ink poured from the wound like blood, dark and viscous. The phantom form writhed, destabilized, began to dissolve. "You can't," Riddle gasped. "I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I am, you're done." The diary gave a final shudder and went still. Tom Riddle's memory faded into nothing. Harry dropped to his knees beside Ginny, checking for vital signs. She was alive, barely, her life force depleted but not destroyed. With the diary gone, the drain had stopped. "Ron!" Harry called. "She's okay. She's going to be okay." Ron emerged from behind a pillar, pale and shaking but determined. He gathered his sister in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you," he whispered. "Harry, thank you. Get her out of here. I'll be right behind you." But Harry lingered a moment longer, staring at the destroyed diary and the dead basilisk. Two ancient evils, both ended in one night. It should have felt like victory. Instead, It felt like the first battle in a much longer war. He picked up the ruined diary, evidence, potentially useful, and followed his friends toward the surface. The aftermath was chaotic. Dumbledore was waiting when they emerged, his expression a complex mixture of relief and calculation. He asked questions about the chamber, about the basilisk, about how Harry had managed to defeat both Riddle and the serpent. Harry answered carefully, revealing what was necessary and concealing what wasn't. He didn't mention that he'd talked the basilisk into dying, let them think he'd killed it with the fawn. He didn't mention that he could feel the similarity between the diary and his own scar. He didn't mention his suspicions about other Horcruxes, other fragments of Voldemort's soul hiding in the world. Some knowledge was too dangerous to share with Albus Dumbledore. Ginny recovered in the hospital wing, traumatized but alive. The Weasleys were effusively grateful. Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry so hard he thought she might crack his ribs. "You saved our daughter," she said through tears. "You risked your life to save a girl you barely know. We can never repay that. She's Ron's sister. That makes her family." Harry meant it. The Weasleys were good people, flawed, chaotic, but genuinely caring. They deserved better than what Riddle had tried to do to them. The school year ended with Harry receiving a Special Services to the School award, which he accepted with appropriate modesty while privately finding the whole thing absurd. He'd destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. He'd ended a 1,000-year-old serpent's bondage. He'd saved a girl's life and prevented a Dark Lord's resurrection. An award didn't begin to cover it. On the train home, Harry sat with his friends and watched the countryside roll past. "What happens now?" Hermione asked. "The diary is destroyed, the basilisk is dead. Is it over? The chamber is closed." "But no, it's not over." Harry's voice was quiet. "Voldemort is still out there, still seeking ways to return. The Covenant is still working against us. And I learned something this year that changes everything." "What?" Harry hesitated. He'd been debating how much to tell them, how much they needed to know, how much they could handle. "The diary was a Horcrux," he said finally. "A piece of Voldemort's soul, stored in an object to prevent his death. That's why he survived when he attacked me as a baby. He'd already split his soul, anchored himself to the physical world." That's dark magic," Hermione said, pale. "The darkest magic there is." "Yes. And the diary wasn't the only one." Harry met her eyes. "I can feel it, Hermione. There are more Horcruxes out there. More pieces of Voldemort's soul, waiting to help him come back." "How many?" "I don't know. But I'm going to find out. And I'm going to destroy them all." The compartment was silent. "We'll help," Ron said finally. "Whatever it takes, we'll help." "Count me in too," Neville added quietly. Hermione nodded, her expression determined. "We're with you, Harry. All the way." Harry looked at his friends, his true friends, who had stood beside him through trolls and Dark Lords and ancient horrors, and felt something warm settle in his chest. He wasn't alone. He never had been. "Thank you," he said simply. "All of you. Thank you." The train carried them toward the future, and Harry watched it approach without fear. He was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Empire of Debts. The Goblin healers worked through the night. Harry lay on a stone table in Gringotts' deepest medical chamber, surrounded by ancient beings who poked and prodded and muttered in dialects of gobbledygook so old even he couldn't follow them. They'd been examining him for hours, ever since he'd returned from Hogwarts and reported what he'd learned about Horcruxes. "The fragment in his scar," the lead healer said finally, her voice grave. "It's changed." Ragnok leaned forward. "Changed how?" "Strengthened. The destruction of the diary Horcrux created a resonance, the remaining fragments felt it, reacted to it." The healer's ancient eyes met Harry's. "The piece attached to you is more active now. More aware." Harry absorbed this without visible reaction, though his stomach churned. What does that mean practically? The dreams will intensify. The emotional bleed-through will become harder to control. And the healer hesitated. There may be moments when the fragment attempts to assert itself. To influence your thoughts and actions. Can you remove it? Not without killing you. The fragment is too deeply entwined with your magical core. The healer's expression softened slightly. But we can teach you to manage it. Occlumency, the art of shielding your mind, will help. Mental disciplines that separate your thoughts from the intruders. I've been practicing occlumency for years. Then you'll need to practice harder. The stakes have increased. After the healers left, Harry sat alone with his father in the quiet chamber. Neither spoke for a long time. I'm carrying a piece of Voldemort inside me, Harry said finally. I've always known something was wrong with the scar, but this changes nothing. Ragnok's voice was firm. You are Harry Ragnokson. A fragment of darkness doesn't define you, how you fight it does. And if I can't fight it? If it gets stronger, starts controlling me? Then we'll find a way to remove it. Even if the healers say it's impossible. Ragnok placed a clawed hand on Harry's shoulder. I didn't raise you to surrender to anything, my son. Not dark lords, not ancient magic, not pieces of corrupted soul. You're stronger than this. Harry wanted to believe him. He wanted to believe that willpower and training could overcome anything, that the fragment in his scar was just another enemy to be defeated. But late at night, when the dreams came, Voldemort's memories, Voldemort's emotions, Voldemort's hunger for power bleeding through the connection, he wasn't so sure. The summer of Harry's 13th year was consumed by three priorities: occlumency training, Horcrux research, and the ongoing Sirius Black situation. Sirius had been officially exonerated the previous year, after Peter Pettigrew was captured during a Goblin intelligence operation. The rat Animagus had been hiding in the wizarding world for over a decade, and his testimony, extracted under Veritaserum, had proven Sirius's innocence beyond any doubt. The ministry had been forced to apologize. Compensation had been paid. Sirius Black was a free man. But freedom and healing were different things. The nightmares are getting better, Sirius said during one of their regular meetings. He looked healthier than he had a year ago, filled out, less haunted, but his eyes still carried shadows. Some nights I can sleep for 4 or 5 hours without waking up screaming. That's progress. It's survival. There's a difference. Sirius managed a weak smile. But having you to focus on helps. Having a purpose. You're more than just my godfather, you know. You're allowed to have your own life. What life? Everyone I loved is dead or thinks I'm a monster. The only family I have left is you and... He trailed off. And Narcissa, Harry finished. Your cousin. The one who's been feeding us intelligence on the Covenant. She wrote to me. Did you know that? After the exoneration. Said she was glad I was free, that she never believed I was guilty. Sirius's expression was complicated. We weren't close growing up, she was already being groomed for the pure-blood life by the time I was sorted into Gryffindor. But she reached out. What did you tell her? That I appreciated the sentiment but needed time. Sirius shook his head. I don't know what to do with it, Harry. She's married to Lucius Malfoy. She's part of everything I fought against. But she's also the only Black who doesn't want me dead. She's trying to change. To protect her son, to find a different path. Harry chose his words carefully. I'm not saying you should trust her completely. But people can surprise you. You've become very wise for a 13-year-old. I've had good teachers. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, two damaged people finding connection in their shared history. I want to do something useful, Sirius said finally. Not just sit around recovering. I want to help with whatever you're planning. Are you sure? The things I'm involved in are dangerous. The Covenant, the Horcrux hunt, the political maneuvering, any of it could get you killed. I spent 12 years in Azkaban for something I didn't do. I'd rather risk death for something that matters than waste the freedom I've been given. Sirius's jaw tightened. James and Lily died fighting Voldemort. Let me honor their memory by finishing what they started. Harry studied his godfather for a long moment. Sirius was still fragile, still healing, but there was steel beneath the damage. The same steel that had kept him sane through a decade of Dementor exposure. All right, Harry said. But we do this my way. Carefully, strategically, with proper backup. No charging off alone like you did with Pettigrew. Agreed. And you something shifted in Sirius's expression, gratitude, maybe, or the recognition that someone finally cared about his well-being rather than just his usefulness. I promise, he said quietly. Thank you, Harry. For giving me something to live for. The Horcrux research was Griphook's domain. He'd assembled a team of Goblin scholars and cursebreakers, all sworn to secrecy, all working to understand how Voldemort had achieved his twisted immortality. The diary had provided valuable data, its destruction had been studied extensively, its residual magic analyzed. We've confirmed that multiple Horcruxes exist, Griphook reported during their weekly strategy session. The magical signature of the diary matches traces we've found in historical records, dark magic events that couldn't be explained by conventional means. How many? At least 5, possibly more. The soul-splitting ritual requires murder to complete, and we've identified several deaths that match the pattern. Griphook spread out a timeline on the table. Myrtle Warren in 1943, the diary. A witch named Hepzibah Smith in 1946, we believe her murder created the Hufflepuff Cup Horcrux. A Muggle family and a ministry official in the 1970s, we're still determining what objects those created. Harry studied the timeline with growing unease. Each death represented another anchor tying Voldemort to the world, another obstacle that had to be overcome before the Dark Lord could be permanently destroyed. What about my scar? That's more complicated. Griphook's expression was troubled. The fragment in you wasn't created intentionally. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, a piece of his already unstable soul broke off and attached to the nearest living thing, you. It's a Horcrux in effect, but not in design. Does that matter? Potentially. Intentional Horcruxes are protected by specific enchantments. The fragment in you has no such protection. Griphook paused. It might be possible to remove it without destroying the container. But we'd need to understand more about how it attached in the first place. Keep researching. This is the priority, finding a way to get this thing out of me without dying in the process. Understood. Griphook hesitated. Harry, there's something else. The resonance the healers mentioned, when you destroyed the diary, it created a ripple through all the remaining Horcruxes. If Voldemort has a way to monitor his soul anchors, he knows one was destroyed. He would have felt it anyway. The wraith I faced in first year was connected to the same soul network. True. But now he knows someone is actively hunting his Horcruxes. He'll take steps to protect the others. Griphook's voice was grave. We're in a race, Harry. We need to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before Voldemort returns to full power and moves them somewhere we can't reach. Harry absorbed this. The timeline had just compressed significantly. Then we work faster. What resources do we need? More intelligence on Voldemort's past. His movements, his relationships, his obsessions. The Horcruxes will be hidden in places that matter to him, we need to understand what those places are. I'll talk to Dumbledore. He knows more about Voldemort's history than anyone. Griphook looked surprised. You're going to share information with Dumbledore? I'm going to extract information from him. There's a difference. Harry's smile was cold. The old man has been playing games with me for years. It's time I started playing back. Third year at Hogwarts began with changes. The most obvious was the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, a mild-mannered man with shabby robes and kind eyes who turned out to be the best teacher Harry had ever had. He was also a werewolf. Harry discovered this within the first week, recognizing the signs from his goblin education. The pallor around the full moon. The subtle markers of lycanthropy in his magical signature. The way other professors gave him slightly wider berths in the hallways. He didn't care. "Professor Lupin," Harry said after their first class, "I wanted you to know that I'm aware of your condition, and it doesn't change my respect for you." Lupin's expression flickered through surprise, concern, and finally cautious appreciation. "How did you know?" "I was raised by goblins. We learn to recognize magical creatures and their characteristics." Harry met his eyes steadily. "Werewolves aren't monsters, Professor. They're people with a disease. The way wizarding society treats them is shameful. That's not a common opinion among wizards." "I'm not a common wizard." Harry paused. "I also know you were friends with my parents. Sirius has mentioned you." Something painful crossed Lupin's face. "James and Lily were like family to me. When they died, and when Sirius was imprisoned. I lost everyone. I should have sought you out, tried to be part of your life, but I was grieving. Traumatized. Struggling with a condition that makes employment nearly impossible." Harry's voice was gentle. "I don't blame you for not being there, Professor. The system failed all of us. You're very forgiving for someone who was abandoned. I wasn't abandoned. I was placed exactly where I needed to be." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "The goblins gave me a family, an education, and a purpose. I wouldn't trade that for anything, not even a childhood with the people who knew my parents." Lupin studied him with new eyes. "You're not what I expected, Harry. The report said you were different. Raised by creatures, trained in their ways. I thought you'd be cold. Calculating. I am calculating. But I try to also be kind when I can." Harry gathered his books to leave. "I'd like to know more about my parents, Professor. The real stories, not the legends. If you're willing to share them. I'd like that very much." It was the beginning of a valuable relationship, another ally, another source of information, another connection to the parents Harry had never known. The year's complications arrived in October. Dementors had been stationed around Hogwarts, supposedly to protect against some unspecified threat. Their presence was oppressive. Harry could feel their hunger pressing against his mind every time he passed near them, awakening the fragment in his scar. The official explanation was Ministry security measures. The real reason, Harry suspected, was that someone wanted to test his defenses. "The Dementors react to you differently," Lupin observed after a particularly difficult lesson on the Patronus charm. "They're drawn to you more strongly than other students. I have more darkness in me than most." Harry focused his will, trying again to produce the silver shield that would drive the creatures away. "The fragment of Voldemort, it's like a beacon to them. You know about the Horcrux?" Harry looked at him sharply. "How do you know that word?" "Dumbledore told me. After the events in the Chamber of Secrets, he shared certain concerns with the senior order members." Lupin's expression was grave. "He believes Voldemort created multiple soul anchors, and that one of them is attached to you. Did he tell you he's known about this for years? That he left me on a doorstep in November knowing I was carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history?" Lupin was silent. "Dumbledore has been playing chess with my life since I was born," Harry said flatly. "Every decision he makes is calculated for some greater purpose that he won't share. He's not my ally, Professor. He's another player in the game. Albus isn't evil, Harry. He makes difficult choices, yes, but always with the goal of defeating Voldemort and protecting the wizarding world. I'm sure he believes that. But good intentions don't excuse harm." Harry finally managed a weak Patronus, a shapeless silver mist that flickered and died. I'll defeat Voldemort my own way, Professor. With allies I can trust to be honest with me. And Dumbledore is useful, knowledgeable, powerful, but not trustworthy. Harry met Lupin's eyes. Be careful what you tell him about me. He's not above manipulating people for what he considers the greater good, and you're vulnerable. A werewolf, dependent on his goodwill for employment. Lupin flinched slightly. That's a harsh assessment. It's an accurate one. I learned early that vulnerability invites exploitation. Don't give him leverage he can use against you. Harry returned to practicing the Patronus. Now, can we try again? I need to master this charm before the Dementors become a serious problem. The serious problem materialized in November. Harry was crossing the grounds after dark, technically against rules, but he'd been meeting with Hagrid to discuss magical creatures, when he felt the temperature drop suddenly. The familiar oppressive presence of Dementors, but stronger than usual. Closer. There were at least a dozen of them, gliding across the frozen grass in a tightening circle. Harry drew his wand, summoning every happy memory he possessed, but the cold was overwhelming. The fragment in his scar screamed, resonating with the dark creature's hunger. His Patronus flickered and died. The Dementors closed in. Harry fell to his knees, reliving the worst moments of his life. A doorstep in November. His mother's screams. Voldemort's laughter. The cold touch of death itself, reaching for him. Then a silver light erupted across the grounds. A massive dog, no, a wolf, made of pure radiance charged into the Dementor circle, scattering the creatures like leaves before a storm. Harry felt the oppressive cold retreat, felt air return to his lungs, felt the fragment in his scar subside into sullen silence. Sirius Black stood over him, wand extended, the silver wolf prowling at his heels. Damn things, Sirius growled. They were targeting you specifically. I could feel it from the castle. How are you here? Your father installed a monitoring ward in your emergency pendant. When your vitals dropped, I was notified. Sirius helped Harry to his feet. Dumbledore's going to have some explaining to do. Those weren't ordinary Dementors, they were hunting you. Harry's mind raced through implications. Someone had directed the Dementors at him deliberately. Someone with authority over the creatures, which meant someone in the Ministry. The Covenant. Get me inside, Harry said, leaning on his godfather's arm. We need to contact Gringotts. This was an assassination attempt. By Dementors? In Hogwarts? By Dementors that were supposedly here for protection. Perfect cover. If I'd died, it would have been a tragic accident. Boy who lived overcome by creatures meant to guard him. Harry's voice was bitter. The Covenant is making their move. They made it back to the castle, where Dumbledore was waiting with a suspicious expression. Harry, Sirius. I felt the disturbance. What happened? Dementors attacked Harry, Sirius said flatly. A dozen of them, working together, targeting him specifically. That's not normal behavior. I'll speak with the Ministry immediately, you'll do more than speak. Harry's voice was ice. Those Dementors were directed by someone. Someone who wanted me dead and thought they could get away with it. I want to know who, and I want them held accountable. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. Harry, I understand you're upset, but accusations of assassination attempts are serious matters. We need to investigate carefully, then investigate. But don't expect me to wait quietly while you do. Harry turned to leave. I'm contacting my father. The Goblin Nation will be conducting its own investigation, and we won't be as patient as the Ministry. He left Dumbledore and Sirius standing in the entrance hall, already composing the message he would send to Gringotts. The Covenant had declared war. It was time to respond in kind. The investigation revealed what Harry had suspected. The Dementors had been given specific instructions by a ministry official named Dolores Umbridge, a squat, toad-like woman with a passion for anti-creature legislation and ties to several known Covenant members. She'd argued that the creatures needed to test Harry Potter to ensure he could defend himself against dark forces. The test had nearly killed him. Umbridge is protected, Griphook reported via mirror communication. Her connections in the ministry run deep. Any direct move against her would be blocked or redirected. Then we don't move directly. Harry's mind was already working through options. What's her financial situation? Modest but stable. She lives within her means, has no obvious debts. A pause. But she has ambitions. She wants a senior position, undersecretary to the minister, eventually minister herself. Then we make sure she never gets it. Every scandal, every questionable decision, every connection to unsavory elements, we document it all and wait for the right moment to release it. Harry's voice was cold. She wanted to test me. Let's see how she handles being tested. That could take years. I'm patient. And I have a long memory. Harry looked at the mirror grimly. Add her to the list, Griphook, Umbridge, and everyone connected to her. The Covenant is going to learn that attacking me has consequences. The rest of third year was a masterclass in retaliation. Harry didn't attack directly, that wasn't his style. Instead, he identified Covenant-connected individuals throughout the ministry and began systematically undermining their positions. Financial irregularities exposed. Political alliances disrupted. Compromising information leaked to the right ears at the right times. None of it traced back to him. None of it was technically illegal. But the cumulative effect was devastating. By March, 3 ministry officials had resigned in disgrace. By May, Umbridge herself had been demoted after an investigation into her creative interpretation of magical creature regulations. By June, the Covenant's influence in the ministry had been visibly weakened. They know someone is targeting them, Griphook reported. They're circling the wagons, becoming more careful. Good. Careful enemies make fewer mistakes, but they also move slower. Harry reviewed the latest intelligence reports. What about the Horcrux hunt? Progress. We've identified the likely locations of 2 more Horcruxes, the Hufflepuff Cup and Slytherin's Locket. Both are protected by significant defenses. Can we reach them? The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, here in Gringotts. Technically accessible, but politically complicated, breaking into a client's vault, even for good reason, would damage our reputation. And the locket? Hidden somewhere connected to Voldemort's past. We're still narrowing down the location. Griphook hesitated. There's also been movement on the ministry front. Cornelius Fudge is becoming increasingly paranoid. He's been meeting with Lucius Malfoy regularly. Harry frowned. Malfoy? I thought he'd withdrawn from politics. He has, publicly. But privately, he's been rebuilding connections. The Covenant may be positioning him for a comeback. Or using him as a distraction while they pursue other goals. Harry filed the information away for later analysis. Keep watching. And let me know immediately if anything changes with the Horcrux locations. The summer brought revelations. Dumbledore requested a meeting, a private conversation at Hogwarts, away from the ears of ministry officials and potential spies. Harry agreed, curious about what the old man wanted to share. They met in the headmaster's office, surrounded by silver instruments and the silent portraits of previous heads. Dumbledore looked older than Harry remembered, tired, weighted down by secrets. Harry, I believe it's time we had an honest conversation about Tom Riddle and his Horcruxes. Harry kept his expression neutral. I'm listening. I've spent years studying Tom's past, tracing his movements, trying to understand how he achieved his twisted immortality. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I've identified several likely Horcruxes, a diary, which you destroyed, a ring, which I have recently acquired and destroyed, a locket, a cup, and something of Ravenclaw's, though I'm not certain what. That's 5. The magical theory suggests 7 is the most stable number for soul splitting. Dumbledore looked surprised. You've studied the theory? I have resources you don't know about. Harry met the old man's eyes. What about the 6th and 7th? Do you have theories? I believe Voldemort's snake, Nagini, may be a Horcrux. And... Dumbledore paused. And I'm afraid there's one more. One that was created accidentally, on the night Voldemort attacked your family. Me. The fragment in my scar. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You know. I've known for years. The goblin healers identified it when I was 5. Harry's voice was flat. Did you plan to tell me eventually, or were you hoping I'd die killing Voldemort and solve the problem that way? Harry, I never, don't lie to me, Headmaster. You've known about the Horcrux in my head since the beginning. You've been preparing me to die, training me just enough to face Voldemort, not enough to survive the encounter. Harry stood, moving to the window. The goblin who raised me taught me to read people. You're not as good at hiding your intentions as you think. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was weary. You're right. I have made plans that assumed your death might be necessary. I hope to find another way, but the prophecy seemed clear, neither can live while the other survives. I thought. You thought I was a sacrifice. A weapon to be aimed and fired at the appropriate moment. Harry turned back. But I'm not a weapon, Dumbledore. I'm a person. And I'm not going to die just because you can't figure out another solution. If there was another way, there is. My people are working on it. The fragment can be removed without killing the host, it just requires understanding magic that wizards have never bothered to study. Harry's voice hardened. The goblins have been researching soul magic for centuries, ever since wizards started using Horcruxes to cheat death. They know things you don't. If you found a way to remove the Horcrux safely, I would be very interested to learn, I'm sure you would. But I'm not sharing goblin secrets with someone who's been planning my death for 12 years. Harry moved toward the door. This conversation is over, Headmaster. We're not allies. We're not friends. We're two people who happen to have a common enemy. Harry, please. I never wanted things to be this way. Then you should have made different choices. Harry paused at the door. I'll destroy the Horcruxes, including the one in my head, and I'll defeat Voldemort. But I'll do it my way, with people I actually trust. You can help or you can stay out of the way. Those are your options. He left without waiting for a response. 4th year was the year everything changed. The Triwizard Tournament came to Hogwarts, bringing delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang along with an ancient magical competition that had been discontinued for centuries due to its death toll. Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire. He hadn't entered. He'd been cautious about the whole event, recognizing it as exactly the kind of spectacle that would draw unwanted attention. But someone had entered him anyway, binding him to a magical contract that couldn't be broken. The Covenant, Griphook concluded after analyzing the situation. They're trying to get you killed in a way that looks like an accident. Again. They're persistent. I'll give them that. Harry studied the tournament rules, looking for loopholes. The tasks are designed to be survivable, at least theoretically. The real danger is that someone will sabotage me during the competition. Your defenses. I'll increase them. But I'll also need to actually compete, the magical contract requires genuine effort. Harry smiled grimly. At least I'll have a chance to show the wizarding world what goblin training can accomplish. The first task was dragons. Harry faced a Hungarian horntail, one of the most dangerous breeds in existence, in front of a stadium full of spectators. The other champions had used various strategies, clever spells, transfiguration, aerial combat. Harry used diplomacy. I mean you no harm, he said in a language that wasn't quite Parseltongue but related, the serpentine tongue that magical reptiles could understand. I seek only the golden egg among your clutch. Allow me to take it, and I will ensure your safety in this strange place. The dragon studied him with ancient eyes. Then, to the amazement of the crowd, it stepped aside. Harry walked calmly to the nest, retrieved the golden egg, and walked out without a single spell being cast. The judges didn't know what to make of it. The other champions were furious at what they considered cheating. But the rules said nothing about having to fight, only to retrieve the egg. Harry had done that. Efficiently. Without harming the dragon or risking himself. That's not how it's supposed to work, Hermione said afterward, looking stunned. The rules define the goal, not the method. Harry examined the golden egg with interest. I'm not going to play their game when I can change the rules entirely. The second task involved underwater rescue. Harry was supposed to save someone he cared about from the bottom of the lake. The challenge assumed he would struggle with the hour time limit, barely making it back with his hostage. Harry was finished in 12 minutes. Goblin crafted breathing apparatus. Enhanced swimming techniques learned during underwater salvage training. A thorough scouting mission the night before that had mapped the entire lake bed. He rescued Ron, his designated hostage, and was back on the surface before most of the other champions had even found their targets. You're making this look too easy, Sirius said after the task, looking half proud and half concerned. The people who entered you in this tournament wanted you to struggle. To be vulnerable. Then they miscalculated. Harry dried off with a warming charm. I've been preparing for threats my entire life. A swimming test isn't going to challenge me. The third task might. It's supposed to be the most dangerous. Then I'll prepare for it. Whatever they throw at me, I'll handle. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I'm not the scared child they expected, Sirius. I'm exactly what the goblins raised me to be, a survivor. The third task was a maze filled with obstacles and creatures, with the Triwizard Cup at the center. The champions entered at staggered intervals based on their point totals. Harry went first. The maze was dark, disorienting, designed to confuse and delay. Harry moved through it methodically, using techniques Blood Fong had taught him for navigating hostile environments. He dealt with obstacles efficiently, avoided traps that seemed too obvious, and trusted his instincts when logic failed. He reached the cup well ahead of the other champions. And the moment he touched it, he felt the familiar hook behind the navel sensation of a portkey. The cup deposited him in a graveyard. Harry landed in a fighting crouch, wand out, senses straining. The air was thick with dark magic, old curses, ancient protections, the unmistakable presence of something terrible. A figure emerged from the shadows. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, carrying a bundle that cried and twisted in his arms. The Potter boy, a thin, cold voice said from the bundle. At last. The ritual can begin. They moved before Harry could react. Pettigrew's spell caught him off guard, a binding curse that hadn't been in any book Harry had studied, and he found himself tied to a gravestone, helpless. The ritual began. Bone of the father. Flesh of the servant. Blood of the enemy. Wormtail cut Harry's arm, collecting the blood needed to restore his master. Harry struggled against the binding, but it was too strong, too perfectly designed to hold him. Voldemort rose from the cauldron. Tall, skeletally thin, with red eyes and features that were barely human anymore. The Dark Lord had returned to physical form, more terrible than any description could capture. Harry Potter, Voldemort breathed, looking at him with something like satisfaction. The boy who lived. We meet again at last. Still hiding behind rituals and servants, I see. Harry's voice was steady despite his terror. Some things never change. Voldemort laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. Defiance. I expected nothing less from Dumbledore's weapon. But defiance won't save you tonight. He summoned his Death Eaters, the inner circle, appearing from the darkness with masks and terror. Harry watched them gather, memorizing faces, cataloging threats, even as his mind raced for escape options. The portkey cup was still nearby. If he could reach it. "Before you die, I want you to understand something," Voldemort said, circling Harry like a predator examining prey. "Your mother's protection, the magic that saved you as an infant, is meaningless now. I used your blood in the resurrection ritual. Her protection lives in me as well. You have no defenses against me anymore." Harry felt cold settle into his bones. His greatest weapon, neutralized. The protection his mother had died to give him, stolen by the very monster she'd died fighting. "Kill him," Voldemort commanded. Slowly. "I want to see him suffer." The Death Eaters raised their wands. And Harry activated his emergency portkey. The goblin-crafted device was hidden under his skin, implanted surgically, undetectable by any spell. It was designed for exactly this situation, capture by enemies with no hope of conventional escape. He vanished from the graveyard an instant before the killing curses struck. Harry materialized in the Gringotts medical chamber, bleeding and shaking but alive. Healers surrounded him immediately, treating his wounds, checking for curses. Ragnok arrived within minutes, his expression a mixture of fury and relief. "Voldemort has returned," Harry managed through the pain. "Full body. He used my blood. The protection, my mother's protection, he has it now. We know. Your monitoring spells transmitted everything." Ragnok's voice was grim. "The Covenant's play is revealed. They've been working toward this for years, getting you into the tournament, ensuring the cup would be a portkey, preparing the resurrection ritual. They succeeded. They succeeded in bringing Voldemort back. They failed in killing you." Ragnok placed a clawed hand on Harry's shoulder. "Rest now. Recover. We'll plan our response in the morning." But Harry's mind wouldn't rest. Voldemort was back. The protection was gone. And somewhere in the world, more Horcruxes waited to be destroyed. The war had entered a new phase. And Harry intended to win it. The aftermath was chaos. The Ministry refused to believe Voldemort had returned. Fudge called Harry a liar, an attention seeker, a disturbed child traumatized by the tournament. The official position was that Cedric Diggory, who had reached the cup shortly after Harry and been killed by Death Eaters, had died in a tragic accident. Harry didn't argue with them. Let them believe what they wanted. He had more important things to do than convince idiots of the obvious truth. The Horcrux hunt accelerated. The locket was retrieved from a cave where Voldemort had hidden it as a young man, a cave filled with inferi and protected by deadly potions. Harry led the extraction team personally, using goblin magic to neutralize the defenses and retrieve the artifact. Destroying it was harder than the diary had been. The locket fought back, trying to possess anyone who held it, projecting illusions and despair. In the end, Harry used Fiendfire, channeled through a specially constructed containment ward, to reduce it to slag. The cup came next. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault was theoretically protected by goblin law, but Harry was the closest thing the goblin nation had to a prince. He convinced Ragnok that the Horcrux posed a threat to the bank itself, dark magic contaminating the vaults, potentially damaging other clients' holdings. The cup was confiscated, examined, and destroyed in a private ceremony. 3 Horcruxes down. The ring Dumbledore had destroyed made 4. The diary made 5. That left Nagini, the snake. And the fragment in Harry's own head. "We're close to a solution," Griphook reported during one of their late-night sessions. "The Goblin researchers believe they can extract the fragment without killing you. It requires a specific ritual, complex, dangerous, but survivable. When can we do it? Not until we're ready to move against Voldemort himself. The extraction will be noticed, the other fragments will feel it. If we remove yours before destroying Nagini, Voldemort will know we're hunting Horcruxes. So we need to get Nagini first." Yes. And Nagini stays close to Voldemort at all times. Griphook's expression was grim. We need a way to separate them. Or a way to kill them both at once. Harry stared at the ceiling, mind racing. The endgame was approaching. All the pieces were nearly in place. But the hardest battles were still to come. The war began in earnest during Harry's 5th year. Voldemort's return was finally acknowledged after the Dark Lord attacked the Ministry directly, leading to a battle in the Department of Mysteries that cost lives on both sides. Sirius nearly died, would have died if Harry hadn't been there with goblin-crafted shields and a willingness to fight dirty. Harry killed Bellatrix Lestrange that night. She'd been dueling Sirius, cackling with mad glee, and Harry had seen her wand swing toward his godfather's unprotected back. He'd reacted without thinking, using a curse that the goblins had taught him, one that wasn't in any Hogwarts textbook, one that stopped hearts with surgical precision. Bellatrix fell without a sound. Harry felt nothing. She'd tortured Neville's parents into insanity. She'd killed dozens of innocents. She'd laughed while doing it. Her death was justice. But the look on Sirius's face afterward, the mix of gratitude and horror, stayed with Harry for weeks. You're not who you used to be, Sirius said quietly, late one night. The boy I met 3 years ago wouldn't have been able to do that. The boy you met 3 years ago wouldn't have survived tonight. Harry stared at his hands, the hands that had killed. I don't enjoy it, Sirius. But I don't regret it either. She would have murdered you. I know. That's what frightens me. Sirius pulled Harry into an embrace. I don't want you to lose yourself in this war. Your parents wouldn't have wanted that. I won't. But I won't let the people I love die while I hesitate, either. Harry returned the embrace. This is who I am now. A person who does what's necessary. I hope you can accept that. I can try. Sirius's voice was rough. I can try. The final year brought the final battle. Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts was interrupted by Voldemort's assault on the castle, a massive attack meant to kill Dumbledore and capture the boy who lived. The Death Eaters came in force, along with giants and werewolves and creatures dragged from dark places. Harry fought beside his friends, beside the teachers, beside goblin reinforcements who had portkeyed in at the first sign of trouble. The battle raged through the corridors and grounds, and when the dust settled, the light had won, but at terrible cost. Dumbledore was dead. The old wizard had faced Voldemort directly, buying time for evacuations, and had fallen to a killing curse after destroying Nagini in a final act of sacrifice. Harry watched it happen from across the battlefield, too far away to help, close enough to see the light leave Dumbledore's eyes. He knew, Harry realized afterward. He knew he was going to die. He planned it. The ring, Griphook said grimly. When he destroyed it, he was cursed. He's been dying for a year. He chose to make his death mean something. Harry stared at the place where Dumbledore had fallen. He'd resented the old man, distrusted him, sometimes hated him. But there was no denying his courage at the end. One Horcrux left, Harry said quietly. Mine. We're ready. The ritual is prepared. Griphook placed a hand on his shoulder. But we need you conscious and willing. Are you? Harry looked at his blood brother, his friend, the person who had been with him through everything since childhood. Yes. Let's end this. The ritual took place in the heart of Gringotts. Harry lay on the same stone table where he'd been examined so many times, surrounded by the most skilled healers and curse-breakers the Goblin nation possessed. Ragnok stood beside him, holding his hand. Whatever happens, Harry said, thank you. For everything. Nothing is going to happen except success, Ragnok replied. You're my son. I refuse to lose you. The ritual began. Pain. Darkness. The fragment in his scar screaming as ancient goblin magic surrounded it, separated it, pulled it away from Harry's soul inch by agonizing inch. Harry fought to stay conscious, to maintain his sense of self, to remember who he was and why he was fighting. The fragment tried to overwhelm him, projecting Voldemort's memories and emotions and desires, trying to convince him that resistance was futile. He held on anyway. And finally, after what felt like hours, what felt like centuries, the fragment tore free. The goblin healers contained it immediately, sealing it in a specially prepared vessel. Harry gasped and shuddered, feeling lighter than he had in his entire life. "It's gone," he breathed. "It's actually gone." The ritual was successful. The lead healer's voice was exhausted but triumphant. "The fragment has been removed intact. You're whole again." Harry laughed, a sound of pure relief, of joy, of freedom. 16 years he'd carried Voldemort's taint. 16 years of darkness whispering in the back of his mind. No more. "Now we destroy it," he said, sitting up despite the healer's protests. "And then we destroy him." Voldemort fell 3 days later. Without his Horcruxes, without his connection to Harry, without the protection he'd stolen from Lily Potter, the Dark Lord was finally vulnerable. Harry led a coalition force, goblins, wizards, everyone willing to fight, against Voldemort's remaining stronghold. The final duel was anticlimactic. Harry had trained for this his entire life. Voldemort had relied on power and fear, never developing the skills that came from genuine effort. When they faced each other, wand to wand, it was almost unfair. "You can't kill me," Voldemort snarled. "I am immortal." "I am, you're a fragment yourself now," Harry interrupted. "A piece of something that used to be a person, clinging to existence through sheer stubbornness." He raised his wand. "And I'm the person who spent 16 years preparing to end you." The killing curse that struck Voldemort wasn't cast with hatred. It was cast with precision, with purpose, with the cold efficiency the goblins had taught him. The Dark Lord fell. And stayed down. The aftermath was complicated, as aftermaths always are. The wizarding world hailed Harry as a hero, again, and wanted to shower him with awards and accolades and political positions. He declined most of them, preferring to work behind the scenes as he always had. The Covenant was exposed and dismantled, its members brought to justice or driven into hiding. The system they built over centuries was torn down piece by piece, replaced by something new, something fairer, something that treated all magical beings as people. Harry watched it happen from the depths of Gringotts, surrounded by the family who had raised him. "You did it," Griphook said, watching the news reports with something like awe. "You actually changed the world. We did it. All of us." Harry looked at his father, at his blood brother, at the nation that had given him everything. "I couldn't have done any of this alone." "What now?" Ragnok asked. Harry thought about it. He was 17 years old. He had wealth, influence, and skills that most wizards couldn't imagine. The world was open to him in ways it had never been before. "Now we build," he said finally. "The destruction is done. It's time to create something better." He looked out at the underground city that had been his home for most of his life, and he smiled. The child on the doorstep had come a long way. And he was just getting started. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The years between the morning after Voldemort's fall, Harry woke to silence. Not the oppressive silence of danger lurking, or the tense silence of waiting for the next crisis. Just, quiet. The kind of quiet that meant nothing was trying to kill him, no fragment was whispering in his mind, no Dark Lord was plotting his destruction. It was disorienting. He lay in his quarters in Gringotts, staring at the familiar stone ceiling, and tried to remember the last time he'd felt genuinely safe. The answer came slowly, never. Not really. Even in the depths of Goblin territory, surrounded by warriors and wards, he'd always known that the war was coming, that Voldemort would return, that the peace was temporary. Now it wasn't temporary anymore. "You're awake." Griphook's voice came from the doorway. The healers said you might sleep for days after the ritual. Apparently your constitution is as stubborn as the rest of you. I've had enough sleep. Harry sat up, testing his body. Everything worked. Everything felt lighter. The fragment is really gone. Destroyed yesterday, along with the containment vessel. We used the same fiendfire technique as the locket. Griphook moved to his usual seat. It fought. Screamed. Tried to bargain at the end. But it's gone now. Completely. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, it would always be there, but it was just a scar now. Just tissue. No malevolent presence lurking beneath the surface. I don't know what to do, he admitted. I've spent my entire life preparing to fight Voldemort. Now he's dead, and I don't know what comes next. That's normal. Soldiers often struggle when wars end. Griphook's voice was gentle. You're 17, Harry. You have decades ahead of you. Take time to figure out what you want. I know what I want. I want the wizarding world to change. I want goblins to have equal rights. I want the systems that created Voldemort torn down and replaced with something better. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I just don't know how to do any of that without an enemy to fight. Perhaps that's the lesson. Fighting is easy, you identify a threat and eliminate it. Building is harder. It requires patience, compromise, working with people you might not like. Griphook smiled slightly. The goblins have been building for centuries. We can teach you that too. The first month after the war was devoted to recovery. Harry spent time with his family, real time, not stolen moments between crises. He had long dinners with Ragnok, discussing everything from politics to philosophy. He trained with Bloodfang, but at a relaxed pace, maintaining skills rather than desperately acquiring new ones. He wandered the underground gardens and read books for pleasure and did all the normal things he'd never had time for. He also grieved. The war had cost lives. Good people had died, some in the final battle, others in the years of conflict leading up to it. Harry hadn't allowed himself to feel those losses while the fighting continued, but now they hit him with full force. Dumbledore's death was complicated. Harry had never fully trusted the old wizard, never forgiven him for the doorstep and the years of manipulation. But there was no denying that Dumbledore had died bravely, sacrificing himself to destroy Nagini and buy time for others. He was flawed, Harry said during one of his sessions with a goblin mind healer. Arrogant. Manipulative. But he was also brave and brilliant and genuinely wanted to defeat evil. I don't know how to reconcile those things. You don't have to reconcile them, the healer replied. People are complicated. Dumbledore did great good and caused great harm, sometimes in the same action. You can acknowledge both without having to pick one. It was good advice. Harry tried to follow it. Sirius was a constant presence during those weeks, having moved into Gringotts semi-permanently to be close to his godson. They spent hours talking, about James and Lily, about the First War, about all the things they'd never had time to discuss while fighting for their lives. Your parents would be proud of you, Sirius said one evening, watching the sunset through the enchanted windows of an upper-level chamber. Not because you killed Voldemort, they wouldn't have cared about that, not really. They'd be proud of who you've become. A person who fights for what's right, who protects the people he loves, who refuses to give up no matter how hard things get. I had help. Lots of it. Everyone has help. That's not the point. Sirius turned to face him. You could have become something terrible, Harry. Raised by goblins, carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, surrounded by people who wanted to control or destroy you. You had every excuse to become cold, or cruel, or consumed by revenge. Some would say I did become cold. You became practical. That's different. Sirius's voice was firm. Cold people don't risk their lives for their friends. Cold people don't spare enemies who might reform. Cold people don't spend years planning how to make the world better for people they'll never meet. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He'd spent so long thinking of himself as a weapon, a tool, a strategic asset. The idea that he might actually be a good person was strange and uncomfortable. "I'm trying," he said finally. "To be worthy of what everyone sacrificed." "You already are, Harry. You already are." The second month brought the beginning of Harry's new work. The Wizengamot was in chaos. The war had exposed the deep corruption in wizarding government, and reformers were pushing for massive changes. Harry had influence, more than he'd ever wanted, and people were looking to him for leadership. He gave it carefully, strategically, the way the goblins had taught him. His first public statement after the war wasn't about himself or his victory. It was about the future. "The systems that created Voldemort are still in place," he told the assembled press, choosing his words with precision. "The prejudice against Muggleborns, the oppression of magical creatures, the concentration of power in the hands of old families who care more about blood than merit. If we don't change these things, another Voldemort will rise. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not in our lifetimes. But eventually. What changes would you recommend, Lord Potter?" "Start with the magical creatures legislation. Goblins, werewolves, centaurs, house elves, they're people, not property or threats. Treat them as such." Harry paused. "Then look at the Wizengamot itself. Why should political power be inherited? Why should wealth determine influence? The Muggle world abandoned these systems centuries ago. Maybe it's time we caught up." The statement made waves. Progressives cheered, traditionalists raged. Harry didn't care about either response. He was playing a longer game. "You're making enemies," Griphook observed after the speech. "I've always had enemies. At least now they're the right kind." Harry reviewed the intelligence reports on Wizengamot reactions. "The old guard will fight any change that threatens their power. But they're weakened by the war, discredited by their Covenant connections. If we move fast enough, we can push through reforms before they reorganize. And if they do reorganize, then we'll be ready for that too." The reforms came in stages. First, the low-hanging fruit, repealing the most egregious anti-creature legislation, establishing basic rights for magical beings that had previously been classified as beasts or beings without legal standing. These changes faced opposition but passed with strong majorities. The war had shifted public opinion, and few wanted to be seen defending Voldemort-era policies. Then, the harder work, restructuring the Wizengamot itself, breaking the hereditary seats that had concentrated power in the same families for centuries. This faced fierce resistance. Old money and old blood united against the threat to their privileges. Harry countered with economic pressure. Years of financial warfare had taught him how fragile pure-blood wealth really was. Most of the old families were asset-rich but cash-poor, dependent on favorable laws and goblin cooperation to maintain their positions. When that cooperation became contingent on supporting reform. "You're blackmailing the Wizengamot," Hermione said, looking both impressed and concerned when Harry explained his strategy. "I'm applying leverage. There's a difference." Harry smiled slightly. "Besides, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I'm just making it clear that there are consequences for opposing progress. That's still coercion. Politics is always coercion. The only question is who's doing the coercing and what they're coercing for." Harry met her eyes. "I'm not using this power for personal gain, Hermione. I'm using it to make the world better. Does the method matter if the outcome is just?" "Yes. It matters." But Hermione's voice lacked conviction. She'd seen too much during the war, compromised too many principles in the name of survival. "Just, be careful. Power corrupts, even when the person wielding it has good intentions." "I know. That's why I have you, to tell me when I'm going too far." The third month brought personal developments. Harry turned 18, legally an adult in both wizarding and goblin societies. The birthday celebration was larger than any he'd had before, friends from Hogwarts, allies from the war, representatives from magical governments around the world. Even some former enemies attended, people who had fought on the wrong side but were now seeking reconciliation. Draco Malfoy was among them. He'd changed since their first meeting in Diagon Alley, years ago. The arrogant child who'd sneered about blood purity was gone, replaced by a young man who'd seen his family's beliefs lead to ruin and was trying to forge a different path. "I never thanked you properly," Draco said during a quiet moment at the celebration. "For giving me a choice. For not treating me as my father's son. You made your own choices, Draco. I just showed you they existed. Still. It mattered." Draco hesitated. "I wanted you to know, I'm entering the Ministry. Creature Relations Department. Mother thinks I've lost my mind, but after everything that's happened, I want to help fix what my family broke." Harry studied him carefully. The Draco of 6 years ago would never have considered such a path. This one seemed genuine, not fully transformed, still carrying the scars of his upbringing, but trying. "That's good. The department needs people who understand how the old system failed." Harry offered his hand. "Good luck, Draco. I hope you find what you're looking for." Draco shook it. "You too, Harry. For what it's worth, I'm glad we're not enemies anymore." "So am I." The celebration also brought an unexpected conversation. Narcissa Malfoy approached Harry late in the evening, looking older than he remembered but somehow more at peace. "Lord Potter. Thank you for inviting me. You earned your place here. Your intelligence saved lives during the war." Harry gestured for her to join him in a quieter corner. "How are you finding the new order?" "Challenging. The world I was raised to navigate no longer exists." Narcissa's voice was dry. "But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The old world was comfortable for people like me, but it was built on foundations that couldn't last." "That's a very philosophical perspective." "I've had time to reflect. The war, Lucius's decline, watching my son struggle to be better than we raised him to be." She shook her head. "You were right, all those years ago. People can change. I'm trying to prove that." "And Lucius?" "Diminished. Broken by the war and his own failures." Something complicated crossed Narcissa's face. "I still love him, in my way. But I've stopped trying to save him. Some people have to save themselves." Harry thought about all the enemies he'd made over the years, all the people who had opposed him out of malice or fear or ideology. Most of them were dead now, or defeated, or converted. But a few, like Lucius, simply existed in a kind of twilight, neither fighting nor reforming, just surviving. "I hope he finds peace eventually," Harry said, and was surprised to realize he meant it. "You've changed too, Lord Potter. The boy who dismantled our family would never have wished us well. That boy was fighting a war. I'm trying to build something now." Harry smiled slightly. "It requires different skills. Including forgiveness." The reforms continued through the following years. Harry didn't seek official positions, he had no interest in being Minister for Magic or Chief Warlock or any of the titles that were offered. Instead, he worked behind the scenes, using his influence and resources to support the changes he believed in. Goblin rights were expanded dramatically. The treaty restrictions that had bound the nation for centuries were renegotiated, giving goblins legal standing that approached equality with wizards. It wasn't perfect, prejudice didn't disappear overnight, but it was progress. Werewolf legislation was reformed, making treatment accessible and ending the registration requirements that had stigmatized those with the condition. Remus Lupin, who had survived the war against all odds, became the first werewolf to hold a senior ministry position. House elf liberation proceeded more slowly. The beings themselves were resistant to change, having been conditioned for generations to see freedom as shameful. But Harry supported efforts to educate and emancipate those who wanted it, while protecting those who chose to remain in traditional service. The Wisengamot itself was transformed. Hereditary seats were eliminated over a 10-year period, replaced by elected positions and merit-based appointments. The old families screamed betrayal, but they had lost too much power to stop the changes. Through it all, Harry remained a private figure. He gave occasional speeches, made strategic public appearances, but spent most of his time in Gringotts or traveling to places where his help was needed. The boy who lived became a legend, a symbol, a story that parents told their children. The actual person preferred to work in the shadows. 5 years after the war, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Professor McGonagall, Headmistress McGonagall now, having taken over Hogwarts after Dumbledore's death, came to Gringotts with a proposal. "We're establishing a new position at the school," she explained. "Practical defense. Not theory, not history, but actual combat training for students who want to learn how to protect themselves. And you want me to teach it? I want you to design the curriculum. Find qualified instructors. Perhaps give guest lectures when your schedule permits." McGonagall's expression was serious. "The war taught us that our students were unprepared for real danger. I don't want that to happen again." Harry considered the proposal. Teaching had never been his goal, but education was a powerful tool for change. Students who learned practical defense, who were taught by instructors he selected, would carry those lessons into the wider world. "I'll do it on one condition." "Name it." "The program is open to everyone. Not just Hogwarts students, young goblins, werewolves, anyone with magical ability who wants to learn. No discrimination based on species or background." McGonagall's expression flickered through surprise, consideration, and finally acceptance. "That will be controversial. But I agree. If we're going to do this, we should do it right." Harry smiled. "Then you have a deal, Headmistress. Let's build something worth believing in." 10 years after the war, Harry stood in the Great Hall of Gringotts and addressed the assembled representatives of 6 magical species. The International Magical Cooperation Summit was the first of its kind, a gathering of wizards, goblins, werewolves, vampires, Vila, and centaurs to discuss shared concerns and establish frameworks for mutual support. It had taken years of careful diplomacy to make it happen, and there were skeptics who believed it would collapse within weeks. Harry intended to prove them wrong. "We've spent centuries defining ourselves by our differences," he said, his voice carrying across the vast chamber. "Wizard versus goblin. Human versus creature. Light versus dark. Those definitions served the interests of the powerful, who benefited from keeping us divided." He paused, looking out at the assembled faces, so different from each other, yet all paying attention. "I'm not asking you to forget your histories or abandon your cultures. I'm asking you to recognize that we share common interests. We all want safety for our families. We all want prosperity for our communities. We all want a world where our children can grow up without fearing persecution. Those goals don't conflict. They align. And if we can build institutions that serve all of us, not just the wizards, not just the wealthy, not just the powerful, then we can create something that has never existed before, a truly magical society." The speech was a beginning, not an ending. The summit lasted a week, and the negotiations were brutal. But when it concluded, agreements had been reached. Treaties had been signed. The foundation for something new had been laid. Harry watched the delegates depart and felt, for the first time in years, something like hope. 15 years after the war, Harry married. Her name was Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin from his Hogwarts years who had spent the war years neutral before becoming an advocate for pure-blood reform. They'd reconnected during one of Harry's political campaigns, discovered common ground and mutual attraction, and built a relationship that surprised everyone who knew them. "The boy who lived marrying a Slytherin," Ron observed at the wedding reception. "The Prophet is going to have a field day. The Prophet can print whatever it wants. I stopped caring about their opinions years ago. Harry watched Daphne across the room, laughing at something Hermione had said. She understands me, Ron. The dark parts and the light parts. That's rare. I know. I just like giving you a hard time. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Congratulations, mate. You deserve happiness. So do you. How are things with Susan? Good. Great, actually. We're thinking about kids. Ron's expression softened. It's strange, isn't it? After everything we went through, ending up with normal lives. Houses, jobs, families. I don't know if our lives qualify as normal. But they're good. That's what matters. The wedding was attended by a peculiar mix of guests, goblins and wizards, former enemies and lifelong friends, representatives from every faction Harry had worked with over the years. Ragnok gave a speech that made several humans uncomfortable with its directness. Sirius cried throughout the ceremony and denied it afterward. And when Harry and Daphne exchanged vows, Harry felt the weight of his past settle into something bearable. He wasn't the boy who lived anymore, or the child on the doorstep, or the goblin-raised weapon. He was just Harry, flawed, complicated, trying his best. That was enough. 20 years after the war, Harry became a father. His daughter arrived on a cold November morning, the same month Harry had been left on the Dursley doorstep, a coincidence he chose to see as meaningful. They named her Lily, after his mother, and James, after his father. Lily Jasmine Potter Greengrass, a name that carried history and hope. She looks like you, Daphne said, exhausted but radiant. Same eyes. My mother's eyes. They skipped generations, apparently. Harry held his daughter carefully, marveling at her smallness, her perfection. I don't know how to do this, Daphne. I wasn't exactly raised with normal parenting models. Neither was I. We'll figure it out together. She smiled. Besides, you have plenty of people to ask for advice. Sirius, Remus, Hermione, half the Goblin Nation. That's what worries me. Can you imagine the parenting advice Bloodfang would give? Teach her to hold a sword before she can walk. Something like that. They laughed together, the kind of easy laughter that came from deep partnership and shared understanding. Harry looked down at his daughter's face and made a silent promise. I'll be there for you, he whispered. Every day. No matter what. You'll never have to wonder if you're loved. It was the opposite of what he'd experienced. And that, more than any political victory or strategic triumph, felt like the real win. 25 years after the war, Harry Potter stood at the edge of the world he'd helped create. Diagon Alley was different now. Goblins walked openly in the streets, running businesses alongside wizards. A werewolf-owned cafe served customers of every species. The old prejudices hadn't disappeared entirely, but they were fading, becoming the province of bitter old people rather than mainstream society. Harry walked through the crowds unrecognized. He'd aged, grown a beard, adopted the kind of ordinary appearance that made people's eyes slide past him. The boy who lived was a historical figure now, studied in schools and discussed in books. The actual person was just another wizard doing his shopping. He liked it that way. His daughter was at Hogwarts now, sorted into Ravenclaw, to everyone's surprise, excelling in her studies and making friends across house lines. His son, James Sirius, had been born 3 years after Lily and was showing early signs of magical ability that delighted his goblin tutors. Ragnok had passed away 5 years ago, peacefully, after nearly 5 centuries of life. Harry had been at his bedside at the end, holding the clawed hand that had reached into a basket on a cold November night and changed everything. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, Ragnok had said in his final hours. The son I never expected. The future I never dared hope for. You saved me, Harry had replied. In every way a person can be saved. We saved each other. Ragnok had smiled, showing teeth that had gone gray with age. Isn't that how family works? The memory still brought tears to Harry's eyes. But it also brought gratitude, and peace, and the knowledge that he'd honored his father's legacy in everything he'd built. He ended his walk at Gringotts, descending into the familiar depths where Griphook waited. His blood brother was elderly now by Goblin standards, though he had decades yet to live. They'd worked together for 30 years, building institutions and dismantling injustices, always side by side. The quarterly reports are in, Griphook said, passing over a folder. The Magical Cooperation Fund has exceeded projections. The scholarship program has graduated its 100th class. And the Creature Rights Coalition is polling at 70% support among young wizards. Good. All good. Harry set the reports aside. But I didn't come to talk about business. Then why did you come? To say thank you. Again. Always. Harry met his friend's eyes. I wouldn't be here without you, Griphook. Wouldn't be anything without you. Nonsense. You would have found your way eventually. You're too stubborn not to. Maybe. But I'd have done it alone. And that would have made me something worse. Harry smiled. You kept me human. You and Ragnok and Bloodfang and everyone else who loved me when I didn't know how to love myself. Griphook was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and clasped Harry's hand. Blood brothers, he said simply. Blood brothers. Always. They sat together in comfortable silence, two beings who had grown up together and grown old together, who had changed the world and been changed by it. Outside, the magical world continued to evolve. New challenges arose, new generations faced them. The work was never truly done. But for this moment, in this place, with this friend, Harry Potter allowed himself to feel something he'd rarely permitted in his younger years. Contentment. The child on the doorstep had come so far. And the journey, he realized, had been worth every step. 40 years after the war, Harry Potter wrote his memoirs. Not for publication, the world had enough stories about the boy who lived. These were for his children, his grandchildren, the generations who would come after and wonder who he really was. I was raised by goblins, he wrote. They taught me everything important, how to fight, how to think, how to love fiercely and without apology. When the wizarding world abandoned me, the goblin nation took me in. When Voldemort hunted me, goblin warriors stood at my side. When I needed family, King Ragnok became my father in all the ways that mattered. I'm not telling you this to claim virtue or seek praise. I'm telling you because it matters. Because the world will tell you stories about species and blood and who belongs where, and most of those stories are lies. The truth is simpler, people are people, whatever their form. Love is love, whatever its source. Family is who chooses you and who you choose in return. I was lucky. Not because I survived Voldemort, or because I was born with money and magic. I was lucky because someone reached into a basket on a cold November night and decided I was worth saving. Everything else followed from that. Be that person for someone. That's all I ask. When you see someone abandoned, someone suffering, someone the world has decided doesn't matter, be the one who reaches out. Be the one who saves them. The rest will follow. He closed the journal and looked out at the world he'd helped build. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. But it was better than the one he'd been born into, and the next generation would make it better still. That was enough. That was everything. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, Platform 9 3/4. The morning of September 1st dawned grey and wet, rain streaking the windows of the Gringotts guest quarters where Harry had spent his final night before Hogwarts. He'd been awake for hours, unable to sleep, running through preparations in his mind. His trunk was packed with goblin-approved supplies, communication mirrors keyed to Gringotts, emergency port keys sewn into his robes, a knife sheathed against his forearm where no detection spell would find it. His wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, brother to Voldemort's, sat in a quick-draw holster at his hip. He looked like a student. He was armed like a soldier. "You're brooding," Griphook observed from the doorway. "That's usually my role." "I'm thinking. There's a difference." "Not from where I'm standing." Griphook crossed the room and settled into the chair across from Harry. "Nervous?" "Yes." Harry saw no point in lying. "Everything changes today. I've been preparing for this for years, but actually doing it is different from planning it." "I know." Griphook's expression softened. "You're ready, Harry. More ready than any 11-year-old has a right to be. The question is whether you believe that." "I believe I'm as prepared as I can be. Whether that's enough." Harry shrugged. "We'll find out." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, two friends on the edge of a separation that would last months. Harry had never been away from Gringotts for so long, never been away from Griphook, from his father, from the underground world that had shaped him. "I'm going to miss you," Harry said quietly. "All of you. We'll be here when you return. We'll be watching over you while you're gone." Griphook reached into his pocket and produced a small silver coin. "This is keyed to me specifically. If you need to talk, really talk, not just report, use this. I'll answer, whatever time it is." Harry took the coin, feeling its weight in his palm. Such a small thing to represent such a large connection. "Thank you. For everything. Don't thank me yet. You haven't survived first year." But Griphook was smiling. "Now go. Your father is waiting to see you off, and he's even worse at goodbyes than you are." Ragnok was waiting in his private office, surrounded by the trappings of Goblin royalty but looking more like a worried parent than a king. "You have everything you need?" "Yes, father." "The emergency protocols are memorized?" "Yes, father." "The communication schedules are, father." Harry crossed the room and embraced him, something he rarely did in formal settings. "I'll be fine. You raised me well." Ragnok's arms came up to return the embrace, clawed hands gentle on Harry's back. "I raised you for war. I'm not sure I raised you for peace. You raised me for survival. That works in any situation." Harry pulled back to meet his father's eyes. "I'll make you proud. You already have, my son. Every day since I found you on that doorstep." Ragnok's voice was rough. "Just, come home. Whatever else happens, come home. Always." The journey to King's Cross was handled through Goblin transport, a network of tunnels and port keys that deposited Harry in a secure location near the station. He emerged into the Muggle world feeling oddly exposed, surrounded by people who had no idea what he was or what he carried. The station was crowded with morning commuters, ordinary people living ordinary lives. Harry moved through them like a ghost, invisible not through magic but through sheer unremarkability. Just another child with a trunk, heading somewhere important. Platform 9 3/4 waited behind its magical barrier. Harry paused before crossing, taking a deep breath. On the other side was the wizarding world proper, the society that had abandoned him as an infant, that had spent years trying to reclaim him, that would now be forced to accept him on his own terms. He was ready. He stepped through. The platform was chaos made manifest. Families clustered in anxious groups, parents fussing over children, children wriggling away from parents. Owls hooted from cages. Cats yowled. A toad made a break for freedom and was pursued by a round-faced boy who looked moments from tears. Harry took it all in with tactical awareness, cataloging faces and positions and potential threats. Old habits died hard, and Bloodfang had drilled situational assessment into him until it became automatic. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent, a scarlet steam engine that gleamed despite the grey weather, radiating magic that Harry could feel even from across the platform. It was old, powerful, steeped in centuries of tradition and expectation. He was about to board it as an outsider. As an anomaly. As the goblin-raised boy who lived who didn't fit anyone's expectations. Good. He'd never wanted to fit. Excuse me. A voice came from behind him. Do you know how to get onto the train? I've been watching people disappear through that barrier, and I'm not entirely sure about the process, and my parents are muggles so they can't help, and Harry turned to find the bushy-haired girl from his research files. Hermione Granger, Muggleborn, exceptional academic record, already noted by Hogwarts staff as a likely candidate for high achievement. You walk through, he said. The barrier is enchanted to allow magical people to pass. Muggles see an ordinary wall. Yes, I read about that, but reading and doing are different things, aren't they? Hermione's eyes were bright with nervous energy. I'm Hermione, by the way. Hermione Granger. First year. Harry. First year as well. Oh, wonderful. I was hoping to meet other first years before we arrived. I've read all the textbooks already, of course, and I'm particularly excited about Transfiguration, which seems like the most theoretically interesting subject, though Charms has practical applications that. She stopped, looking embarrassed. Sorry. I talk too much when I'm nervous. I noticed. But Harry smiled to take the sting out of it. That was a lie. He knew a great deal about many of the students who would be on this train, but Hermione didn't need to know that. She was a potential ally, bright and eager and without the pure-blood prejudices that would make others see him as an enemy or a trophy. I'd like that very much. Her relief was obvious. Let me just say goodbye to my parents. Harry waited while Hermione hugged two nervous-looking muggles who clearly didn't understand the world their daughter was entering. He felt an unexpected pang of something like sympathy. At least he'd always known what he was. Hermione was navigating blind. When she returned, they boarded the train together. The compartments were filling quickly, but Harry found an empty one near the middle of the train, a position that allowed multiple escape routes if necessary. He settled his trunk and helped Hermione with hers, noting that she'd packed more books than clothes. So, Hermione said as the train began to move, where are you from? I don't recognize your accent. Gringotts, mostly. I was raised by goblins. The statement dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water. Hermione's eyes went wide. Goblins? But that's, I read that you. She stopped, visibly recalculating. You're Harry Potter. Harry Ragnokson, technically. But yes. I've read about you. The boy who lived, raised by the Goblin Nation after being abandoned by his Muggle relatives. There's controversy about whether the goblins should have been allowed to keep you, and the political implications of a wizard being raised outside wizarding society, and, she stopped again. I'm doing it again. The talking thing. It's all right. I'm used to being researched. Harry's voice was dry. Though I'll warn you, most of what's written about me is wrong. The wizarding world has been telling stories about the boy who lived for 10 years. I'm just a person. That's what you said in the Daily Prophet interview. The one where you refused to participate in the Potter recovery hearings. Hermione looked at him with new interest. You were very articulate for a 7-year-old. I had good teachers. Goblin teachers. She leaned forward, curiosity overcoming nervousness. What was it like? Being raised by another species? Do they have different educational methods? Do they teach magic differently than Hogwarts? Harry considered how much to reveal. Hermione was exactly what she appeared to be, a brilliant Muggleborn eager for knowledge, without hidden agendas or factional loyalties. She could be a genuine friend, if he let her. The question was whether he remembered how to let people in. Goblins have their own magical traditions, he said slowly. Different from wizard magic in some ways, similar in others. They don't use wands, but they can do things with metals and wards that wizards can't replicate. And their educational methods are intensive. Intensive how? They believe that learning should be challenging. That struggle builds strength. Harry smiled slightly at a memory. My combat instructor once told me that if I wasn't bleeding by the end of a lesson, he wasn't working me hard enough. Hermione looked horrified. They made you bleed? During lessons? They prepared me for a world where people would want to hurt me. The bleeding was incidental. Harry met her eyes. I know it sounds harsh, Hermione. But I'm alive because of that training. The people who raised me knew what I would face, and they made sure I could survive it. What do you face? You're 11. You're going to school. I'm the last heir of an ancient and noble house, connected by blood to several other old families. I'm supposedly a symbol of hope against dark magic. I was raised by beings that most wizards consider enemies. Harry's voice was flat. There are people who want to control me, people who want to use me, and people who simply want me dead. Being 11 doesn't protect me from any of that. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was smaller. I didn't realize. The books made it sound heroic. Glamorous, almost. The books were written by people who never had to live it. Harry softened his tone. I'm not trying to scare you, Hermione. I'm just being honest. The wizarding world can be wonderful, magical in the true sense. But it can also be dangerous, especially for people who don't understand the rules. And you understand them better than most. Which is why I'm offering you something. Harry leaned forward. Be my friend. Not a follower, not a subordinate, a genuine friend. I'll teach you things that aren't in the textbooks, help you navigate the politics, make sure you're never caught off guard. In exchange, you keep me honest. Call me out when I'm being too calculating, too cold. Remind me that there's more to life than strategy. Hermione studied him with surprising shrewdness for someone her age. You're offering me protection in exchange for moral guidance. Something like that. That's very transactional. I was raised by goblins. Everything is transactional. Harry smiled. But that doesn't mean it can't also be genuine. I think I'd like being your friend, Hermione. The question is whether you'd like being mine. She considered for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I think I would. You're strange, Harry Potter, but you're also the most honest person I've met since entering this world. Everyone else has been telling me what they think I want to hear. I'll always tell you the truth. Even when you don't want to hear it. Fair enough. She extended her hand. Friends? Harry shook it. Friends. The compartment door slid open about an hour into the journey, revealing a red-haired boy with a smudge of dirt on his nose. Sorry, everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit here? Go ahead. Harry gestured to the empty seat. The boy entered and stowed his trunk, moving with the comfortable chaos of someone used to crowded spaces. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. You're Harry Potter. Blimey, I thought you'd be. I dunno, different. Taller, maybe. My brothers said you were raised by goblins, but you don't look very goblinish. I'm human. I was just raised by goblins. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Ron settled into his seat, looking somewhat starstruck. My mum followed all the news about you. The hearings and things. She said it was disgraceful, what the ministry tried to do, taking a child from the only family he'd ever known just because they weren't the right species. Harry filed this away. The Weasleys were known as blood traitors, a pure-blood family that rejected supremacist ideology. If Molly Weasley had supported Goblin custody, that said positive things about her character. Your mother sounds like a sensible woman. Don't let her hear you say that. She'll adopt you. Ron grinned. Fair warning, I've got 5 brothers and a sister. If you're my friend, you're basically getting a second family whether you want one or not. I'll take that under advisement. Hermione, who had been watching this exchange with interest, leaned forward. You said your brothers go to Hogwarts. What's it like? Ron launched into a detailed description of the castle, the houses, the teachers, the food, especially the food. He was a good storyteller, bringing the school to life in ways that textbooks couldn't capture. Harry listened carefully, filing information and adjusting his mental map of the social landscape. When Ron mentioned the Sorting Hat, Hermione grew anxious. I've read about all 4 houses, of course, and they each have merits, but I think I'd like Gryffindor best. That's where Dumbledore was, and it has a reputation for bravery, though Ravenclaw's focus on learning is also appealing. The hat looks at who you are, not who you want to be, Ron said. My whole family's been in Gryffindor, so I'll probably end up there too. What about you, Harry? I haven't decided yet. Ron looked confused. You don't decide. The hat decides. The hat makes recommendations. I'll make the final choice. Both Ron and Hermione stared at him. That's not how it works, Hermione said slowly. Is it? It's how it's going to work for me. Harry's voice was calm but certain. I'm not letting a piece of magical headwear determine my future. I'll listen to what it has to say, and then I'll go where I need to be. That's either brilliant or completely mental, Ron observed. Probably both. Harry smiled slightly. We'll find out soon enough. The train ride continued, interrupted occasionally by visitors. A round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom came looking for his escaped toad, which Harry helped locate using a minor tracking spell that made both Ron and Hermione stare. That wasn't in any of the first-year books, Hermione said accusingly. It's a goblin technique. More efficient than the wizard version. Harry returned the toad to a grateful Neville. You should get a carrying case with better locks. Trevor seems determined to escape. I know. Gran gave him to me, so I can't exactly complain. Neville lingered in the compartment doorway. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I've heard about you. All good things, I hope. Mostly. Some people say you're dangerous, but you just helped me find my toad, so. Neville shrugged with a small smile. You can't be all bad. The dangerous part is true, actually. But not to people who haven't given me reason. Harry studied Neville carefully. You're Augusta Longbottom's grandson. Your parents were Aurors. Neville's expression flickered with old pain. Yes. They were. They were heroes. From what I've read, they fought harder and sacrificed more than almost anyone in the last war. Harry's voice was sincere. I'm sorry for what happened to them. Thanks. Neville's voice was rough. Most people don't. I mean, they say nice things about the boy who lived, but they forget that other people suffered too. I don't forget. And I don't think my survival makes me special. Just lucky. Harry gestured to the compartment. Neville hesitated, then nodded. If you don't mind. Not at all. We were just discussing house sorting. Got a preference? Neville settled into the remaining seat, and the conversation resumed. Harry watched his new companions with something approaching warmth. These were good people, flawed, uncertain, but fundamentally decent. The kind of people worth protecting. The kind of people who might, in time, become real friends. The final visitor was less welcome. The compartment door slid open to reveal a pale boy with white blonde hair and a pointed face, flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like they'd been hired for intimidation purposes. I heard Harry Potter was on the train. The pale boy's voice was cool, aristocratic. I thought I should introduce myself. Draco Malfoy. Harry had known this moment would come. He'd prepared for it, planned for it, rehearsed responses for various approaches. But actually facing Lucius Malfoy's son was still strange, like looking at an echo of the man he'd spent years systematically destroying. Lord Potter, Harry replied, keeping his voice neutral. Or Mr. Ragnokson, if you prefer. We're not on familiar terms. Draco's expression flickered, surprise at the formal correction, irritation at being denied the assumed intimacy. You'll find that some families are better to know than others, Potter. I can help you there. I'm sure you believe that. But I already know which families are worth knowing. Harry glanced meaningfully at Ron and Neville. And I've made my choices. A Weasley? A Longbottom? Draco's lip curled. You'd choose blood traitors and near squibs over, careful. Harry's voice went cold. You're about to insult my friends. That would be unwise. The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop. Ron and Neville looked surprised, Hermione looked worried, Draco's flanking goons shifted uneasily. Draco himself hesitated, clearly unused to being challenged. I'm trying to help you, Potter. My father says, I know what your father says. I know everything about your father. Harry stood slowly, using every bit of presence Blood Fong had taught him to project. I know about the debts he owes. I know about the allies he's lost. I know about the stolen artifacts in your manor and the dark magic in your cellars. So when I say that I've made my choices about which families are worth knowing, understand that those choices are informed. Draco had gone pale. Behind him, his goons looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. Is that a threat? It's information. What you do with it is your choice. Harry sat back down, dismissing Draco with the gesture. I suggest you think carefully about the kind of person you want to be, Malfoy. Your father's path leads somewhere you might not want to follow. For a long moment, Draco stood frozen in the doorway. Then, without another word, he turned and left, his followers scrambling after him. The compartment was silent in his wake. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. That was terrifying. That was necessary. Harry's voice was calm again, the cold intensity fading. Draco Malfoy is a product of his upbringing. He's been taught to see people like Ron's family as beneath him, people like Hermione as intruders. If I'd let him establish dominance in our first meeting, he'd have spent the next 7 years treating us as inferiors. So you scared him into treating us as equals. I showed him that I won't be pushed around. Whether that leads to fear or respect is up to him. Hermione was looking at Harry with a complicated expression. You said you knew everything about his father. What does that mean? It means the Potter estate has done business with the Malfoy family. The details aren't something I can discuss. Harry met her eyes. I told you I'd always be honest, Hermione. But some truths aren't mine to share. That's a very political answer. I've been involved in politics since I was 5. It's how I think. Harry smiled slightly. But I promise, nothing I'm hiding is anything you need to worry about. The conflicts between my family and the Malfoys don't involve you. Yet, Ron muttered. You just made Draco Malfoy your enemy. That usually involves everyone nearby. Draco Malfoy was always going to be a problem. I just chose to confront it early rather than let it fester. Harry shrugged. It's how goblins handle disputes, directly, openly, with clear terms. Leaves less room for misunderstandings. Remind me never to have a dispute with goblins, Neville said quietly. Better yet, be on their good side. They're loyal to their friends. Harry looked out the window at the darkening countryside. We should change into our robes. We'll be arriving soon. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but Harry noticed that his companions kept glancing at him with new eyes. They'd seen something today, a glimpse of the harder edges beneath his careful courtesy. He hoped it wouldn't drive them away. But if it did, better to know now than later. Hogwarts emerged from the darkness like something from a fever dream. Towers and turrets reached toward a star-filled sky, every window blazing with light. The castle sat on a cliff above a vast black lake, ancient and impossible and more magical than anything Harry had seen in his life. He'd studied the plans. He'd memorized the layouts. He'd prepared for this moment for years. None of it had prepared him for the sheer presence of the place. Beautiful, isn't it? Hermione whispered beside him. Yes. Harry's voice was soft with genuine awe. It really is. The first years crossed the lake in small boats, guided by a giant of a man named Hagrid, the same half-giant who'd been part of the group that left Harry on the Dursley doorstep 11 years ago. Harry filed that information away for later consideration. Hagrid had just been following orders, probably, but orders could still cause harm. The castle doors opened into an entrance hall larger than some buildings, dominated by a sweeping marble staircase. A stern-looking witch introduced herself as Professor McGonagall and explained the sorting process. Then she led them into the great hall, and Harry felt the weight of 1,000 eyes turned toward him. The hall was vast, lit by floating candles, its ceiling enchanted to reflect the night sky. For long tables stretched from end to end, each representing one of the houses. At the head table, professors watched with varying expressions of interest, calculation, and in one case, a hook-nosed man with greasy black hair, open hostility. And at the center of that table, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, sat Albus Dumbledore. Their gazes met across the crowded hall. Harry saw recognition, curiosity, and something that might have been concern. Dumbledore saw. Harry wasn't sure what the old wizard saw. A weapon to be wielded? A problem to be managed? A child to be controlled? It didn't matter. Harry wasn't any of those things. He was Harry Ragnokson, heir of House Potter, son of the Goblin King. And he would not be defined by anyone's expectations but his own. The sorting hat was older than Harry had expected, ancient, patched, clearly sentient in ways that made him uncomfortable. It sat on a stool at the front of the hall, and one by one, students approached to learn their fates. Harry watched carefully as the sorting progressed. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Neville, after a long pause, joined her, though he seemed surprised by the decision. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head, looking smug. Ron Weasley joined Gryffindor to no one's surprise. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool, acutely aware of every eye tracking his movement. He sat, and Professor McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. Then a voice. Ah. You've been expected. Harry kept his thoughts guarded, using the occlumency techniques the goblins had taught him. The hat chuckled. Impressive defenses for one so young. But I'm not here to read your secrets, only to sort you. There's a difference. Then sort me. It's not that simple with you, I'm afraid. You have qualities that would suit any house. The hat seemed to shift through Harry's mind, examining without intruding. Courage for Gryffindor. Cunning for Slytherin. Loyalty for Hufflepuff. Intelligence for Ravenclaw. I could place you anywhere, and you would thrive. Where do I need to be? Need is a complicated concept. Need for what? Victory? Survival? Happiness? Harry considered. He'd thought about this for years, weighing the strategic advantages of each house. But in this moment, with the hat inside his mind and the future hanging in balance, strategy felt insufficient. I need to be where I can make the biggest difference. Where I can help people, protect my friends, and change things that need changing. That could be any house. The question is how you want to make that difference. Through courage and direct action. Through cunning and careful planning. Through loyalty and quiet support. Through knowledge and understanding. Harry thought about the people waiting at the house tables. Hermione and Ron and Neville in Gryffindor, potential friends, good people who would face challenges in the coming years. Draco in Slytherin, a problem that might be addressed from the inside or the outside. Students he didn't know yet, in houses he hadn't considered closely enough. I don't want to be what people expect. Everyone thinks I'll go to Gryffindor because my parents did, or to Slytherin because of my connections to darkness. I want to go where I can do the most good, not where tradition says I belong. The hat was quiet for a long moment. That kind of thinking is very Ravenclaw, you know. Analyzing options, rejecting assumptions, choosing based on logic rather than emotion. Is that where I should go? Ravenclaw would help you grow intellectually, certainly. But your mind is already sharp, years of Goblin education have seen to that. What you need is something else. Something you've been denying yourself in the name of strategy. What? Connection. Belonging. The experience of being part of something without having to control or analyze it. The hat's voice softened. You've been a soldier, Harry Potter. Perhaps it's time to also be a friend. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not agreement, exactly, but recognition. The hat had seen something true. Where do I find that? Gryffindor would give you friends who value courage and loyalty, traits you already possess. The challenge would be letting them in, trusting without ulterior motive, accepting care without analyzing its strategic value. That sounds difficult. Most worthwhile things are. The hat seemed to smile, though it had no mouth. What do you say, Harry Potter? Are you willing to try? Harry thought about his father, who had warned him not to lose himself in the games of wizarding society. He thought about Griphook, who had asked him to remain human despite everything. He thought about the cold, calculating person he was in danger of becoming, and the warmer person he might still choose to be. Yes. I'm willing to try. Then better be. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the Gryffindor table, where Hermione and Ron were cheering and Neville was grinning. He sat down among them, accepting their congratulations with a smile that was only partly performed. He'd made his choice. Now he had to live with it. At the head table, Dumbledore was watching with those twinkling eyes. Harry met his gaze briefly, then looked away. The old wizard wasn't his concern tonight. Tonight was about beginnings. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. The feast was overwhelming. Food appeared on golden plates, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place, even at Goblin celebrations. His new housemates talked over and around him, asking questions and sharing stories and generally being the loud, chaotic family that Gryffindor was famous for. Harry answered their questions carefully, revealing what was safe and deflecting what wasn't. Yes, he'd really been raised by goblins. No, he couldn't speak gobbledygook in front of them. It was a private language, protected by treaty. Yes, the stories about him were mostly exaggerated. No, he didn't remember the night Voldemort attacked, he'd been 15 months old. The older students were curious but generally welcoming. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, apparently, made a production of bowing to the boy who lived to annoy Snape, which Harry didn't entirely understand but apparently referred to the hostile looks the hook-nosed professor kept sending his way. He hated your father, a prefect named Percy Weasley explained. They were at school together, and there was bad blood between them. Don't take it personally, Snape hates everyone. I'll keep that in mind. After the feast came announcements from Dumbledore, warnings about the Forbidden Forest, reminders about curfews, a strange comment about a third-floor corridor that was off-limits to anyone who didn't want to die. Harry filed that last piece of information away for later investigation. Then they were led to Gryffindor Tower, a journey through moving staircases and talking portraits that would have been disorienting if Harry hadn't memorized the castle layouts months ago. The common room was warm and welcoming, decorated in red and gold, full of comfortable chairs and crackling fires. The boys' dormitory held 5 beds, Harry, Ron, Neville, and 2 others named Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. They introduced themselves, compared backgrounds, and generally behaved like normal children meeting for the first time. Harry went through the motions, saying the right things, projecting the right image. But part of him was already cataloging the room for security vulnerabilities, checking the wards, noting exit routes. Old habits died hard. When the others were asleep, Harry lay awake in his 4-poster bed and stared at the canopy above him. He'd done it. He was at Hogwarts, sorted into Gryffindor, surrounded by potential friends and definite allies. The first day was complete, and nothing had gone catastrophically wrong. Tomorrow would bring classes, and challenges, and the beginning of his real work. But tonight he could admit, just to himself, that he was terrified. Not of the dangers. Not of the enemies. But of the possibility that he might actually belong here. That he might make friends who cared about him for himself, not for his usefulness or his lineage. That he might experience the normal childhood he'd never had. That scared him more than anything. Because if he let himself want it, really want it, then losing it would destroy him. Harry closed his eyes and practiced the breathing exercises Bloodfang had taught him. Control. Focus. Discipline. Tomorrow was a new day. He would face it as he'd faced everything else, prepared, alert, and ready for whatever came. But maybe, just maybe, he would also face it as something he hadn't been in a long time. An 11-year-old boy, starting a new adventure. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Castle's Secrets. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in controlled chaos. Harry navigated the moving staircases and shifting corridors with the precision of someone who'd memorized the castle's patterns, but his classmates weren't so fortunate. Neville got lost twice on the first day alone, requiring rescue from a suit of armor that had decided to follow him for reasons no one could explain. Ron took a wrong turn and ended up in a broom closet that somehow connected to the astronomy tower. Even Hermione, with all her reading, couldn't quite keep up with a castle that seemed determined to confuse its inhabitants. "It's like the building is alive," Hermione complained after a staircase moved mid-climb and deposited them 3 floors above their intended destination. "It is alive, in a sense." Harry led them through a shortcut he'd identified during his late-night exploration. The castle was built on ley line intersections, and centuries of magical use have given it a kind of consciousness. It responds to the people inside it, their emotions, their intentions. "How do you know that?" "I read. And I asked the right questions to the right people." Harry smiled slightly. The goblins built parts of Gringotts on similar principles. The tunnels remember who's walked them. Classes were a mixed experience. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was rigorous and rewarding. She demanded precision and punished sloppiness, but she also recognized genuine effort. Harry's first successful match-to-needle transformation earned him 5 points for Gryffindor and a rare nod of approval. Charms with Professor Flitwick was delightful. The tiny wizard approached magic with infectious enthusiasm, making even the most basic spells seem wondrous. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the classes, which was strange. He'd expected to be bored by content well below his level. Herbology with Professor Sprout was practical and grounding. There was something calming about working with plants, about getting dirt under his fingernails and watching things grow. It was so different from the combat training and financial analysis that had dominated his education. History of magic was a lost cause. Professor Binns was a ghost who had apparently died of boredom and was determined to inflict the same fate on his students. Harry used the time to catch up on his own reading, concealed behind the standard textbook. And then there was potions. The dungeons were cold, damp, and hostile in ways that went beyond temperature. Professor Severus Snape stood at the front of the classroom like a malevolent bat, his black robes pooling around him, his dark eyes scanning the students with undisguised contempt. Harry had read the intelligence reports on Snape, former Death Eater, supposedly reformed, definitely dangerous, but reading and experiencing were different things. The hatred radiating from the man was almost physical. "Harry Potter," Snape drawled during roll call, lingering on the name like it tasted foul. "Our new celebrity." Soft laughter from the Slytherin side of the room. Draco Malfoy looked particularly pleased. Harry said nothing, simply meeting Snape's gaze with calm neutrality. He'd faced worse than theatrical hostility. Bloodfang had taught him that showing emotion to a hostile teacher was the same as showing weakness to an enemy. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot up. Snape ignored her completely. Harry considered his options. The question was advanced, Newt level, not something first years would typically know. Snape wanted to humiliate him, to establish dominance on the first day. But Harry had spent years studying potions theory under Goblin instructors who considered the Hogwarts curriculum embarrassingly basic. The Draft of Living Death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion that can simulate death when brewed correctly. Snape's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. And where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can counter most poisons. Though goblin-crafted alternatives exist that are more reliable in some circumstances. More surprise. The class had gone very quiet. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Useful in several potions, though toxic if handled incorrectly. Harry kept his voice mild. The silence stretched. Snape's face had gone through several interesting colors before settling on a kind of cold fury. 5 points from Gryffindor for showing off, he snapped. And if you ever use that insolent tone with me again, it will be detention for a month. Harry inclined his head slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He'd made his point. Snape could take points and assign detentions, but he couldn't claim Harry was the ignorant child he'd expected to humiliate. The rest of the class was brutal. Snape criticized everything Harry did, found fault with potions that were objectively superior to his classmates, and awarded points to Slytherins for work that was mediocre at best. By the end, Gryffindor had lost 15 points and Slytherin had gained 10. That was horrifying, Ron muttered as they escaped the dungeons. He really does hate you. He hated my father. I'm a convenient substitute. Harry kept his voice low. Don't let it bother you. Snape can take points, but he can't take our dignity unless we let him. Easy for you to say. You weren't the one who melted a cauldron. Your cauldron melted because Snape deliberately gave unclear instructions. Anyone would have made that mistake. Harry patted Ron's shoulder. Don't blame yourself for a teacher's failure. Ron looked surprised at the perspective. I hadn't thought of it that way. Most students don't. They're trained to see teachers as authorities to be obeyed, not fallible people who can be wrong. Harry smiled grimly. Goblin education teaches differently. Respect is earned, not given. And Snape hasn't earned anything but contempt. The second week brought flying lessons. Madam Hooch took them to the grounds, where brooms lay in neat rows waiting to be claimed. Harry had minimal flying experience, goblins lived underground, and aerial combat hadn't been a priority, but he understood the theory. The lesson started badly. Neville's broom took off before he was ready, carrying him on a wild flight that ended with a crash and a broken wrist. Madam Hooch escorted him to the hospital wing, leaving strict instructions for no one to touch their brooms. Draco Malfoy, naturally, ignored this immediately. Did you see his face? The great lump. Draco picked up something that had fallen from Neville's pocket, a small glass ball that glowed red. Look at this. A remembrall. Maybe if I leave it somewhere, Longbottom will remember to fall on his fat backside. Give it back, Malfoy. Harry's voice was calm but carrying. Make me, Potter. Draco mounted his broom and shot into the air. Want it? Come and get it. Harry considered his options. Chasing Draco would mean breaking rules, risking punishment, playing the game on Draco's terms. But letting him steal Neville's property would establish a dynamic where bullies faced no consequences. Besides, Bloodfang had taught him that sometimes the best response to provocation was overwhelming competence. He mounted his broom and kicked off. The sensation was extraordinary. Wind in his face, the ground falling away, the broom responding to his slightest touch. Harry didn't have natural flying talent, but he had body control honed through years of combat training. He read the broom's movements like he'd read an opponent's stance, adjusting instinctively. Draco's confident expression faltered as Harry rose to meet him. "Give me the remembrall. Come and take it." Draco threw the glass ball as hard as he could, sending it arcing through the air toward the castle. Harry was moving before it left his hand, diving after the falling object with reckless speed. The ground rushed up to meet him, the ball tumbling just ahead, his fingers stretching. He caught it a foot from the grass and pulled out of the dive in a maneuver that would have killed a less controlled flyer. The watching students erupted in cheers. Harry landed smoothly, the remembrall clutched in his hand, and found himself face to face with Professor McGonagall. Her expression was unreadable. "Potter. With me. Now." Harry followed her into the castle, uncertain what to expect. Punishment seemed likely. He had broken rules, endangered himself, acted without authorization. The strategic part of his mind was already calculating the costs and how to minimize them. But McGonagall didn't lead him to her office for punishment. She led him to a classroom where a fifth-year boy was practicing spells. "Wood, I found you a seeker." Quidditch was not what Harry had expected. He'd studied the rules, understood the positions, knew the statistics of famous teams. But actually playing, actually feeling the wind and the competition and the pure physical joy of flying, was something else entirely. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team captain, was obsessive in the best way. He spent hours explaining strategy, demonstrating techniques, drilling Harry in the specific skills a seeker needed. Harry absorbed it all with his usual intensity, applying Goblin learning principles to an entirely new domain. "You're good," Wood said after their third practice session. "Better than good. You've got instincts I've never seen in a first year. I've had training. Different kind, but training. In flying. In reading situations. Predicting what opponents will do. Reacting before they move." Harry caught the practice snitch for the fourth time in an hour. "Flying is new, but competition isn't." Wood nodded slowly. "Whatever works. First match is in a month, against Slytherin. Their seeker is good, but I think you're better." Harry tucked the information away. The match would be significant, a chance to demonstrate competence publicly, to establish himself as more than the boy who lived. But it was also a potential vulnerability. A high-profile event where someone might take action against him. He would need to be prepared. The week settled into a rhythm. Classes, training, careful social navigation. Harry balanced his public persona, the friendly, slightly mysterious boy who lived, with his private investigations into the castle's secrets. There were things at Hogwarts that didn't add up, mysteries that nagged at his strategic mind. The third-floor corridor was the most obvious. Dumbledore's warning had been practically an invitation to investigate, which made Harry suspicious. Why announce that a corridor was forbidden? Why tell students exactly where not to go, unless you wanted some of them to go there? The goblins had taught him to recognize traps. This had all the hallmarks of one. But whose trap? And for whom? Harry investigated carefully, using the skills Griphook had taught him for analyzing unknown situations. He mapped the corridor from a distance, identified the wards protecting it, noted the patterns of faculty movement near the area. What he found was curious. The corridor housed a door, heavily locked, magically protected, that led to a chamber guarded by a three-headed dog. Harry didn't enter the chamber, he wasn't suicidal, but he observed enough to understand the basics. Something valuable was being hidden here, protected by obstacles that a talented wizard could potentially overcome. "It's a test," he told Hermione during a late-night conversation in the common room. The whole setup. The warnings, the protections, the convenient challenges. Someone is being tested to see if they can reach whatever's at the end. Why would Dumbledore set up a test like that? In a school full of children? That's the question. Harry stared into the fire. Either he wants someone to succeed, or he wants to see who tries. Neither option makes me comfortable. Should we tell someone? Who? The teachers all know, they must be in on it, whatever it is. Going outside the school would cause political problems without necessarily solving anything. Harry shook his head. For now, we watch. We gather information. We don't act until we understand what we're acting against. Hermione looked troubled. This isn't what I expected school to be like. No. I imagine most students don't spend their first term investigating conspiracy theories about their headmaster. Harry's smile was rueful. Welcome to my life, Hermione. It's rarely boring. The investigation expanded to include the professors. Harry had been trained to assess threats, and Hogwarts was full of potential ones. He watched the teachers carefully, noting behaviors, connections, inconsistencies. Snape was hostile but predictable. His hatred for Harry was personal, based on old grudges, not part of any larger scheme. Harry monitored him anyway. Personal hatred could become dangerous if combined with opportunity. McGonagall was trustworthy within her sphere. She cared about students, upheld standards, genuinely wanted them to succeed. But she was also loyal to Dumbledore, which limited her reliability for Harry's purposes. Flitwick was straightforward. A former dueling champion with no political agenda, he simply wanted to teach charms and enjoy life. Harry liked him. Sprout, Hooch, Vector, Sinistra, all seemed to be exactly what they appeared. Competent professionals focused on their subjects. But Quirrell was wrong. The defense against the dark arts professor was officially nervous, stuttering, afraid of his own shadow. His classes were disasters of incompetence, teaching nothing of value while wasting everyone's time. And yet, Harry's instincts screamed that something was off. The stutter seemed performed. The nervousness felt practiced. And there was something about Quirrell's presence that made Harry's scar ache in ways he couldn't explain. There's dark magic around him, Harry told Hermione during one of their private conversations. I can feel it. Not just residue from his supposed adventures with vampires, something active. Something wrong. Are you sure you're not just being paranoid? Possibly. But paranoia has kept me alive this long. Harry rubbed his scar absently. Keep an eye on him. Hermione agreed, though she clearly thought Harry was overreacting. He hoped she was right. Halloween arrived with decorations and excitement. The castle was transformed, floating pumpkins, live bats, the smell of seasonal treats wafting from every corner. Students buzzed with anticipation for the feast, and even Harry found himself caught up in the festive atmosphere. Then Hermione disappeared. She'd been crying in the bathroom all afternoon. Ron had made a comment about her being a nightmare during Charms class, and she'd taken it hard. Harry had planned to find her after the feast, to offer comfort and possibly teach Ron a lesson about thoughtless words. But the troll changed everything. Troll. Troll in the dungeons. Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall, his face white with terror. Thought you ought to know. And then he collapsed. Chaos erupted. Dumbledore took charge, ordering students to their common rooms while the teachers dealt with the threat. Harry followed the flow of Gryffindors toward the tower, his mind racing. Hermione didn't know. She was in the bathroom, alone, with a troll loose in the castle. Ron. Harry grabbed his friend's arm. Hermione. Ron's face went pale. Oh no. They broke from the group, moving against the flow of students, heading for the bathroom where Hermione had last been seen. Harry's hand went to the knife concealed at his wrist, not ideal for a troll, but better than nothing. They found the troll before they found Hermione. It was massive, 12 feet of gray-skinned muscle, armed with a club the size of a tree trunk, lumbering down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom. The smell was overwhelming, a mix of garbage and rot and something worse. Harry assessed the situation in an instant. The troll was between them and Hermione. Fighting it directly was suicide. Trolls were resistant to most magic, and neither he nor Ron had the power to take one down conventionally. But they didn't need to fight it. They needed to get past it. Ron, make noise. Keep its attention on you. Harry was already moving, circling around the creature's blind side. Don't engage directly, just distract. Ron nodded, pale but determined. Hey! Hey, ugly! The troll turned toward the sound, raising its club. Harry sprinted past it, dodging under a swing that would have killed him instantly, and burst through the bathroom door. Hermione was huddled under a sink, frozen with terror. Move! Harry grabbed her arm and pulled. There's a troll, we need to get out now. But even as he spoke, the troll had followed. It crashed through the doorway, demolishing the frame, its beady eyes fixed on the children inside. No escape route. No backup. Just Harry, Hermione, and a monster. Bloodfang's training took over. Hermione, stay behind me. Harry drew his knife, useless against troll hide, but comforting in his hand. When I move, you run for the door. Don't stop, don't look back. Harry, you can't, trust me. The troll swung its club. Harry dove aside, rolling under the blow, coming up inside the creature's guard. His knife was useless for damage, but it could serve another purpose: distraction, misdirection, buying time. He slashed at the troll's leg, not to wound but to provoke. The creature bellowed and turned, exactly as Harry intended. Hermione bolted for the door. Now Harry just had to survive. The next minute was the longest of his life. He ducked and dodged and rolled, staying just ahead of blows that shattered stone and splintered wood. The troll was stupid, but it was also fast and relentless. Harry's combat training had prepared him for many things, but fighting a 12-foot monster in a confined space wasn't one of them. His opening came when the troll overextended, its club crashing into a support pillar and sticking for a crucial second. Harry didn't waste the moment. He ran up the creature's arm. It was insane. It was desperate. It was exactly the kind of unconventional tactic Bloodfang had drilled into him: when you can't overpower an enemy, use their strength against them. Harry reached the troll's shoulder as it tried to dislodge him. His knife found the creature's eye. The scream was deafening. The troll reared back, clawing at its face, and Harry jumped clear as the massive body crashed into the wall. He landed badly, pain shooting through his ankle, but he was alive and the troll was down. Harry! Ron's voice came from the doorway. He was staring with a mixture of horror and awe. That was, you. Help me up. Harry's voice was strained. Teachers will be here soon. We need our story straight. They barely had time to compose themselves before McGonagall arrived, followed by Snape and Quirrell. The scene was damning: 3 first years and an unconscious troll, with Harry visibly injured and blood on his knife. McGonagall's explanation of events was terse. 5 points from Gryffindor for stupidity, 10 points each for sheer dumb luck. Harry was sent to the hospital wing for his ankle, with the clear understanding that more conversations would follow. But as he limped away, supported by Ron, he caught something that made him forget the pain. Snape's robes were torn. Beneath them, his leg was bleeding, a wound that looked like it came from teeth. Large teeth. Multiple rows. Cerberus teeth. Harry filed the information away and said nothing. The aftermath of the troll incident changed things. Hermione was different afterward, warmer, more confident, less desperate to prove herself through academic achievement alone. She'd faced a monster and survived. More importantly, she'd watched Harry face one and realized that knowledge from books wasn't the only valuable kind. You could have died, she said during a private conversation the next day. You could have just run, saved yourself. Why did you stay? You're my friend. Friends don't abandon each other. We'd known each other for 2 months. Time doesn't determine friendship. Actions do. Harry met her eyes. You're worth protecting, Hermione. I hope you know that. Something shifted in her expression, gratitude, maybe, or the beginning of a deeper trust. Teach me, she said quietly. What you know. How you fight. I don't want to be helpless again. You weren't helpless. You were caught off guard by something nobody should have to face. But yes, I'll teach you. Both you and Ron and Neville, if they want. Harry smiled slightly. The world is dangerous. We might as well face it together. The training began that week. Harry adapted Bloodfang's methods for his friends, less brutal, more focused on their individual strengths. Hermione learned to think tactically, to assess situations before reacting. Ron discovered he had decent instincts that had been hidden beneath his laziness. Neville, to everyone's surprise, showed genuine talent for defensive magic when his confidence wasn't undermined. They practiced after curfew, in empty classrooms Harry had identified for the purpose. The Marauders map would have helped, but Harry didn't have access to it yet. That was a project for another time. What they had was each other, and the growing certainty that they would need every advantage they could get. November brought the first Quidditch match and nearly brought Harry's death. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the most intense rivalry in the school. The stands were packed, the atmosphere electric. Harry circled above the pitch, searching for the snitch while keeping one eye on Draco Malfoy and another on potential threats. The curse came out of nowhere. His broom bucked violently, trying to throw him off. Harry's grip held. Years of training had given him strength beyond his years, but the broom kept fighting him, responding to someone else's will. He looked toward the stands, toward the teachers, searching for the source of the magic. His eyes found two candidates. Snape was staring at him, muttering, his attention fixed with unnerving intensity. And Quirrell was doing the same thing. One of them was cursing him. The other, maybe, was trying to help. But which was which? The broom gave another violent jerk, nearly dislodging Harry's grip. He couldn't maintain his hold much longer. Then fire erupted in the teachers' section. Someone, later revealed to be Hermione, who'd noticed the curse and acted on pure instinct, had set Snape's robes ablaze. In the chaos, both Snape and Quirrell broke eye contact. Harry's broom immediately returned to normal. He dove, spotted the snitch, and caught it in his mouth while pulling out of a desperate tumble. Gryffindor won. But Harry barely noticed the celebration. His mind was fixed on what had happened, what it meant. Snape had been muttering, possibly a curse, possibly a counter-curse. Quirrell had been muttering too. The fire had disrupted both of them. Either could be the enemy, and either could be an unlikely ally. It was Snape, Hermione insisted afterward. He was cursing you. I saw his mouth moving, and his eyes never left you. I know what you saw. I saw it too. Harry's voice was troubled. But I'm not sure it proves what you think it proves. Who else could it be? Harry thought about Quirrell's strange presence, the dark magic he sensed around the man, the way his scar ached in defense class. He thought about the evidence he was accumulating, the picture that was slowly forming. I don't know yet, he said. But I intend to find out. The investigation intensified. Harry used every technique the goblins had taught him, surveillance, analysis, pattern recognition. He mapped the movements of Snape and Quirrell, noted their interactions, searched for evidence that would confirm his suspicions. The third-floor corridor kept appearing in his analysis. Snape's injury had come from there, from the Cerberus, the three-headed dog guarding whatever was hidden below. Why would Snape approach the dog? Was he trying to steal what it guarded, or trying to protect it? Quirrell's movements were harder to track, but Harry noticed patterns. The man spent more time near the third floor than his duties required. His schedule had suspicious gaps that couldn't be explained by his known activities. And there was something else, something Harry couldn't quite identify but felt every time he was near Quirrell. A presence. A wrongness. The sense that the stammering professor was not what he appeared to be. Christmas approached, and Harry made a decision. Most students went home for the holidays, but Harry stayed. Officially, This was because returning to Gringotts required complex arrangements that weren't worth the trouble for a short break. Unofficially, it was because Harry wanted time to investigate without the chaos of full classes. "You're sure you don't want to come home with me?" Ron asked before leaving. "Mum would love to have you. I appreciate the offer. But I have things to do here." Harry smiled to soften the rejection. "Say hello to your family for me. And enjoy the break, you've earned it." Ron looked worried but eventually nodded. "Just don't do anything stupid without me, yeah? I make no promises." Christmas at Hogwarts was quiet and strange. The castle felt different with most students gone, bigger, older, full of echoes and shadows. Harry explored freely, mapping sections he hadn't been able to reach during busy weeks, building his understanding of the building's secrets. He also received a gift that changed everything. The package arrived on Christmas morning, unmarked, containing a shimmering silver cloak. The note was unsigned but straightforward: "Your father left this in my possession. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." An invisibility cloak. James Potter's invisibility cloak. Harry examined it carefully, checking for tracking charms, hidden curses, any sign of tampering. He found nothing. The cloak was exactly what it appeared to be, a powerful magical artifact freely given. But nothing from Dumbledore was truly free. The old wizard was making a move, offering a gift designed to build connection and gratitude. The cloak would be useful, incredibly useful, but Harry couldn't forget who had given it or why. Still, he would use it. Whatever Dumbledore's motives, the cloak was a tool, and Harry needed every tool he could get. That night, he used it to explore. The Mirror of Erist stood in an abandoned classroom, covered in dust and forgotten by everyone except the person who had placed it there. Harry found it by accident, following a route that seemed interesting, and stopped short when he saw what the mirror showed. His parents. James and Lily Potter stood behind him in the reflection, smiling, reaching toward him with love in their eyes. They looked exactly like the photographs he'd seen, the descriptions he'd read, the images he'd built in his mind over years of wondering. They looked like home. Harry stood before the mirror for hours, unable to look away. He knew it wasn't real, knew it was just magic, showing him what he wanted most, but the wanting was overwhelming. To have parents. To have the childhood he'd been denied. To be a normal boy with a normal family, loved and protected and safe. The tears came without permission. "I've seen you come here every night this week." Dumbledore's voice came from behind him, gentle and sad. Harry didn't turn, he couldn't tear his eyes from his parents' faces. "The mirror shows the deepest desire of our hearts. For you, that appears to be your family." Dumbledore moved to stand beside him. "I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have too many socks." "You're lying." "Perhaps. The truth can be a heavy thing to share with an 11-year-old. They stood in silence for a moment. "You placed this here," Harry said quietly. "Like everything else. A test, or a trap, or both. I placed it here because I thought you might find it. And because I wanted to speak with you, away from watching eyes." "Then speak." Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, I know you don't trust me. I know you believe I've made choices that hurt you, that I've treated you as a piece in a game rather than a person. And in some ways, you're not wrong." Harry finally turned to look at the old wizard. Dumbledore seemed older tonight, more human, weighed down by something heavy. "But I want you to know that everything I've done because I believed it was necessary. The threats we face are real and terrible. The choices available are rarely good, only less bad. That's not an apology. No. It isn't. I'm not sure I'm capable of apologizing for choices I still believe were right." Dumbledore's blue eyes were sad but steady. "But I can tell you this, I see now that I underestimated you. You're not the weapon I expected, or the pawn I feared, or even the hero the wizarding world hopes for. You're something else. Something new. And what is that? I don't know. That's what makes you dangerous. Dumbledore smiled slightly. And also, perhaps, our best hope. The ones who change the world are never the ones we expect. Harry turned back to the mirror, to his parents' faces. What do you want from me, headmaster? Tonight? Only this, don't come back to this mirror. It shows us nothing but fantasy, and men have wasted away before it, unable to leave what they see. Dumbledore's voice gentled. Your parents loved you very much, Harry. That love is not in this mirror, it's in you. In who you are, and who you're becoming. He left without another word. Harry looked at his parents one last time. They smiled at him, waved, reached out with hands that could never touch him. I'll make you proud, he whispered. I promise. Then he turned away from the mirror and walked back into the darkness. He didn't return. The investigation resumed after Christmas. Armed with the invisibility cloak, Harry could move through the castle unseen, observing without being observed. He followed Snape and Quirrell on alternating nights, building profiles, gathering evidence. The picture that emerged was troubling. Snape visited the third-floor corridor regularly, apparently checking the protections. His leg healed slowly, the Cerberus wounds were resistant to magical treatment, but he kept returning despite the danger. Quirrell visited too, but his approach was different. Where Snape checked protections, Quirrell probed them. He tested the wards, searched for weaknesses, behaved like someone looking for a way in rather than someone maintaining security. And there was something else. On a night in January, Harry followed Quirrell to his private quarters and heard voices from within. Two voices, having a conversation, even though Quirrell was supposedly alone. The second voice was cold, thin, terrible. Harry couldn't make out the words through the door, but he didn't need to. He recognized what he was hearing. Dark magic. Possession. Something wrong using Quirrell as a host. He retreated to Gryffindor Tower and wrote a detailed report for Gringotts. Then he lay awake until dawn, thinking about enemies and allies and the terrible choice he might soon have to make. The school year was halfway over. The real dangers were just beginning. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10 Mirrors and Machinations. The winter deepened, and Harry's investigation crystallized into certainty. Quirrell was the enemy. The evidence was circumstantial but overwhelming. The dark presence Harry sensed around the professor. The second voice in his quarters. The systematic probing of the third-floor protections. The way Harry's scar ached whenever Quirrell was near, a connection that couldn't be coincidence. Something was possessing the defense professor. Something old and malevolent and hungry for whatever was hidden beneath the Cerberus. Harry shared his conclusions with his friends during a late-night meeting in an empty classroom. You're sure it's not Snape? Ron asked, looking troubled. He's the one who cursed your broom. We don't know who cursed my broom. Both Snape and Quirrell were muttering during the match. Harry spread his notes across a desk. But I've been watching them for months. Snape visits the third floor to check protections, to make sure they're working. Quirrell visits to test them, to find weaknesses. That doesn't prove Quirrell is possessed, Hermione pointed out, ever logical. He could just be trying to steal whatever's hidden there for his own reasons. He has conversations with someone who isn't there. At night, in his quarters, when he thinks no one is listening. Harry's voice was grim. I heard it through the door. Two voices. One was Quirrell. The other was something else. Something else like what? Harry hesitated. This was the part he'd been avoiding, the conclusion that was almost too terrible to voice. I think it's Voldemort. The name dropped into the room like a stone into still water. Ron flinched. Neville went pale. Even Hermione looked shaken. Voldemort is dead, Hermione said, but her voice wavered. The boy who lived destroyed him. That's what all the books say. The books are wrong. Or at least incomplete. Harry touched his scar absently. Something survived that night. Something that's been waiting, planning, searching for a way to return. And I think it found one, by hiding inside Quirrell, using him as a host. But if you know who is here, in the castle, why hasn't Dumbledore done something? Ron demanded. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he suspects but can't prove it. Or maybe, Harry's jaw tightened. Maybe this is part of his plan. Another test, another trap, another way to manipulate events for whatever he considers the greater good. That's insane. Dumbledore wouldn't let you know who into a school full of children. Dumbledore left me on a doorstep in November. He's capable of terrible things when he believes they're necessary. Harry gathered his notes. I'm not saying he's working with Voldemort. I'm saying he might be using the situation for his own purposes. And either way, we can't rely on him to protect us. So what do we do? Neville asked quietly. It was the first time he'd spoken, but his voice was steadier than Harry expected. We prepare. We watch. And when Quirrell makes his move, we're ready. Preparing meant training harder than ever. Harry pushed his friends through exercises that would have made Bloodfong proud, defensive spells, tactical movement, emergency protocols. They practiced until their wands were hot from use, until their muscles ached from the physical components, until they could react to threats without conscious thought. Hermione proved fastest at learning new spells, her magical theory translating into practical skill once she stopped overthinking. Ron developed a tactical awareness that surprised everyone, including himself. Years of chess had trained him to see patterns and predict moves. Neville's growth was the most dramatic, his confidence building with each successful session until he barely resembled the nervous boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts. You're getting better, Harry told them after a particularly grueling session. All of you. When this started, you could barely defend yourselves. Now you could hold your own against most upper years. Against normal threats, Hermione corrected. If Quirrell really is possessed by you-know-who, none of this will matter. We're first years facing the darkest wizard in a century. We're first years who are prepared, who work together, who know what we're facing. That's more than most people can say. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. I'm not asking you to fight Voldemort. I'm asking you to survive long enough for help to arrive. That's a much smaller ask. Help from who? You said we can't trust Dumbledore. I said we can't rely on him. That's different. Harry paused. There are other resources available. My family hasn't been idle while I've been at school. The communication mirrors had been working overtime. Harry's reports to Gringotts had generated responses, plans, contingencies, promises of intervention if the situation escalated beyond what he could handle. The Goblin Nation was watching, and they would act if necessary. But Harry hoped it wouldn't come to that. Goblin intervention in a British wizarding school would cause political catastrophe, regardless of the justification. Better to handle this himself, if he could. The end of term approached, and Quirrell's probing became more aggressive. Harry observed him testing the Cerberus protections 3 times in a single week, each attempt more sophisticated than the last. The professor was getting desperate, running out of time, preparing for a final push. He's going to move soon, Harry told his friends. The school year is almost over. Whatever he's planning, he needs to do it before summer. What's he after, anyway? Ron asked. What's so important that you know who would possess a teacher to get it? I've been researching that. Hermione had thrown herself into the mystery with characteristic intensity. The protections are unusual, multiple challenges designed to test different abilities. And the timing is significant. Whatever's hidden there was moved to Hogwarts shortly before term began, from Gringotts. How do you know it came from Gringotts? There was a break-in attempt at the bank on July 31st. The vault that was targeted had been emptied earlier that same day. The Prophet reported it as a failed robbery, but no one was ever caught, and no one explained what had been in the vault. Harry's mind raced through implications. July 31st was his birthday, and the day Hagrid had taken him to Gringotts for the first time, to retrieve his school supplies and visit his family vault. And Hagrid had made another stop that day. A different vault. A small package retrieved and carefully hidden. Nicholas Flamel, Harry breathed. His friends looked at him blankly. I've been trying to remember where I heard that name. Dumbledore mentioned him once, in passing, during one of our conversations. Harry's eyes widened. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist. He created the Philosopher's Stone. The what? The Philosopher's Stone. A legendary artifact that can turn lead into gold and produce the elixir of life, a potion that makes the drinker immortal. Harry's voice was urgent. That's what Voldemort wants. That's why he's possessing Quirrell, why he's trying to breach the protections. He wants the stone to create a new body, to truly return from the dead. The implications settled over them like a shroud. We have to tell someone, Hermione said. The teachers, Dumbledore, anyone. Tell them what? That we've been sneaking around after curfew, spying on professors, breaking into restricted areas? Harry shook his head. Even if they believed us, even if they acted, it would alert Quirrell that we know. Better to catch him in the act, when he can't talk his way out of it. You want to confront him yourself? Ron looked horrified. Harry, that's insane. I want to be in position when he moves. To witness what happens. To intervene if necessary. Harry's voice was calm but implacable. I've been preparing for something like this my entire life. I won't hide while Voldemort tries to resurrect himself in my school. Then we come with you, Neville said firmly. You said we're a team. Teams stick together. Harry wanted to refuse. The danger was too great, the stakes too high to risk his friends. But he looked at their faces, determined, loyal, refusing to let him face this alone, and he couldn't bring himself to argue. All right. But we do this my way. Carefully, with backup plans, with clear escape routes. If things go wrong, you run. Promise me. They promised. Harry hoped they wouldn't have to keep that promise. The move came on a June evening. Harry had been tracking Quirrell's patterns for weeks, waiting for the break-in routine that would signal action. When the professor disappeared from dinner early, claiming illness, Harry knew the moment had arrived. It's happening, he told his friends in urgent whispers. Quirrell's gone. He's making his move. They gathered their supplies, wands, emergency port keys, the communication mirrors linked to Gringotts, and headed for the third floor. The castle was quiet, most students in their common rooms, unaware of the drama unfolding beneath their feet. The Cerberus was asleep when they arrived, lulled by an enchanted harp playing in the corner. Someone had already passed this way. Stay close, Harry ordered. And remember, if I tell you to run, you run. They descended through the trapdoor. The challenges were exactly what Harry had predicted, obstacles designed to test different abilities, arranged in a sequence that would filter out anyone lacking the necessary skills. Devil's Snare, defeated by Hermione's fire. Flying Keys, Ron's unexpected aerial talent. A giant chess set, where Ron sacrificed himself to ensure the others could pass, insisting they continue while he recovered. Each obstacle fell before them, confirming Harry's suspicion that the protections were designed to be overcome by the right people with the right abilities. This wasn't security, this was a gauntlet. A test. But a test for whom? The final chamber held the mirror of Eriste and a figure in dark robes. Quirrell, no longer stammering, no longer afraid. Mr. Potter, he said, turning to face them with cold eyes. I wondered when you would arrive. The confrontation was nothing like Harry had expected. Quirrell was calm, confident, utterly transformed from the nervous professor of the past year. He stood before the mirror with an air of ownership, as if the stone was already his. Your little friends should leave, Quirrell observed, glancing at Hermione and Neville. This doesn't concern them. Everything that concerns me concerns them. Harry kept his wand steady, eyes tracking Quirrell's movements. I know what you are. What's inside you? Do you? Quirrell smiled coldly. Then you know this is pointless. You're children facing power beyond your comprehension. Surrender the stone, and I might let you live. I don't have the stone. I don't even know how to get it. But you will. Quirrell turned back to the mirror. The mirror shows what we most desire. I see myself presenting the stone to my master. But I cannot reach it. His voice tightened with frustration. The stone is there, in the reflection, but when I try to take it, the mirror doesn't give what we want. It shows what we want. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Dumbledore enchanted it. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Clever boy. Your goblin teachers taught you well. Quirrell's eyes narrowed. Use him. Let me speak to him. The voice that answered came from somewhere else entirely, from behind Quirrell's head, from beneath his turban, thin and terrible and wrong. Harry Potter. At last. Harry felt his scar explode with pain. What followed was fragmented, nightmarish, burned into Harry's memory in pieces that wouldn't quite fit together. Quirrell removing his turban, revealing the face on the back of his head, Voldemort's face, parasitic and desperate, clinging to life through borrowed flesh. Voldemort speaking, offering power and answers and reunion with his parents, trying to seduce Harry to his side. Harry refusing, because some things were worth more than power, and his parents hadn't died so he could serve their murderer. Quirrell attacking, faster than Harry expected, dark magic that shattered shields and sent his friends flying. And then Harry's hands on Quirrell's face, and the screaming, and the burning, and the terrible realization of what his mother's protection could do. Quirrell died with Voldemort's shriek in his ears, his flesh blistered and destroyed by the touch of a child he'd underestimated. Harry collapsed beside the body, barely conscious, vaguely aware of a wraith fleeing through the ceiling, Voldemort's spirit, denied again, still refusing to die. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was Dumbledore's face, appearing as if from nowhere, blue eyes filled with something that might have been pride or might have been calculation. He didn't know which, and at that moment, he didn't care. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and the smell of healing potions hung in the air. His body ached in ways that suggested significant magical healing, and his head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton. Ah! You're awake. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. How long? Harry's voice was rough. 3 days. Your friends are fine, minor injuries, already healed. They're quite concerned about you. Dumbledore paused. The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed it was for the best. And Voldemort? Gone. Not destroyed, but driven away once more. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. He will try again, Harry. What happened in that chamber was a setback for him, not a defeat. I know. Harry struggled to sit up, accepting the help Dumbledore offered despite his reservations. I have questions. I expected you would. You set this up. The protections were designed to be overcome, by someone young, skilled, determined. You wanted me to face Quirrell. To face Voldemort. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. I suspected Voldemort would make an attempt on the stone. I designed the protections to test whoever tried to reach it, to reveal their true nature through the challenges they faced and the choices they made. And if that person was me, then I would learn something important about who you've become. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I told you once that I underestimated you. That remains true. You're not the weapon I feared or the pawn I expected. You're something else, something that gives me hope. Hope for what? For the future. For a world where people like you, brave, strategic, compassionate despite everything, lead us forward. Dumbledore smiled sadly. I'm old, Harry. I've made terrible mistakes and will likely make more. But seeing you face that challenge, watching you protect your friends and resist temptation and refuse to compromise your principles, it makes me believe that my failures might not doom the world after all. Harry didn't know how to respond. Dumbledore had manipulated him, used him, placed him in danger for unclear purposes. But there was something genuine in the old wizard's voice, something that resisted Harry's instinct to distrust. The protection, Harry said finally. My mother's sacrifice. It's why I could defeat Quirrell. Yes. Lily's love created a shield that Voldemort cannot touch. While you carry that protection, while you call this place home, you are safe from him. And when that protection ends, then you will face him as yourself, your training, your intelligence, your will. And I believe you will triumph. Dumbledore rose. Rest now. The year is nearly over, and your friends are anxious to see you. He left Harry alone with his thoughts. Recovery took most of the remaining term. Harry's friends visited constantly, filling him in on everything he'd missed. Ron had become a minor celebrity for his role in the adventure, though he deflected attention with characteristic modesty. Hermione had thrown herself into research on Voldemort's history, determined to understand what they faced. Neville had gained a new confidence, standing taller, speaking more clearly. They'd faced a monster together and survived. That changed people. The end-of-year feast was a celebration of Gryffindor's House Cup victory. Last-minute points from Dumbledore had pushed them past Slytherin, a decision that felt political even as Harry accepted the cheers. Then the train ride home, shorter than it should have been, full of promises to write and visit and continue their training over the summer. And finally, the descent into Gringotts, where Ragnok and Griphook waited. You did well, Ragnok said that night, reviewing Harry's report. Better than we had any right to expect. Voldemort's host is destroyed, the stone is beyond his reach, and you survived intact. I also killed someone. Harry's voice was flat. Quirrell was a victim, possessed against his will, used as a vessel. He didn't deserve what happened to him. He tried to kill you. He served Voldemort willingly at the end, whatever his original circumstances. Ragnok's voice was firm. Don't waste guilt on those who chose their path. I'm not sure he had a choice. Voldemort's possession. You had the same darkness attached to you. A fragment of Voldemort's soul, whispering in your mind for 11 years. Ragnok met his eyes. You didn't succumb. You chose differently. That's what matters. Harry absorbed this. The comparison was uncomfortable but accurate. He'd had Voldemort inside him too, and he'd built walls, learned control, refused to let the darkness define him. Quirrell hadn't found that strength. Maybe he'd never had the chance. The fragment in my scar, Harry said slowly. It's still there. Yes. The healers checked you when you arrived. The confrontation with Voldemort's wraith seems to have agitated it, the connection is stronger now than before. Can you still remove it? Eventually. The research continues. Ragnok's expression softened. You're not in immediate danger, Harry. The fragment is contained, controlled by your mental defenses. But we should proceed carefully. Rushing could cause more harm than good. Harry nodded, filing the information away. One more thing to worry about. One more problem without an immediate solution. What now? He asked. Now you rest. Train. Prepare for next year. Ragnok's smile showed teeth. Voldemort will return, and when he does, you need to be ready. We need to be ready. The Goblin Nation has decided that your war is our war. The Covenant's involvement with Voldemort threatens our interests. Dumbledore's manipulations threaten our child. Ragnok's voice was iron. Whatever comes, you won't face it alone. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, tension he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there. Thank you, Father. Don't thank me. Just win. That night, Harry wrote in his journal for the first time in months. First year is over. I survived. My friends survived. Voldemort was defeated, temporarily. The stone is destroyed. Quirrell is dead. I should feel triumphant. Instead, I feel tired. And sad. And aware, more than ever, of how much I still don't understand. Dumbledore uses people for purposes he won't explain. Voldemort refuses to die no matter how many times he's destroyed. The Covenant moves in shadows, working toward goals I can barely glimpse. And I'm carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history inside my own head. But I also have friends who stood beside me against a monster. A family that will fight for me. Skills that saved my life and the lives of others. A purpose worth pursuing. Next year will be harder. The stakes will be higher. Voldemort will try again, and he'll be smarter about it. But so will I. I'm Harry Ragnokson. Son of the Goblin King. Child of prophecy. And I'm just getting started. He closed the journal and looked at the photograph of his parents, still smiling from their frame. I faced him, he whispered. You're murderer. I looked into his eyes and I didn't break. The photograph James gave a thumbs up. The photograph Lily wiped away a tear. Harry smiled and settled back against his pillows. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, he could rest. He'd earned it. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11, The truth about Quirrell's summer descended on Gringotts like a bomb. For the first 2 weeks, Harry did nothing but rest. He slept late, ate well, wandered the underground gardens, and let his body and mind recover from the year's accumulated stress. The goblin healers monitored him carefully, checking the fragment in his scar and ensuring his magical reserves were replenishing properly. Griphook visited every day, bringing news and companionship in equal measure. The wizarding world is buzzing about the incident at Hogwarts, he reported during one of their sessions. Official story is that Professor Quirrell suffered a magical accident while conducting unauthorized research. No mention of Voldemort, no mention of the stone. Dumbledore's doing? Almost certainly. The Ministry is happy to pretend nothing happened, admitting that who possessed a teacher at their premier school would be politically devastating. Griphook's expression was sardonic. Fudge sent you a commendation for bravery in the face of unexpected danger. Very vague. Very meaningless. I'll treasure it always. Harry's voice was dry. What about the Covenant? Quiet. Too quiet. Griphook spread out intelligence reports. Their usual channels have gone dark. Either they're regrouping after the setback, or they're planning something we can't detect. Assume the latter. They've been operating for centuries, they know how to adapt to failures. The investigation into Quirrell's possession had yielded some useful information. The defense professor had been a legitimate academic before his encounter with Voldemort, a nervous man, certainly, but not evil. He'd traveled to Albania seeking practical experience with dark creatures and had returned, different. Albania is where Voldemort's wraith has been hiding, Harry said, piecing together the timeline. Quirrell went looking for adventure and found a Dark Lord looking for a host. Wrong place, wrong time. Or right place, right time, from Voldemort's perspective. Griphook's voice was grim. The Dark Lord needed a way into Hogwarts, and Quirrell provided it. A teacher, with access to the school, able to probe the stone's protections from inside. It was almost clever enough to work. It was clever enough to nearly work. The only thing that stopped it was you. Griphook met his eyes. You should be proud of what you accomplished, Harry. First year, facing a Dark Lord's vessel, and you won. I killed a man who might have been salvageable. The victory feels hollow. Quirrell made his choices. He could have sought help when he realized what was happening to him, gone to Dumbledore, to the Ministry, to anyone. Instead, he served Voldemort willingly, helped him hunt the stone, tried to murder you. Griphook's voice hardened. Don't romanticize him. He was a victim who became a villain. Harry nodded slowly, but the weight didn't lift entirely. Taking a life, even a justified life, changed something in you. Blood Fong had warned him about this years ago. The first kill is the hardest. Not because of the act, but because of what it teaches you about yourself. You learn that you're capable of ending someone. That knowledge never goes away. He'd learned. He would carry that knowledge forever. The third week brought a shift in focus. Ragnok called Harry to his office for a strategic planning session, the first since Harry's return from Hogwarts. The king looked tired but determined, surrounded by reports and projections that spoke to months of work. We need to discuss the Horcruxes, Ragnok said without preamble. Harry straightened in his chair. You have news? Progress. Our researchers have been studying the diary fragment you described, or rather, studying accounts of its destruction. Combined with what we know about the fragment in your scar, we're developing a clearer picture of how Voldemort achieved his immortality. How many are there? We believe 7 total, including the piece that remains in his wraith form. Ragnok spread out a diagram. The diary was one. Your scar is another, unintentional, created when his killing curse rebounded. That leaves 5 deliberate Horcruxes hidden somewhere in the world. Do we know what they are? We have theories. Ragnok pointed to sections of the diagram. Voldemort was obsessed with magical artifacts, particularly those connected to the Hogwarts founders. We believe he turned objects of historical significance into his soul anchors, trophies of conquest, in a sense. The founders' artifacts. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, something of Ravenclaw's or Gryffindor's. Exactly. Our research suggests the locket and cup are almost certainly Horcruxes. We're less certain about Ravenclaw's diadem, it's been lost for centuries, and Gryffindor's sword is accounted for, safely in Dumbledore's office. That leaves one unidentified. Voldemort's snake. Ragnok's voice was heavy. We believe Nagini, the serpent he's been seen with since his first rise, may be a living Horcrux. It would explain his unusual bond with the creature. Harry absorbed this. 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul, scattered across the world, each one needing to be found and destroyed before the Dark Lord could be permanently killed. The fragment in my scar, he said quietly. It's one of them. Yes. Which complicates everything. Ragnok's expression was pained. We can't destroy it without destroying you, at least, not with any method we currently understand. The research continues, but progress is slow. How slow? Years, potentially. Decades. Ragnok held up a hand before Harry could respond. That doesn't mean we stop trying. It means we pursue multiple approaches simultaneously. Finding and destroying the other Horcruxes. Researching safe extraction methods for yours. Preparing you to face Voldemort when he inevitably returns. And if he returns before you find a way to remove the fragment. Then we improvise. We've done it before. Ragnok's smile was grim. You're not going to die, Harry. I refuse to allow it. I'm not sure death cares about your permission, Father. Then death will learn otherwise. Ragnok's voice brooked no argument. Now, let's discuss what we know about the Horcrux locations. The investigation into Horcrux locations consumed most of the summer. Harry threw himself into the work with characteristic intensity, grateful for a problem that could be attacked through research and analysis rather than direct confrontation. He studied Voldemort's history, traced his movements, built psychological profiles that might predict where he'd hidden his soul anchors. The diary had been given to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping, a fact that made Harry deeply uncomfortable. Had Malfoy known what it was? Had he understood the dark magic involved? The implications for the Covenant's involvement with Voldemort were troubling. The diary was supposed to be used, Harry realized during one late-night session with Griphook. Voldemort didn't just want it hidden, he wanted it deployed. To open the Chamber of Secrets, to continue his work of purifying Hogwarts. Malfoy was the agent. He was supposed to slip it to a student, let it do its work. Griphook's expression was troubled. The question is whether he ever did. Not successfully, apparently. The chamber hasn't been opened since Voldemort's school days. Harry made a note. But Malfoy might still have the diary. It could still be in play. We'll add surveillance. If he makes any move with it, we'll know. The locket's location was more mysterious. Research suggested it had been hidden in a cave connected to Voldemort's orphan childhood, a place of trauma and dark power. Finding it would require expedition, not just analysis. Next summer, Harry decided. We mount an expedition to locate and retrieve it. Proper team, proper preparation. You want to lead it personally? I want to be there when we destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul. Yes. Hufflepuff's cup was even more challenging. Evidence suggested it had been placed in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, technically within Goblin territory, but protected by client confidentiality that couldn't be easily violated. Political nightmare, Griphook agreed. But not impossible. We're working on approaches. The diadem remained a mystery, its location unknown for nearly 1,000 years. And Nagini, if she was indeed a Horcrux, stayed close to Voldemort's wraith, wherever that currently lurked. Albania, probably, Harry speculated. He'll need to rebuild his strength before trying anything major. The confrontation with me weakened him. Unless he finds another host. He'll be more careful this time. Quirrell was a gamble that failed. Next time, he'll want something more permanent. The thought was chilling. Voldemort possessing someone stronger, smarter, more capable than the nervous defense professor. Someone who could hide his true nature while working toward resurrection. Harry added increased vigilance to his mental list of priorities. August brought visitors and complications. Sirius arrived for an extended stay, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. Years of therapy, goblin mind healers were remarkably effective, good food, and purpose had done wonders for the former prisoner. 12 years in Azkaban, and this is the first summer I've felt actually alive, Sirius said, settling into the guest quarters Ragnok had arranged. Having something to work toward makes all the difference. What are you working toward? Supporting you. Helping with the investigation. And, Sirius hesitated. I've been thinking about the future. What happens after Voldemort is finally destroyed? That's optimistic. It's necessary. We can't just fight darkness forever, we need to build something better. Sirius's expression was serious. Your parents died fighting for a world where people were judged by their choices, not their blood. That world doesn't exist yet. I want to help create it. Harry felt a surge of warmth. Sirius had been broken by Azkaban, nearly destroyed by years of torture and isolation. But he was rebuilding himself around purpose, around hope, around a determination to honor James and Lily's memory through action. I'd like that too, Harry said. When this is over, when Voldemort is truly gone, I want to change things. Not just for goblins, but for everyone. Werewolves, muggleborns, anyone the current system treats as lesser. Big goals for a 12-year-old. I've had good teachers. Harry smiled. And big goals are the only ones worth pursuing. The Hogwarts letter arrived in late August, along with something unexpected. Harry was summoned to Ragnok's office to find his father in intense conversation with a goblin he didn't recognize, a female warrior with ritual scars and the bearing of someone who'd seen significant combat. Harry, this is Silver Fawn. She leads our intelligence operations in the British wizarding world. Harry nodded respectfully. Silver Fawn returned the gesture with evaluating eyes. Lord Ragnokson. I've heard much about you. The reports don't do justice to your accomplishments. I've had advantages most don't. Yes. A goblin education, goblin resources, goblin loyalty. Silverfang's voice was flat. And now you're about to walk back into a school run by Albus Dumbledore, surrounded by potential enemies, with a piece of the Dark Lord attached to your soul. I'm aware of the risks. Are you? Because we've intercepted communications suggesting the Covenant is planning something for this school year. Something specifically targeting you. Harry's attention sharpened. What kind of something? We don't know yet. The intercepts are fragmentary, coded references to the air and the chamber and old grievances. Nothing concrete enough to act on. Silverfang spread out documents. But the pattern suggests they're planning to use Hogwarts itself against you. Some kind of attack leveraging the school's history or secrets. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said immediately. We discussed this, the diary was supposed to open it. That's our assessment as well. If the diary is still in Malfoy's possession, and if the Covenant decides to deploy it, then someone is going to try to finish what Voldemort started 50 years ago. The implications were terrifying. The Chamber of Secrets was legendary, Salazar Slytherin's hidden sanctuary, supposedly containing a monster that would purge Hogwarts of those the founder considered unworthy. If that monster was real, and if someone opened the chamber. We need more information, Harry said. About the chamber, about the diary, about whatever the Covenant is planning. I can't fight something I don't understand. Agreed. We're accelerating our intelligence operations. Silverfang's expression was grim. But you should be prepared for anything when you return to school. The enemy knows you're dangerous now. They'll be more careful, and more aggressive. Harry nodded slowly, his mind already racing through preparations and contingencies. Second year was going to be even more complicated than he'd expected. The train to Hogwarts was quieter than last year. Harry sat with his friends in their usual compartment, but the mood was subdued. They'd all received letters over the summer, Harry explaining what he could about the Horcrux investigation, the others sharing their own research and preparation. So Voldemort is definitely coming back, Ron said, voice low even though they'd warded the compartment against eavesdroppers. And he's got pieces of his soul hidden all over the place. At least 5 that we haven't found yet. Plus the fragment in my scar. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. We're working on locating them, but it's slow going. And someone might try to open the Chamber of Secrets this year. Possible. The Covenant is planning something, and the chamber fits the fragmentary intelligence we've gathered. Harry looked at each of his friends in turn. I wanted you to know what we're facing. You can back out if you want, no one would blame you. Don't be stupid, Hermione said firmly. We're not abandoning you because things got dangerous. We knew it would be dangerous when we agreed to help. She's right, Neville added. Last year, we faced you-know-whose vessel together. Whatever comes this year, we face it together too. What he said, Ron concluded. Though I reserve the right to complain about it constantly. Harry felt the familiar warmth of genuine friendship, something he'd never expected to find, something he still didn't entirely know how to handle. These people were choosing to stand with him against darkness, risking their lives for a cause that wasn't really theirs. Thank you, he said quietly. All of you. Don't thank us yet, Hermione replied. We haven't survived the year. Always the optimist. I prefer realist. Now, tell us everything you know about the Chamber of Secrets. If we're going to fight this, we need to understand what we're fighting. Harry obliged, sharing what the Goblin researchers had compiled about Slytherin's legendary creation. The chamber was real, historical records confirmed its existence, even if its location had been lost for centuries. It had been opened once before, 50 years ago, resulting in a student's death and the expulsion of a suspect who might or might not have been guilty. Hagrid, Harry said. He was expelled for supposedly opening the chamber. But the case never made sense, Hagrid's not a Parselmouth, and the chamber is supposed to respond only to Slytherin's true heir. So someone else opened it. Someone who could speak to snakes. Tom Riddle. Harry's voice was grim. Voldemort's birth name. He was at Hogwarts during that time, a student, a prefect. The timing matches perfectly. You think you know who opened the chamber as a student? I think he found it, used it, and framed Hagrid to cover his tracks. And I think the diary is the key, a piece of his soul that could possess someone, make them open the chamber again. The compartment fell silent as the implications sank in. So we need to find the diary before whoever has it uses it, Hermione summarized. And figure out where the chamber is. And stop whatever monster is inside. That's the general plan, yes. Simple. Her voice was dry. What could possibly go wrong? Hogwarts looked the same as always, ancient, beautiful, full of secrets and dangers that most students never glimpsed. Harry walked through the familiar halls with new eyes, seeing the castle as both sanctuary and potential battlefield. Somewhere within these walls, the Chamber of Secrets waited. Somewhere, possibly, an enemy was planning to open it. The sorting ceremony passed without incident. Classes began. Life at Hogwarts resumed its usual rhythm of magic and mundanity. But Harry was watching. He monitored the Slytherins carefully, looking for signs of unusual behavior or covenant influence. He tracked Malfoy's movements, wondering if the diary had already been deployed. He investigated the castle's history, searching for clues to the chamber's location. And he noticed things that didn't add up. Ginny Weasley, Ron's little sister, had started Hogwarts this year. She should have been excited, nervous, full of the wonder that marked every first year's experience. Instead, she seemed pale, distracted, often exhausted. "Is your sister okay?" Harry asked Ron after noticing Ginny dozing off during dinner. "I think so. She's been a bit off since term started, but Mum said starting school is overwhelming." Ron shrugged. "I've been keeping an eye on her. Keep watching. Something feels wrong." Harry couldn't articulate what exactly triggered his concern. It was instinct more than evidence, the same sixth sense that had saved his life multiple times. But Ginny Weasley was connected to something dark. He could feel it. The attacks began in October. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified in a corridor, rigid as stone, hanging from a torch bracket. On the wall above her, painted in blood-red letters, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school erupted in panic. Harry watched the chaos with grim satisfaction, not at the attack, but at the confirmation of his suspicions. The chamber was real. Someone was opening it. And now, finally, he could begin hunting them. "It started," he told his friends that night. "Whoever has the diary has begun using it. How do we find them? We investigate the attacks. Look for patterns, connections, anything that might point to the heir." Harry's mind was already racing through possibilities. "And we find the chamber itself. Whoever is doing this has to enter and exit somehow. If we find the entrance, we can catch them." The investigation consumed the following weeks. Harry mapped the attack locations, looking for geographic patterns. He researched the chamber's history, searching for clues in ancient texts and faculty records. He watched the students, looking for anyone who seemed connected to the attacks or unusually interested in the results. Ginny Weasley kept appearing in his analysis. She was near every attack location. She was increasingly exhausted, as if something was draining her energy. And she had a new diary. Harry had seen her writing in it obsessively, a small black book that she guarded jealously. The pieces clicked together with horrible clarity. "The diary found her," Harry said during an emergency meeting with his friends. "Malfoy must have slipped it to her somehow, at Flourish and Blots, maybe, or through one of the purebloods. She's been possessed, just like Quirrell was." "Ginny?" Ron's face went white. "My sister is opening the chamber." "Not willingly. The diary is controlling her, using her to do things she doesn't remember." Harry kept his voice gentle but firm. She's a victim, Ron. But she's also the threat. We need to get that diary away from her before something worse happens. Something worse than petrifying people. The monster in the chamber, whatever it is, hasn't killed anyone yet. The attacks have been warnings, demonstrations. But if the diary decides to escalate... Harry didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. How do we help her? Hermione asked. If the diary is controlling her, she won't just hand it over. We steal it. Tonight, while she's asleep. Harry's jaw set. I'll use the invisibility cloak. Ron, you create a distraction if needed. Hermione, Neville, be ready to destroy the diary the moment I have it. Destroy it how? It's a Horcrux. Basilisk venom, if we can get it. Fiend fire if we can't. Harry had been preparing for this. The diary is a fragment of Voldemort's soul. We treat it like what it is. The plan was set for that night. It didn't survive contact with the enemy. Harry crept through Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, moving silently toward the first-year girls' dormitory. The castle was quiet, most students asleep, the torches burning low. He found Ginny's bed easily enough, red hair visible against white pillows, the small black diary clutched in her hands even as she slept. Her face was pale, drawn, clearly suffering from whatever the possession was doing to her. Harry reached for the diary, and Ginny's eyes snapped open. But they weren't Ginny's eyes. They were cold, dark, ancient, eyes that belonged to something far older than the 11-year-old girl wearing them. Harry Potter. The voice that came from Ginny's mouth was wrong, layered, terrible. I wondered when you'd figure it out. Harry froze. The diary, or what controlled it, had been waiting for him. Tom Riddle, Harry said quietly. Or should I call you Voldemort? You can call me whatever you like. It won't change what's about to happen. Ginny's body rose from the bed, moving with unnatural fluidity. Did you think I wouldn't notice you watching? Wouldn't feel your investigation getting closer? Let her go. She's just a child. She's a vessel. A tool. A stepping stone to my resurrection. The possessed girl smiled with someone else's cruelty. Just like Quirrell was, but more useful. Younger. More malleable. Full of secrets she's been pouring into my pages all year. The attacks were to build my strength. Each petrification feeds me, draws power from the fear and chaos. Riddle's voice turned contemplative. I'm almost strong enough now. Almost ready to leave this diary behind and live again. I won't let that happen. You can't stop it. Not here, not now, not without killing little Ginny in the process. The possessed girl began walking toward the door, and Harry found himself backing away. Come to the chamber, Harry Potter. Come face me where I'm strongest, where my monster waits, where this all began 50 years ago. Why would I do that? Because if you don't, I'll have my basilisk start killing instead of petrifying. Students will die, children, innocents, and their blood will be on your hands. Riddle's smile widened. The chamber opens in 1 hour. Be there, or watch Hogwarts burn. The possessed Ginny walked out of the dormitory, and Harry was left with an impossible choice. He gathered his friends in the common room, quickly explaining what had happened. It's a trap, Hermione said immediately. He wants you to come to him on his terms. I know. But what's the alternative? Let him kill students. Harry's voice was strained. I have to go, Hermione. I have to try. Then we go with you. No. Harry's voice was firm. The basilisk's gaze is lethal. One look and you're dead. I can speak Parseltongue, I might be able to reason with it, control it, do something. You can't. We can't just let you walk into a trap alone. You can alert the teachers. Tell McGonagall, tell Dumbledore, tell everyone what's happening. If I don't come back, they need to know about the diary, about the Horcruxes, about everything. Harry met their eyes. This is the backup plan. If I fail, you continue the fight. Harry, Ron's voice broke. Ginny's my sister. I know. And I'm going to save her. Harry clasped his friend's shoulder. But if I can't, you have to be ready to finish this. Whatever it takes. Promise me. The promises came reluctantly, tearfully, but they came. Harry armed himself with everything he had, wand, knife, emergency port key, the communication mirror to Gringotts, and headed for the girls' bathroom where Myrtle had died 50 years ago. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets waited. Harry spoke the password in Parseltongue and descended into darkness. The chamber was vast, ancient, terrible. Stone serpents lined the walls, their emerald eyes glinting in torchlight that came from nowhere. A massive statue of Salazar Slytherin dominated the far end, a monument to the founder who had created this place of terror. And before the statue, Ginny Weasley lay unconscious while Tom Riddle stood over her in ghostly form. Not ghostly, solidifying. The diary's magic was making him real, drawing life from Ginny to give him substance. You came, Riddle said, sounding pleased. I knew you would. The hero, walking into a trap because he can't stand to let innocents suffer. So predictable. Let her go, Tom. This is between us. It was always between us, Harry Potter. From the moment my older self tried to kill you and failed. You're the obstacle, the threat, the one person who keeps interfering with my plans. Riddle's eyes gleamed. But not anymore. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened, and something emerged. The basilisk was enormous, 50 feet of scaled death, ancient beyond measure, its yellow eyes seeking prey. Harry averted his gaze immediately, relying on peripheral vision and sound to track the creature. Kill him, Riddle commanded. The basilisk lunged. Harry dove aside, rolling, coming up with his wand ready. Stop, he hissed in Parseltongue. I am a speaker. You will obey me. The basilisk hesitated, confused by the conflicting commands. Its massive head swayed between Harry and Riddle. He is the true heir. Harry continued in the serpent tongue. Salazar Slytherin's blood runs in his veins. But he serves the Dark Lord who betrayed everything Slytherin stood for. Lies. Riddle snarled, but his voice wavered. I am the heir. The basilisk serves me. You're a fragment. A piece of a broken soul, pretending to be whole. Harry kept talking, kept the basilisk's attention divided. Slytherin created you to protect the school from those who would harm it. Voldemort wants to destroy it. The serpent's confusion deepened. Ancient instincts warred with recent commands, loyalty to bloodline fighting against fundamental purpose. Harry pressed his advantage. I don't want to fight you. I want to free you, from this chamber, from this servitude, from the commands of a false heir who dishonors your creator's memory. The basilisk studied him with eyes that could kill, but Harry kept his gaze averted, relying on the connection of Parseltongue to reach the intelligence behind those eyes. The girl is innocent, Harry continued. The fragment seeks to consume her to strengthen itself. Is that what Slytherin intended? For children to die feeding a parasite? Long seconds passed. Riddle was screaming commands, but the basilisk wasn't listening anymore. It was thinking, considering, making a choice. Then, slowly, it lowered its head to the ground. Speaker, it hissed, voice ancient and tired. You offer freedom. I offer peace. An end to endless servitude. Rest, after 1,000 years of duty. The basilisk's eyes closed. Its massive body relaxed. And with a sound like the wind dying, it breathed its last breath and was still. Riddle stared in disbelief. No. No. You can't, I am the heir, you're nothing. Harry turned to face him, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. He'd ended a millennium of existence through conversation alone. Just a fragment of a monster, clinging to a diary because you're afraid to die. He picked up a basilisk fong from the ground, one of many that had fallen when the serpent settled, and advanced on the diary that still lay near Ginny's unconscious form. Wait. Riddle's voice was desperate now. We can make a deal. I have knowledge, power, secrets you can't imagine. Harry drove the fong into the diary. Riddle screamed, a sound of pure agony as the Horcrux was destroyed. Ink poured from the diary like blood, and the ghostly form dissolved into nothing. When it was over, Harry knelt beside Ginny and checked for a pulse. She was alive. Weak, drained, but alive. You're going to be okay, he whispered. It's over. Her eyes fluttered open, confused and terrified. Harry. What, where? The Chamber of Secrets. But you're safe now. The thing that was controlling you is destroyed. Ginny began to cry, great, racking sobs of relief and horror and guilt. Harry held her while she cried, offering what comfort he could. Then he activated his emergency port key and took them both home. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore arrived at Gringotts within hours, demanding explanations and access to Harry. Ragnok denied him both, citing the need for medical evaluation and family consultation. Harry is a ward of the Goblin Nation, the king said firmly. His well-being is our responsibility, not yours. You can speak with him when we're satisfied he's recovered. The battle over jurisdiction lasted 2 days before political pressure forced a compromise. Harry would return to Hogwarts to finish the year, but the goblin healers would accompany him to monitor the fragment in his scar, which had been agitated by the chamber confrontation. Ginny Weasley was treated for possession trauma, a process that took weeks and left her fragile but recovering. The diary was destroyed, confirmed by the goblin analysts who examined the remains. 2 Horcruxes down. 4 to go, plus the fragment in Harry's scar. You talked a 1,000-year-old basilisk into dying, Griphook said, shaking his head in amazement. I don't know whether to be impressed or terrified. It wanted to rest. I just gave it permission. Harry stared at the ceiling of his medical chamber. Is it wrong that I feel sorry for it? It was a prisoner, just following orders for centuries. It was also a monster that killed at least 1 student and petrified several more. I know. But monsters don't choose to be monsters. Harry's voice was quiet. Neither do fragments of Dark Lords. Griphook had no answer for that. The return to Hogwarts was triumphant and troubling. Harry was hailed as a hero again, the boy who lived who had saved students, destroyed a dark artifact, and ended the Chamber of Secrets threat forever. He accepted the praise gracefully while privately wrestling with the implications. 2 confrontations with Voldemort in 2 years. 2 victories that felt more like survival than triumph. And the certainty that more was coming, more Horcruxes, more threats, more opportunities for everything to go wrong. You're brooding again, Hermione observed one evening in the common room. Strategic contemplation. Same thing, different words. She sat beside him. Want to talk about it? The diary was destroyed. That's good. But the Covenant planted it, which means they have access to Voldemort's Horcruxes. They might have others. They might be preparing more attacks. Harry rubbed his temples. Every victory opens new problems. That's how wars work. You solve one crisis and another appears. Hermione's voice was gentle. But you're not alone, Harry. You have friends, resources, allies. We'll figure this out together. I know. I just. He trailed off, struggling to articulate feelings he didn't fully understand. I'm 12 years old, Hermione. I've killed 2 people in 2 years. I've faced Voldemort twice. I'm carrying a piece of his soul in my head. When does it end? When you end it. When Voldemort is truly destroyed and the world is safe. Hermione met his eyes. It's a lot to carry. Too much, probably. But you're not carrying it alone. Harry wanted to believe her. Wanted to feel the comfort her words offered. But late at night, when the dreams came, Voldemort's memories, Voldemort's emotions, the fragments stirring in his scar, he felt very alone indeed. The war was far from over. And the hardest battles were still to come. Chapter 11 End. Chapter 12, Shadows of the Covenant. The summer after second year was dominated by hunting. Not for Horcruxes, those operations required planning and resources that weren't yet in place. Instead, Harry hunted information, tracing the Covenant's involvement in the Diary plot and mapping their influence throughout Wizarding Britain. The investigation revealed disturbing connections. Lucius Malfoy had indeed planted the diary, slipping it into Ginny Weasley's cauldron during a chance encounter at Flourish and Blotts. But he hadn't acted alone. The Covenant had orchestrated the entire operation, timing the chamber's opening to coincide with political initiatives that would benefit from chaos at Hogwarts. They wanted to discredit Dumbledore, Griphook explained during one of their analysis sessions. The attacks made him look incompetent, unable to protect students. If the situation had escalated further, if students had actually died, the Board of Governors would have removed him. And replaced him with someone more cooperative. That was the plan. Lucius Malfoy was already positioning himself for a return to political influence. A Covenant-aligned headmaster at Hogwarts would have given them control over the next generation of wizards. Harry absorbed this with growing unease. The Covenant thought in decades, in generations. They weren't just trying to resurrect Voldemort, they were trying to reshape magical society into something that served their vision. We need to expose them, Harry said. Not just stop their plans, but reveal who they are and what they're doing. That's dangerous. The Covenant has survived for centuries by staying hidden. If they feel threatened, they'll strike back hard. They're already striking. The chamber was an attack on students, on children. We can't just defend against them forever. Eventually, we have to go on offense. Griphook nodded slowly. What did you have in mind? Harry outlined his thinking. The Covenant operated through proxies and intermediaries, maintaining deniability while manipulating events. But those proxies could be identified, their connections traced, their activities documented. We build a case. Names, dates, financial transfers, communication records. Everything we need to prove the Covenant exists and that specific individuals are part of it. Harry's voice hardened. Then we choose our moment and release it all. Force them into the light where they can be fought directly. That could take years. I've got years. And I've got patience. Harry smiled grimly. The goblins taught me that revenge is best served profitable. Let's make this count. The investigation expanded throughout the summer. Harry coordinated with Silverfang's intelligence network, directing resources toward Covenant-connected individuals. They tracked money flows, intercepted communications, cultivated sources within suspect organizations. The picture that emerged was both better and worse than expected. Better, because the Covenant was smaller than Harry had feared. Perhaps 200 core members, with a few thousand peripheral supporters who provided money or influence without understanding the full agenda. A conspiracy, not an army. Worse, because those 200 members included some of the most powerful people in Wizarding Britain. Ministry officials, Wisengamot members, department heads, wealthy merchants, respected academics. The Covenant had woven itself into the fabric of magical society so thoroughly that exposing it would shake everything. Some of these names are going to be hard to take down, Silverfang observed during a strategy session. Cornelius Fudge isn't a member, but several of his closest advisors are. If we expose them, it could collapse the entire government. Maybe it should collapse. Harry's voice was cold. A government that's been manipulated by blood supremacists for decades isn't worth preserving. Easy to say. Harder to manage the aftermath. Then we manage it. Plan for the chaos, position alternatives, make sure the transition serves our goals rather than creating opportunities for something worse. Harry met Silverfang's eyes. I'm not interested in half measures. The Covenant has to be destroyed, not just disrupted, destroyed. Root and branch. That's a very Goblin way of thinking. I had good teachers. Third year at Hogwarts brought unexpected complications. The first was Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry had researched him extensively, friend of his parents, werewolf, former Order member, but nothing had prepared him for the actual experience of having someone who'd known James and Lily as a teacher. Lupin was good. Really good. His classes were practical, engaging, focused on actual defense rather than theoretical nonsense. For the first time, Harry felt like he was learning things in defense that he hadn't already mastered through Goblin training. But there was tension between them too. You're not what I expected, Lupin said after class one day, keeping Harry back to talk. The reports described someone cold, calculating, almost inhuman in his approach to problems. I am cold and calculating. When necessary. But not always. I've watched you with your friends, you care about them genuinely, not just as strategic assets. Lupin's expression was thoughtful. That's more than anyone expected from a child raised by goblins. The goblins taught me to value loyalty. They didn't teach me to fake emotions. Harry kept his voice level. Whatever people expected, I'm more than just their assumptions. I'm beginning to see that. Lupin hesitated. Harry, I knew your parents well. If you ever want to talk about them, really talk, not just exchange historical information, I'd be happy to share what I remember. Harry considered the offer. Lupin was complicated, loyal to Dumbledore, carrying his own traumas, potentially useful but also potentially a liability. But he was also one of the last living connections to James and Lily. I'd like that, Harry said finally. Maybe sometime after class. When there aren't ears everywhere. Lupin smiled. I'll look forward to it. The second complication was serious. His godfather had been cleared of all charges, his innocence publicly acknowledged. But the ministry's idea of compensation was woefully inadequate, a formal apology, a modest financial settlement, no accountability for the officials who had imprisoned him without trial. They want me to go away quietly, Sirius said during one of his visits to Gringotts. Accept the money, disappear from public life, let everyone pretend the whole thing never happened. What do you want? Justice. Real justice, not performative gestures. Sirius's eyes blazed. 12 years, Harry. 12 years in that hellhole, surrounded by dementors, reliving the worst moments of my life over and over. Someone made the decision to throw me there without a trial. Someone should pay for that. Then we make them pay. Harry's voice was calm but determined. The Goblin legal team is already working on cases against the officials responsible. We have evidence of procedural violations, falsified records, deliberate miscarriage of justice. Will it work? It will hurt them. Careers will end, reputations will be destroyed, some might even face criminal charges. Harry paused. It won't give you back the years you lost. But it will send a message, that the system can't be abused without consequences. Sirius nodded slowly. I want to be involved. Not just as a victim, but as an active participant in holding them accountable. I was hoping you'd say that. Ragnok has a role in mind for you, if you're willing. What kind of role? Public face of the justice campaign. The sympathetic victim who refuses to be silent, who demands accountability, who makes it politically impossible to sweep this under the rug. Harry smiled slightly. It would mean interviews, speeches, public appearances. Uncomfortable attention. I've had enough of being invisible. It's time to be seen. Sirius's jaw set. Tell Ragnok I'm in. The third complication was the Dementors. They'd been stationed around Hogwarts, supposedly to protect against Sirius Black before his exoneration. But even with the threat removed, the Ministry had been slow to withdraw them, and Harry suspected he knew why. The Dementors affect you strongly, Dumbledore observed during a private meeting Harry had reluctantly agreed to. More strongly than other students. The fragment in my scar. It resonates with their presence. Harry didn't see any point in hiding what Dumbledore almost certainly already knew. They're drawn to the darkness in me. Yes. Which makes their continued presence here, concerning. Dumbledore's blue eyes were troubled. I've argued for their removal, but the Ministry insists they're necessary. Political pressure from certain quarters. The Covenant. Harry didn't phrase it as a question. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You know about them. I know more than you think. I know they tried to use the Chamber of Secrets to discredit you. I know they have members in the Ministry pushing policies that serve their agenda. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. And I know they want me dead or controlled, preferably both. You've been busy. I've been surviving. The Covenant doesn't forgive threats, and I've made myself a significant one. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of secrets and suspicions hanging between them. I'm not your enemy, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. Whatever you believe about my past actions, whatever resentment you carry from being left on that doorstep, I want the same thing you do. Voldemort's destruction, the Covenant's defeat, a world where children like you can grow up safe. Then prove it. Share information openly, stop playing chess with people's lives, treat me as an ally instead of a piece to be positioned. It's not that simple. There are things I know that I cannot share, secrets that would put lives at risk, truths that could destabilize everything we're working toward. Then we're at an impasse. Harry stood to leave. Harry, goodbye, Headmaster. He left Dumbledore sitting alone in his office, surrounded by silver instruments and ancient books and the weight of choices made long ago. The Dementor attack came in November. Harry was crossing the grounds after Quidditch practice when he felt the temperature plummet. The familiar cold seeped into his bones, and his scar erupted in agony as the fragment inside him screamed in response to the dark creature's presence. There were at least a dozen of them, gliding toward him across the frost-covered grass. Too many. Too fast. Even with his training, even with his defenses, Harry couldn't fight off this many Dementors alone. He drew his wand and tried to summon a Patronus, the defense Lupin had been teaching him. But the cold was overwhelming, the fragment was shrieking, and the happy memories he needed kept slipping away. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist emerged from his wand, flickered, and died. The Dementors closed in. Harry's knees buckled. He could hear his mother screaming, could feel Voldemort's presence in his mind, could sense the darkness reaching for him with hungry hands. Then light erupted across the grounds. A massive silver wolf charged into the Dementor circle, scattering the creatures with furious energy. More patron uses followed, a phoenix, a cat, a horse, as professors arrived to defend their student. Sirius was there somehow, his wand extended, his face twisted with protective fury. Back off. Get away from him. The Dementors fled before the combined assault, retreating toward the forest, their malevolent presence fading into the distance. Harry collapsed onto the frozen grass, shaking violently. Harry. Sirius knelt beside him, checking for injuries. Are you all right? Harry. The fragment, Harry managed. It reacts to them. Makes it worse. We need to get you inside. Get you warm. Sirius helped him up, supporting his weight. I'm going to kill whoever authorized those things to stay here. Lupin appeared beside them, his expression grim. That wasn't random. The Dementors don't attack students without provocation. Someone directed them. The Covenant, Harry said weakly. Another assassination attempt. Inside the school. With that many witnesses. Lupin shook his head. They're getting desperate. Or confident. Harry's voice was steadier now, his training reasserting itself despite the trauma. They think they can operate openly. That's dangerous. More dangerous for them than they realize. Sirius's voice was cold. This ends now. I want those Dementors gone by tomorrow, or I'm going to make the Ministry's life very uncomfortable. He wasn't bluffing. And thanks to the justice campaign Harry had helped orchestrate, Sirius had the platform to make good on his threat. The Dementors were removed within the week. The rest of third year passed in a blur of training and investigation. Harry mastered the Patronus charm, his took the form of a great stag, which Sirius and Lupin said was exactly like his father's. The symmetry felt significant, though Harry wasn't sure what it meant. The Covenant investigation continued, building the case that would eventually bring them down. More names were added to the list, more connections documented, more evidence gathered. Peter Pettigrew was captured in January, finally brought to justice for his betrayal of the Potters. His trial was public, his confession damning, and the wizarding world was forced to confront the reality that their neat narrative about the war's end had been built on lies. Sirius spoke at the trial, describing what the real betrayal had cost him. His testimony moved the gallery to tears and the defendants to terror. Justice, at last. Not complete, not sufficient, but a start. Summer brought the Quidditch World Cup and unexpected opportunities. The tournament was being held in Britain, a massive international event that would draw wizards from around the world. The security concerns were significant, the political implications complex. And the Covenant was planning something. Our sources indicate they're going to stage an attack during the World Cup final, Silver Fong reported. Death Eater imagery, terrorizing Muggles, demonstrating that their ideology isn't dead. For what purpose? Recruitment. Intimidation. Reminding the wizarding world that there are still people who believe in the old ways. Silverfang's expression was troubled. If we try to stop them overtly, we reveal our intelligence capabilities. If we don't, people could get hurt. Harry considered the options. The Covenant wanted spectacle, a dramatic demonstration of power that would remind the magical world of darker times. They were counting on the Ministry's incompetence to let them succeed. We give them something better to worry about, Harry decided. The night of the attack, we leaked the first batch of evidence about Covenant members. Names, documents, financial records, enough to prove the conspiracy exists without revealing everything we know. That will panic them. That's the point. They'll be too busy dealing with the exposure to execute their attack properly. And even if they succeed, the narrative will be about Covenant terrorism, not Death Eater nostalgia. We framed the story. Risky. If they trace the leak back to us, they won't. We've been building cutouts and false trails for 2 years. The information appears to come from a disgruntled Ministry insider, not Goblin intelligence. Silver Fong nodded slowly. I'll make the arrangements. The World Cup attack happened as predicted, masked figures, dark marks in the sky, terrified Muggles and Ministry incompetence. But the news coverage was dominated by something else entirely. Covenant of the Old Blood exposed, the Daily Prophet screamed. Ancient conspiracy behind Dark Lord's rise. Harry watched the chaos unfold from a secure location at Gringotts, satisfaction warring with concern. The leak had worked, the Covenant's attack was barely a footnote compared to the revelations about their existence and membership. But wars escalated. The Covenant would respond to the exposure, and their response would likely be violent. They'll come after whoever they think is responsible, Griphook observed. We've made ourselves targets. We were already targets. Now we're targets who've hurt them. Harry's eyes were cold. Let them come. We'll be ready. Fourth year at Hogwarts loomed ahead, with all its challenges and opportunities. And behind it, growing closer every day, the shadow of Voldemort's inevitable return. Harry had spent his whole life preparing for what was coming. He hoped it was enough. The Triwizard Tournament was announced during the opening feast, and Harry felt the trap closing around him before his name even emerged from the goblet. The Covenant's response to their exposure was predictable. They needed a dramatic countermove, something that would shift attention away from the investigation and demonstrate their continued power. What better than ensuring the boy who lived died publicly, apparently by accident, during an ancient magical competition? When Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, despite being underage, despite never entering, despite every protection that was supposed to prevent such manipulation, he wasn't surprised. He was ready. The binding is absolute, Dumbledore explained gravely after the other champions had been dismissed. You must compete, or forfeit your magic. I understand. Harry's voice was calm. Someone wanted me in this tournament. Let's find out what they have planned. You're not concerned. I've been dodging assassination attempts since I was 11. This is just the latest version. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. But I'll need your help. The tasks will be dangerous, and I don't have the years of magical education the other champions do. You're asking for my assistance. After everything, I'm asking for cooperation against a common enemy. The Covenant wants me dead. You don't, presumably. Our interests align. Harry paused. For now. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. I'll provide what support I can. And Harry? A ghost of a smile crossed the old wizard's face. Try not to die. I've grown rather fond of you, despite everything. I'll do my best, Headmaster. The tournament had begun. And Harry intended to win. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13, The Chamber Opens. The Triwizard Tournament was designed to test champions through escalating challenges, each more dangerous than the last. Harry approached it the way he approached everything, with thorough preparation, careful analysis, and the determination to survive on his own terms. The first task was dragons. They want you to retrieve a golden egg from a nesting mother, Griphook reported through the communication mirror, having obtained the information through goblin contacts at the Ministry. Hungarian Horntail, the most aggressive breed. The other champions are getting easier dragons. Of course they are. Someone wants me to fail spectacularly. Harry studied the dragon profiles Griphook had provided. What are the standard approaches? Distraction, transfiguration, brute force. The previous tournaments show champions trying to outfly or outfight the dragon. And getting badly injured in the process. Harry's mind raced through alternatives. What about communication? Dragons are intelligent, not sapient like the basilisk, but capable of understanding basic concepts. You're going to try to talk to a dragon? I'm going to try to avoid fighting one. Harry smiled grimly. The basilisk responded to reason. Maybe the Horntail will too. The day of the first task arrived with pageantry and terror. The stadium was packed with spectators, students, ministry officials, foreign dignitaries, all eager to watch children face mortal danger for entertainment. Harry found the whole spectacle distasteful, but he understood its purpose. The tournament was about spectacle, about demonstrating magical prowess, about national pride. He intended to subvert all of it. When his turn came, Harry walked into the arena with deliberate calm. The Horntail waited at the far end, curled protectively around her clutch, her eyes tracking his every movement with predatory intelligence. She was magnificent. Terrifying, but magnificent. Harry stopped well outside her strike range and raised his hands, showing he held no wand. I'm not here to fight you, he said in the serpent-adjacent tongue he discovered could reach certain reptilian minds. I need one object from your nest, a false egg, not one of your children. I don't want to harm you or your clutch. The dragon's head rose, nostrils flaring. She understood, he could see it in her eyes, but she wasn't convinced. The humans put you here against your will. Put both of us here, to fight for their amusement. Harry kept his voice calm, projecting sincerity. I won't play their game. Let me take the golden egg, and I'll leave your family in peace. Long seconds passed. The crowd murmured in confusion. This wasn't how the task was supposed to go, wasn't the dramatic confrontation they'd paid to see. Then, slowly, the horntail shifted her bulk, revealing the golden egg nestled among her real ones. Harry walked forward steadily, maintaining eye contact but projecting no threat. He reached into the nest, gently retrieved the golden egg, and stepped back. "Thank you," he said quietly. "I hope they return you to your home soon." The dragon settled back around her clutch, and Harry walked out of the arena to stunned silence. Then the chaos erupted. "That's not how it's supposed to work." Ludo Bagman sputtered during the scoring deliberations. "He was supposed to fight the dragon. Show magical skill." "He retrieved the egg without injury in record time," McGonagall pointed out dryly. "The task was to obtain the egg, not to engage in needless combat." "But the crowd is not the point. The Triwizard Tournament tests champions' abilities. Mr. Potter demonstrated remarkable ability. He communicated with a dragon, something no wizard has achieved in recorded history." McGonagall's expression was firm. "I award full marks." The other judges split predictably. Crouch gave high marks, Maxime moderate, Karkaroff, predictably, as low as he could justify. But Harry's overall score was competitive, and more importantly, he'd established his approach. He wasn't playing their game. He was playing his own. The golden egg contained a clue to the second task, but Harry had little time to focus on it. The Covenant's exposure was creating chaos throughout Wizarding Britain, and he needed to manage the fallout. 14 ministry officials have resigned or been suspended, Silverfong reported during their regular briefing. Another dozen are under investigation. The Prophet is running daily exposés on Covenant activities. And the Covenant's response? Retrenching. Their public members are distancing themselves from the exposed individuals, claiming ignorance of the full agenda. The core leadership has gone underground. Silverfang's expression was troubled. But they're not defeated. They're regrouping, planning something. The tournament. Harry's voice was grim. They invested too much in getting me entered to abandon the plan now. Whatever they're plotting, the final task is the centerpiece. What do we do? Prepare for the worst. Assume the final task is a trap and plan accordingly. Harry met Silverfang's eyes. I need extraction options. Ways to get out of Hogwarts quickly if things go wrong. We'll have them ready. The Yule Ball was a required social obligation that Harry approached with characteristic strategic thinking. He asked Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin who had been quietly supportive of werewolf rights legislation and showed signs of independent thinking. The invitation caused scandal among purists who expected the boy who lived to stay within his house, but Harry didn't care about their expectations. You're making a statement, Daphne observed as they danced, her green dress complementing her dark hair. Choosing a Slytherin partner. I'm choosing someone I want to spend the evening with. The statement is incidental. Nothing you do is incidental. But she was smiling. I've watched you for years, you know. Watched how you operate, how you build alliances, how you navigate the political currents. You're not like other Gryffindors. I was raised by goblins. It gives one a different perspective. It makes you dangerous. In the best way. Daphne's eyes met his. The Greengrass family has been neutral in the coming conflict. Waiting to see which way the wind blows. But I think the wind is blowing toward you. Is that a declaration of allegiance? It's an expression of interest. The war isn't over, it's barely begun. When it heats up, my family will need to choose sides. She squeezed his hand. I'd rather choose wisely than wait until there's no choice left. Harry filed the conversation away for future consideration. Daphne Greengrass was intelligent, well-connected, and apparently capable of independent thought despite her pure-blood upbringing. A useful potential ally. And, he admitted privately, pleasant company. The second task involved the lake and underwater rescue. Harry's preparations were extensive. Goblin crafted breathing apparatus, swimming enhancement spells, detailed mapping of the lake bottom. When the task began, he was in the water and moving toward his target before the other champions had figured out their approach. He found Ron waiting at the bottom, magically suspended in sleep, along with hostages for the other champions. The mere people guarding them seemed surprised when Harry arrived, signed a greeting in their language, another skill from his comprehensive education, and began freeing his friend. "You are not like the others," the chief merperson observed. "You speak our tongue. I believe in communication over confrontation." Harry carefully unwound the restraints around Ron. "Thank you for keeping them safe. The old ones teach respect. You have learned well." Harry surfaced with Ron well before the time limit, earning another strong score. But his focus was already on the final task, the maze that would almost certainly be the Covenant's killing ground. The weeks before the final task were tense. Harry trained harder than ever, preparing for every scenario he could imagine. His friends trained alongside him, determined to be ready for whatever backup role they might need to play. "You don't have to do this," Harry told them during one late-night session. "The final task is going to be dangerous, probably a trap. You should stay clear." "Don't be stupid," Hermione replied firmly. "We've faced Voldemort's vessel, a basilisk, dementors, and a corrupt conspiracy. We're not running away from a maze. The maze isn't the problem. It's what's waiting at the end. Which is why you need us watching your back." Ron crossed his arms. "We're Gryffindors, Harry. We don't abandon our friends. I'm trying to protect you. And we're trying to protect you right back." Neville's voice was quiet but certain. "You've helped all of us become stronger, braver, better. Let us return the favor." Harry looked at his friends, really looked at them, and saw how much they'd grown. The nervous children he'd met on the Hogwarts Express were gone, replaced by young warriors who'd faced darkness and come through stronger. "All right," he said finally. "But if I tell you to run, we'll consider it." Hermione's smile was sharp. "No promises." The final task arrived with ominous ceremony. The maze filled the Quidditch pitch, its hedges towering 20 feet high, hiding obstacles and challenges within. Harry entered first, his points lead giving him a head start over the other champions. The maze was everything he'd expected: creatures to defeat, puzzles to solve, magical traps to navigate. Harry moved through it methodically, using skills honed over years of training, always alert for the larger trap he knew was waiting. He found Cedric Diggory first, the Hufflepuff champion struggling against an acromantula. Harry helped him defeat the creature, then suggested they continue together. "Why?" Cedric asked, surprised. "We're competitors. We're also both in danger. Someone manipulated this tournament to put me here. I'd rather have an ally than face whatever's coming alone." Cedric studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Together, then. At least until we reach the cup." They navigated the maze's final challenges side by side, covering each other's weaknesses, reaching the center faster than either could have managed alone. The Triwizard Cup gleamed on its pedestal, waiting. "Together?" Cedric offered. "Wait." Harry's instincts were screaming. The setup was too convenient, the cup too accessible. "Something's wrong." "What do you mean?" "The cup. It's a portkey." Harry could feel it now, the magical signature of transport waiting to be triggered. "Grab it, and you go somewhere else." "How do you know?" "I can sense it. The goblins taught me to read magical signatures." Harry stepped back. "Don't touch it, Cedric. We need to find another way out." But even as he spoke, movement caught his eye, someone approaching through the maze, wand raised, face hidden. "Stupefy." Cedric went down. Harry spun, wand ready, but the stunner caught him before he could react. The last thing he felt was someone grabbing his arm, touching his hand to the cup, and the world dissolving around him. The graveyard was cold and dark. Harry came to consciousness already tied to a tombstone, his wand missing, his emergency portkey somehow disabled. Cedric lay unconscious nearby, apparently brought along by accident. And standing before a bubbling cauldron, Wormtail waited with something wrapped in a bundle of cloth. "Harry Potter," the thing in the bundle whispered. "We meet again." Harry's scar exploded with pain. "The ritual requires your blood," Wormtail said, approaching with a knife. "The blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Then my master will rise again, and you will watch before you die." "You're making a mistake, Pettigrew." Harry's voice was strained through the pain. "Whatever they promised you, Voldemort will betray you. He betrays everyone. He rewards loyalty. When he rules, I'll be honored. You'll be discarded. You're a tool, nothing more." But Wormtail's knife was already cutting, blood flowing into a vial, and there was nothing Harry could do to stop it. The ritual proceeded. Bone of the father. Flesh of the servant. Blood of the enemy. Voldemort rose from the cauldron, tall and terrible and finally, horribly real. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was soft, almost gentle. "The boy who lived. Come to watch the beginning of my new reign. Your reign will be shorter than your last one." Harry's voice was steady despite his terror. "More people know about you now. More people are ready to fight. Your little exposure of the Covenant. A nuisance, nothing more. My true followers remain loyal, and more will flock to my banner when they see I've returned." Voldemort smiled coldly. "But first, a demonstration. A duel between us, witnessed by my faithful servants." Death Eaters had been arriving throughout the ritual, appearing from the darkness with masks and robes. Lucius Malfoy among them, Harry noted. The man's face was pale with fear, but he stood in his place among the inner circle. "Give him his wand," Voldemort commanded. "I want this to be fair." Wormtail handed over Harry's wand with trembling hands. Harry gripped it, feeling its familiar weight, knowing it was probably the last time he'd hold anything. "Now, Harry. Let us see what you've learned." The duel was brief and brutal. Harry was outmatched, he'd always known he would be. Voldemort had decades of experience, power beyond anything Harry could match, and the backing of a dozen Death Eaters who could intervene if needed. But Harry didn't fight to win. He fought to survive long enough for his backup plan to activate. The communication mirror in his pocket, silenced but still transmitting, had been broadcasting since he woke in the graveyard. Gringotts knew where he was. Help was coming. He just had to stay alive until it arrived. Voldemort's curses were relentless, forcing Harry to dodge and shield without any opportunity to counterattack. The Cruciatus hit him twice, agony beyond description, but he refused to stay down. "Impressive," Voldemort acknowledged. "Your goblin masters trained you well. But training isn't enough against true power. Power isn't everything." Harry raised his wand for what might be his final spell. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag erupted from his wand, not attacking Voldemort, that would be useless, but charging toward the perimeter of the graveyard, carrying a message to whoever might be watching. Now, the stag's presence seemed to say. Now or never. And the sky exploded with portkey arrivals. Goblin warriors materialized in formation, shields raised, weapons ready. Behind them came Aurors, those few who hadn't been corrupted by the Covenant, and Order members responding to emergency summons. The graveyard became a battlefield. Harry dove for cover as spells flew in every direction. Death Eaters who had expected easy victory found themselves facing trained soldiers and battle-hardened veterans. Voldemort screamed in fury, his carefully planned demonstration collapsing into chaos. "Get the boy," he commanded. "Kill everyone else." But Harry was already moving, reaching Cedric's unconscious form, grabbing the other champion and the portkey cup simultaneously. The hook behind his navel activated, and the graveyard disappeared. They materialized back at Hogwarts, in the center of the maze, surrounded by screaming spectators who didn't understand what had happened. Harry collapsed beside Cedric, exhausted, bleeding, but alive. "Help," he managed. The graveyard, battle, Voldemort, then darkness took him, and he knew nothing more. He woke in the Gringotts medical chambers, surrounded by healers and the anxious faces of everyone who loved him. 3 days, Griphook said when Harry's eyes opened. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Cedric." "Alive." Confused and traumatized, but alive. Griphook's expression softened. "You saved him, Harry. Bringing him back instead of leaving him there. He wasn't my enemy. He was just, caught up in it." Harry struggled to sit up. "The battle. What happened?" "The graveyard fight was a mess. We inflicted significant casualties on the Death Eaters before Voldemort brought everyone away. Malfoy was captured, along with 3 others." Griphook's smile showed teeth. "The Ministry can't deny Voldemort's return now. Too many witnesses, too much evidence. And the Covenant? Exposed further by association. Several more members have been arrested based on their presence at the ritual." Griphook's expression sobered. "But Voldemort escaped. He's out there, gathering strength, planning his next move." Harry absorbed this. Victory and defeat, intertwined as always. "The Horcruxes? Still out there. We've located the locket, we can retrieve it this summer. The cup is in Lestrange's vault, still protected. Nagini is with Voldemort. And the fragment in my scar? Still attached. The ritual used your blood, Harry. Voldemort now shares your mother's protection. The connection between you is stronger than ever." Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of everything that had happened and everything still to come. Voldemort was back. The war had truly begun. But Harry was alive, his friends were safe, and the world finally knew what it faced. "Then we keep fighting," he said quietly. "We find the Horcruxes, destroy them one by one, and when Voldemort is mortal again, we end him for good. That could take years. I've been fighting my whole life. What's a few more years?" He opened his eyes and met Griphook's gaze with determination that burned away exhaustion and fear. "Let's get to work." Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14 Enemies revealed. The summer after Voldemort's return was the longest of Harry's life. He spent most of it in Gringotts, recovering from injuries both physical and magical. The resurrection ritual had done something to him, something beyond the obvious. The connection between his scar and Voldemort had strengthened, the fragment in his head more active than ever before. The nightmares were constant now. Harry saw through Voldemort's eyes in his dreams, felt his emotions, heard fragments of his thoughts. The Dark Lord was rebuilding, gathering followers, planning vengeance, preparing for war. And through their connection, Harry watched it all. "The fragment is destabilizing," the Goblin healers reported after their 3rd examination in as many weeks. "The ritual that used your blood has created a resonance between you and the Dark Lord. The soul piece responds to his proximity, his emotions, his magical state. Can you remove it yet? Not safely. The connection is too deep, too intertwined with your core." The lead healer's expression was grave. "But we're close to a solution. Another year, perhaps 2, and we'll be ready." Harry didn't have a year. He could feel time running out like sand through his fingers. The wizarding world was in denial. Minister Fudge refused to acknowledge Voldemort's return despite the evidence, the graveyard battle, the witnesses, the dark mark burned into the sky. He called Harry a liar, a traumatized child, a pawn of Goblin propaganda. The Daily Prophet ran daily attacks on Harry's credibility, painting him as unstable, dangerous, corrupted by his upbringing. Potter, dark wizard in the making. One headline screamed. Goblin influence, a threat to magical Britain. Harry let them print whatever they wanted. Public opinion was a weapon, but not the only one. "They're playing into our hands," Griphook observed during one of their strategy sessions. "The more they attack you, the more they look foolish when the truth comes out. And the truth always comes out. Eventually. But how many people die while the Ministry pretends everything is fine? That's not our responsibility to manage. The wizarding world chose fudge. They can live, or die, with the consequences." Harry knew Griphook was right, but it didn't make the waiting easier. Every day that passed was another day Voldemort grew stronger, another day his enemies consolidated their positions. The Covenant was moving too. Narcissa's intelligence reports painted a troubling picture. The Shadow organization had been destabilized by Harry's exposure campaign, but they were adapting. Several exposed members had fled the country. Others had gone deeper underground, cutting ties with anything traceable. The leadership, whoever they were, remained hidden. "They're purging their ranks," Narcissa reported during a secret meeting. "Anyone who might be compromised is being removed. Some through retirement, some through accidents, some through disappearances. They're eliminating their own people. The Covenant values secrecy above everything. Better to lose a dozen agents than risk exposure of the core organization." Narcissa's voice was cold. "They've survived for centuries by being ruthless. They won't stop now." Harry absorbed this. The Covenant was dangerous precisely because they were patient, because they thought in generations rather than years. Fighting them required the same long-term perspective. But Voldemort didn't think in generations. Voldemort thought in moments of rage and triumph, in immediate vengeance and absolute power. The Dark Lord would force the conflict to accelerate whether anyone was ready or not. The Horcrux hunt accelerated in parallel. The Locket expedition happened in August, a carefully planned operation that took Harry and a team of goblin cursebreakers to a sea cave off the English coast. The place was steeped in dark magic, the wards ancient and lethal. "This is where Voldemort came as a child," Harry said as they approached the cave entrance. "Where he terrorized other orphans, where he first embraced the darkness. You've researched him thoroughly. Know your enemy." Harry touched the cave's outer wards, feeling their malevolence. "He's hidden part of himself here, in a place that mattered to him. That's important. It means the other Horcruxes are probably hidden in significant locations too." The cave's defenses were formidable. A blood sacrifice to enter. An underground lake filled with inferi, corpses animated by dark magic, waiting to drag intruders to their deaths. A basin of poison that had to be drunk to reach the locket within. Harry had come prepared. Goblin counter-curses neutralized the blood ward without requiring sacrifice. Specially crafted fire spells burned the inferi before they could rise. And the poison, vanishing spell, Griphook suggested. Remove the liquid without drinking it. The basin's enchanted to refill if the poison is removed anyway except consumption. Harry studied the basin carefully. But it's not enchanted against replacement. We vanish the poison and replace it with water simultaneously. The basin doesn't register the change. It worked. The locket emerged from the bottom of the basin, gleaming malevolently in the dim light. Harry could feel it, the same wrongness he sensed from the diary, from the fragment in his own scar. A piece of Voldemort's soul, trapped in metal and magic, waiting to be freed. We destroy it here. No. We take it back to Gringotts, study it, learn everything we can. Harry carefully placed the locket in a containment vessel the Cursebreakers had prepared. The more we understand about how Horcruxes work, the better our chances of removing the one in my head. The expedition returned to London with their prize, and Harry added another victory to his growing list. But victories against Horcruxes weren't the same as victories against Voldemort. The Dark Lord was still out there, still gathering power, still planning Harry's death. The war was coming. 5th year at Hogwarts began under a shadow. The Ministry had appointed its own defense against the dark arts teacher, Dolores Umbridge, a toad-faced woman whose sweet voice concealed a core of pure malice. She refused to teach practical defense, insisting that theoretical knowledge was sufficient in peacetime. "There is no war," Umbridge declared in her first class. "The rumors of the Dark Lord's return are lies, spread by attention-seekers and their manipulators. We will not be teaching combat magic because there is no one to combat." Harry said nothing. His friends exchanged furious glances. After class, Hermione caught his arm. "You're not going to challenge her. What would be the point? She has ministry backing. Anything I say will be dismissed as proof of my instability." Harry's voice was flat. "No, we handle this differently. We create our own defense education, outside her control. Like a secret club. Like an army." Harry smiled grimly. "Dumbledore's out of favor with the ministry, but his name still carries weight. We call it Dumbledore's Army, recruit anyone who wants real training, and prepare for the war everyone pretends isn't coming." The DA grew quickly. Students from every house, even a few Slytherins, including Daphne Greengrass, gathered in secret to learn the skills Umbridge refused to teach. Harry led the sessions, adapting Goblin combat philosophy for wizard teenagers. "The spells aren't the point," he explained during an early meeting. "Spells are tools. What matters is how you think, how you assess threats, how you position yourself, how you react under pressure." "You sound like a soldier," Ron observed. "I've been training like one since I was 7. Harry demonstrated a basic defensive position. "When Voldemort's forces attack, and they will attack, textbook magic won't save you. Adaptability will. Teamwork will. The willingness to do whatever it takes will." The DA members practiced until they could cast under pressure, until their reflexes sharpened, until they started thinking tactically rather than just reacting. Harry pushed them hard, and they rose to meet the challenge. "You're good at this," Hermione said after a particularly intense session. "Teaching. Leading. People trust you. They trust what I represent." The boy who lived, standing against the darkness. Harry's voice was tired. "I just hope I can live up to it." "You already have. Multiple times over." Harry wished he shared her confidence. The breaking point came in February. Voldemort had been probing the connection between them for months, testing Harry's defenses, trying to plant false visions, searching for weaknesses. Harry's occlumency training mostly held, but the effort was exhausting. Then the vision came. Clear, vivid, impossible to block. Sirius, captured. Being tortured in the Department of Mysteries. Dying unless Harry came to save him. Harry knew it was probably a trap. The vision was too convenient, too precisely calculated to draw him out. But he also knew that Sirius was vulnerable, that the Covenant had tried to kill Harry's godfather before, that this might be exactly what it appeared to be. "Contact Gringotts," Harry told his friends. "Tell them what's happening. Then follow my lead." "You're going anyway?" "Even knowing it's probably a trap." "I'm going because it's probably a trap. If Voldemort wants to draw me out, he's betting I'll come alone and unprepared." Harry's smile was grim. "Let's show him how wrong he is." The assault on the Department of Mysteries was chaos. Harry's friends fought beside him through halls of prophecy and rooms of strange magic, facing Death Eaters who had expected easy prey. The DA training proved its worth. Students who should have been helpless held their own against adult dark wizards, buying time for reinforcements to arrive. The Order of the Phoenix came first, led by Sirius himself, not captured at all, having received warning through Harry's Gringotts contacts. They crashed into the Death Eater lines from behind, turning the battle. Then the goblins arrived. It was unprecedented. Goblin warriors on Ministry soil, fighting alongside wizards against a common enemy. The political implications would be enormous, but that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, the enemy was Voldemort. Harry found himself face to face with Bellatrix Lestrange in the atrium, the mad witch who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. She was laughing as she dueled, clearly enjoying the violence. "The little baby Potter, come to play!" Bellatrix shrieked. "The Dark Lord will be so pleased." Harry didn't banter. He fought with the cold efficiency Bloodfang had taught him, looking for openings, waiting for the moment when Bellatrix's overconfidence would create an opportunity. The moment came when she turned to curse Sirius, leaving her back exposed for just a second. Harry's spell took her in the chest. It wasn't a killing curse, he couldn't bring himself to use that, but it was close. The Dark Witch crumpled, unconscious or worse, and Harry turned to find Voldemort himself standing in the atrium's entrance. "Harry Potter." The Dark Lord's voice was silk over steel. "You've been busy." "Not as busy as you." Harry raised his wand, knowing he was outmatched but refusing to show fear. "How's the resurrection going?" "Still feeling weak." "Weak?" Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. "I am stronger than ever. Your blood runs in my veins now, your mother's protection serves me. You have no defenses left. I have plenty of defenses. Just not the ones you're expecting." The duel was brief and brutal. Voldemort's power was overwhelming, his spells crashing against Harry's shields like waves against a crumbling wall. Harry couldn't win, he'd known that from the beginning, but he could survive. Could hold on long enough for, the floof flared, and Albus Dumbledore stepped into the atrium. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him, tired and determined. But his magic was still formidable, and when he engaged Voldemort, the Dark Lord was forced to divide his attention. Harry fell back, gasping, watching two of the most powerful wizards alive duel for supremacy. The atrium shattered around them, statues destroyed, walls crumbling, magic crackling through the air like lightning. Then Voldemort did something unexpected. He stopped fighting and turned his attention entirely to Harry. Not to kill, to possess. The Dark Lord's consciousness slammed into Harry's mind like a battering ram, driving past his occlumency shields, reaching for control. Harry felt alien thoughts flooding his awareness, felt his body start to respond to a will that wasn't his own. "Give in," Voldemort's voice echoed in his head. "Let me have you. Let the pain end." But Harry had been fighting something like this for years. The fragment in his scar had been trying to influence him since childhood, and he'd built defenses not just against outside intrusion but against the darkness already within. He found the walls he'd constructed, walls of memory and love and stubborn determination, and he reinforced them. Not with occlumency alone, but with everything he was. "You don't belong here," Harry thought back. "This is my mind. My body. My life." "You're already partly mine," Voldemort countered. "The piece of me in your scar, is contained. Controlled. Like you will be." Harry pushed. Not with magic, not with power, but with pure will, the same will Bloodfang had spent years honing, the same determination that had carried him through every challenge he'd faced. And Voldemort, unprepared for that kind of resistance, was forced to retreat. The Dark Lord's consciousness ripped free of Harry's mind, leaving agony in its wake. Harry collapsed to the floor, barely conscious, vaguely aware of Voldemort disapparating away rather than continue the fight. The Ministry arrived minutes later. For the first time in months, they couldn't deny the truth. Voldemort was back. The aftermath was complicated. Fudge resigned in disgrace, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, a former Auror who at least acknowledged the threat they faced. Umbridge was removed from Hogwarts, arrested for her various crimes during the year. The Ministry began preparing for war, months later than they should have but finally moving. Dumbledore was restored to his positions, his warnings vindicated. He sought out Harry for a private conversation shortly after the battle. "You did well," the headmaster said. "Better than I had any right to expect. Resisting Voldemort's possession, that was remarkable. I've had practice." Harry's voice was flat. "The fragment in my scar has been trying to influence me for years. Voldemort's just a larger version of the same problem. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I've suspected for some time that you carry more than just a scar from that night. The Horcrux, I know what it is. I've known for years. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. I also know you suspected it and never told me. Never helped me prepare for what it meant. I wanted to protect you, you wanted to manage me. There's a difference. Harry's voice was tired rather than angry. I'm not interested in fighting about the past, headmaster. What's done is done. What matters now is the future. And what does that future hold, in your view? War. Voldemort won't stop until he's destroyed, truly destroyed, all his Horcruxes eliminated, including the one in my head. Harry paused. The goblins are close to a solution for that last part. When they're ready, we end this. And the Covenant? Still operating. Still dangerous. But they've lost influence because of the exposure, and Voldemort's return has forced them to choose sides. Harry smiled grimly. Most of them are backing the Dark Lord, which makes them our enemies too. 2 birds, 1 stone. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've grown, Harry. More than I expected. More than I prepared for. I had good teachers. Not you, but good teachers nonetheless. The headmaster nodded, accepting the rebuke. Then perhaps you'll allow me to help now. Not to lead, not to control, but to support. We have the same enemies. We want the same outcome. Surely that's worth something. Harry considered. Dumbledore had made terrible mistakes, had manipulated Harry for years, had left him on a doorstep to freeze. But he was also powerful, connected, and genuinely committed to defeating Voldemort. I'll consider it, Harry said finally. But I won't trust you blindly. You haven't earned that, and you may never earn it. I understand. I only ask for the opportunity to try. They parted with something that wasn't quite alliance but also wasn't quite opposition. The war was reshaping everything, forcing unlikely partnerships and strange alliances. Harry returned to Gringotts to prepare for the next phase. The summer brought accelerated preparations. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his body and magic to their limits. He coordinated with the Order of the Phoenix, sharing intelligence and resources. He continued the Horcrux hunt, tracing the remaining soul anchors. The cup in Bellatrix's vault remained a problem. Retrieving it would require breaking into a client's secure vault, something that violated Goblin law. But Bellatrix was now in Azkaban, and her vault's contents were potentially subject to seizure as war assets. We could claim it under the Dark Artifact Confiscation Protocols, Griphook suggested. The cup radiates dark magic strongly enough to register on our detection systems. That gives us legal cover for inspection. And if we discover it's a Horcrux during inspection, we're obligated to destroy it. Harry nodded. Risky, but it could work. The operation was executed in late July. The cup was retrieved, examined, and destroyed in a private ceremony that left Harry feeling both triumphant and exhausted. 4 Horcruxes down. Nagini and Harry's scar remained. We're almost there, Harry told Griphook afterward. 1 more Horcrux, then the ritual to remove mine, and Voldemort becomes mortal again. Nagini never leaves his side. Destroying her means confronting him directly. I know. That's why we're preparing for exactly that. Harry's jaw tightened. When the time comes, we'll be ready. 6th year at Hogwarts was supposed to be about academic advancement and career preparation. Instead, it was about survival. Voldemort's forces attacked the school 3 times during the year, probing strikes, testing defenses, gathering intelligence. Each attack was repelled, but each took its toll. Students were injured. Teachers fell. The castle itself bore scars from dark magic. Harry led the DA in defense, coordinating with faculty and order members to protect the student body. His reputation shifted from controversial figure to undeniable leader, someone people looked to when danger threatened. "You've become what I always hoped you might," McGonagall told him after a particularly difficult battle. "Your parents would be proud." "I hope so." Harry's voice was quiet. "I hope what I've become is worth what it's cost." The final confrontation came in June. Voldemort himself led the assault, bringing Death Eaters and Giants and Dementors against Hogwarts' ancient walls. The battle that followed was the largest magical conflict since Grindelwald's War, hundreds of combatants on each side, magic tearing through the night. Harry found Voldemort at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Nagini coiled at his feet. "You've come," the Dark Lord said. "I knew you would. Your friends are dying in there, and you can't resist playing the hero." "I'm not here to play anything." Harry's wand was steady despite his exhaustion. "I'm here to end this." "You can't end me. Not while parts of my soul survive. Not while you carry one of those parts in your own head." Voldemort smiled coldly. "You're the last Horcrux, Harry Potter. To truly destroy me, you would have to destroy yourself. That's not true anymore." Harry raised his free hand, showing Voldemort the ritual scars on his palm, fresh wounds, barely healed, the marks of Goblin soul magic. "The fragment has been removed. Last night, in the depths of Gringotts, using techniques your kind dismissed as creature magic." Harry smiled grimly. "I'm not your Horcrux anymore, Tom. I'm just your enemy." For the first time, Harry saw fear in Voldemort's red eyes. "Impossible, the goblins have been studying soul magic for centuries. They knew things about it that wizards never learned." Harry raised his wand. "You're mortal now, Voldemort. One Horcrux left, and then nothing but you." Nagini struck. Harry had expected it, the snake was always Voldemort's first line of defense. But he'd prepared for that too. The Sword of Gryffindor, summoned through old magic and desperate need, appeared in his free hand. He brought it down in an arc that Bloodfang had taught him years ago. The snake's head separated from its body. Voldemort screamed, a sound of anguish so profound that it shook the trees. The last external piece of his soul was gone, and with it went any hope of immortality. "Now," Harry said quietly, "it's just us." The duel that followed was everything Harry had trained for his entire life. Voldemort fought with the desperate power of someone who knew he could truly die. His spells were devastating, his magic overwhelming, his centuries of knowledge brought to bear against a teenager who had no right to stand against him. But Harry had advantages too. He knew Voldemort's magic intimately, had felt it inside his own head for years, understood its rhythms and patterns. He had goblin combat training that taught him to fight smarter, not harder. And he had something Voldemort had never understood. He had people worth dying for. The killing curse came faster than Harry could dodge. He saw the green light, felt the cold breath of death approaching, and stepped aside at the last possible moment, having read the angle in Voldemort's wand arm. His counter-curse caught Voldemort in the chest. It wasn't a killing curse. Harry had decided long ago that he wouldn't use that particular spell, wouldn't become the thing he was fighting. But the spell he used, a goblin technique, designed to end conflicts decisively, was nearly as effective. Voldemort fell. The most feared dark wizard in a century lay on the ground of the Forbidden Forest, mortal and wounded and finally defeated. Harry stood over him, wand raised, heart pounding. "Kill me," Voldemort whispered. "Finish it." "No." Harry lowered his wand. "You wanted death to be afraid of you. You split your soul and murdered innocents trying to escape mortality. Death was your enemy for 60 years. He stepped back. Let it be your end. Let it take you naturally, as it takes everyone. That's more justice than you deserve." Voldemort's eyes widened in horror. "You can't, the killing curse, I won't use it. Not on you. Not on anyone." Harry turned away. "Goodbye, Tom." The world will be better without you. He walked back toward the castle, leaving Voldemort bleeding on the forest floor. The Dark Lord died before dawn, from wounds that magical or muggle medicine could have healed, but that Harry had refused to treat. It wasn't mercy, it was justice. The kind of justice that Blood Fong had taught him, that Ragnok had modeled, that his parents had died fighting for. The war was over. But the work was just beginning. The aftermath lasted years. Death Eaters were captured and tried. The Ministry was reformed, its Covenant connections exposed and purged. Laws were changed, Goblin rights expanded, werewolf discrimination reduced, Muggle-born protection strengthened. Harry worked behind the scenes, using his influence and resources to push the changes he'd dreamed of since childhood. He didn't want to lead directly, that wasn't his role, but he could support those who did, could fund the organizations fighting for equality, could apply pressure where pressure was needed. The Covenant didn't survive the war's end. With Voldemort dead and their Ministry allies exposed, they had no base of operations, no political cover. The survivors scattered to other countries, taking their ideology with them but lacking the power to implement it. Maybe they'd return someday. Maybe new enemies would rise. That was the nature of the fight, it never truly ended. But for now, there was peace. 5 years after the war, Harry stood in the Great Hall of Gringotts for a ceremony he'd never expected to attend. Ragnok was stepping down as director and king, his centuries of service finally ending. He'd named Harry as his successor, not to rule the Goblin nation, that would pass to a Goblin heir, but to serve as permanent liaison between goblins and wizards, a bridge between two worlds that had too long been enemies. "You are my son," Ragnok said in his speech. "Not by blood, but by choice, the strongest bond there is. You have proven yourself worthy of the nation's trust, of our love, of the legacy I leave behind." "I'm honored," Harry replied. "More than I can say." "Don't be honored. Be effective." Ragnok's smile showed teeth. "The world still needs changing. I expect you to continue the work. Always." They embraced, human and goblin, father and son, two beings who had found family in the most unlikely circumstances. Around them, the Goblin nation cheered. The wedding happened a year later. Daphne Greengrass became Daphne Potter in a ceremony that combined wizarding and goblin traditions, witnessed by friends and family from both worlds. Harry's Hogwarts friends stood beside him, Ron and Hermione, married themselves now, Neville and Luna, others who had fought beside him in the war. Sirius cried throughout the ceremony, denied it afterward, and gave a toast that made everyone laugh and cry in equal measure. "James would have loved this," Sirius said. "Not just the wedding, all of it. His son, fighting for what's right, building something beautiful from all the darkness. He'd be so proud." Harry thought about his parents often. About the photograph that still sat beside his bed, the smiling figures who could never answer his questions. He'd spent his whole life trying to honor their memory, to be worthy of their sacrifice. He hoped he was succeeding. The epilogue wrote itself over years. Children came, Lily and James, named for the grandparents they'd never meet, raised in a world their father had helped create. They learned goblin customs alongside wizard magic, grew up knowing that family meant more than blood. The reforms continued. Harry pushed and prodded and funded and fought, never stopping, never satisfied, always looking for the next injustice to address. The world changed slowly, but it changed. Ragnok passed away peacefully, surrounded by family, his centuries finally ending. Harry spoke at his funeral, tears streaming down his face as he said goodbye to the being who had saved him, raised him, made him who he was. "He found me on a doorstep," Harry told the assembled mourners. "A baby left to die, abandoned by everyone who should have cared. He didn't see a burden or a problem. He saw a child who needed love. And he gave me that love, every day, for my entire life." He paused, gathering himself. The world tries to tell us who belongs where. Goblins in their tunnels. Wizards in their towers. Everyone in their proper place, everyone playing their assigned role. But Ragnok taught me something different. He taught me that we define ourselves by our choices, not our categories. That love doesn't care about species or blood or any of the other divisions we create. He was my father. In every way that mattered. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to build the world he dreamed of. A world where no child is abandoned. Where no species is enslaved. Where we judge each other by our actions, not our origins. Rest well, Father. You earned it. The final scene came decades later. Harry, gray-haired now but still sharp, sat in the underground garden that had been his refuge for so long. Around him, the eternal torchlight cast familiar shadows, the plants growing as they always had. Griphook sat beside him, ancient by Goblin standards, moving slower than he once had, but still the same shrewd mind and sharp tongue. We did it, Harry said quietly. Not everything, but a lot of it. The world is better than it was. It's still not good enough. No. But we tried. We're still trying. Harry smiled at his oldest friend. That's all anyone can do. Very philosophical for an old wizard. I had good teachers. They sat in comfortable silence, two beings who had grown up together, grown old together, changed the world together. The garden bloomed around them, life persisting in the deepest darkness. Some things, Harry thought, never changed. And some things changed completely. That was the nature of the world. The nature of life. The nature of the long, strange journey from a cold doorstep to a throne room, from abandonment to family, from hatred to hope. He'd made that journey. And he'd made it worth taking. Chapter 14 End.